Katayenso and Utiradinya Kupone Wosadina Beda Itiwaye Inkawunkwa Oh Shiranka Wudinda Oduma Kuma Ejami Kutu Mikamfu Oduma Kuma Hallelujah Dina Shirebia Mebo Oh Hallelujah Dina Shirebia Mebo 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 Dina Shirebia Mebo 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 Dina Shirebia Yebebo na no pa area anaju enifa Mebo Dina Shirebia Mebo 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 Dina Shirebia Mebo 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 Dina Shirebia Bebona no pa area na ju enifa Bebo Agbebolue Agbe na wo Agbebolue Agbe na wo Glory and power belongs to you. You've turned my life around. Akbe na wo, akbe bolue, akbe na wo, akbe bolue, akbe na wo. Glory and power belongs to you. You turn my life around. Glory and power belongs to you. You turn my life around. Glory and power belongs to you. You turn my life around. Akbe na wo, akbe bolue, akbe na wo, akbe bolue, akbe na wo. Glory and power belongs to you. You turn my life around. Akbe na wo. Glory and power belongs to you. You've turned our lives around. Akbe na wo.
Family, good morning. Good morning. Are we live here? Good morning. First of all, let's just take a moment and look around. So look at someone sitting next to you. This is the future of Africa. This is what possibility this is what hope looks like. I want you to give yourself a round of applause for being here this morning. Give yourself a round of applause. Today is special, not just because we are at British Council, but because this is the moment we have been waiting for. This is the day where we bring dreamers, doers, and change makers into one space and say, let's shape the future together. Some of you may know my story. 10 years ago, we started TEDx Labone. And then we move on to TEDx Accra. And then Africa Dialogues. And today, we are here for the Next Gen Opportunities Forum. It has been a decade of ideas worth spreading and giving young Africans a platform to share their voices and talent and innovation. And a partner and an investor, and live here with a lot of ideas. That is why we are here today, not just to talk, but to connect, to collaborate, and to create. Our theme this year is ideas to impact, empowering the next generation. And that's exactly what we are going to do today. We are not here for the nice speeches. We are here to answer, how do we turn all these ideas to businesses, into policies, into solutions, and into movement. Today, you will hear from entrepreneurs, creative, policymakers, and investors. And yes, you're also going to dance today, laugh, and even cry. But my challenge to you this morning is, don't leave here with just inspiration. Leave here with a plan. Live here with a contact. Live here with a commitment to act. What do we expect this morning? We're going to have over 20 plus amazing speakers, panels that will challenge your thinking, performances that will make you feel alive. Network change your life. Every panel we've created is careful. At the right and friends, Africa youth, the youngest and growing world. That is not power. And if you use it well, continent, not power. So today, I'm asking you to do this. One, present. Listen and engage fully. Hold, ask questions, pitch your ideas to next question. Talk to everyone in as general. Share your knowledge. Share your network. Because together, we are not just attending an event. We are writing the next chapter of African story. And this time, the story is ours to tell. Let's get started, let's make history, and let's turn ideas into impact. Thank you very much.
Ago. 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 I come from this place where miracles are daily occurrence. And so I ask, who will divine the future of the divine? And who will prophesy to the prophet? Who will tell stories to the old and teach proverbs to the tongue of the limbs? Who will think for the king? Who will offer meat to the hunter? And above all, I ask, who will build Africa? Odumankuma breathes gently against my skin. I can afford a smile. I hear the birds gossip, the spotless sky, a loud riddle. The sun has fallen in my backyard. I got my tongue from Obidi, and I learned my songs from Akbeno. The ever young songbird of the marketplace who says, it is only the man who sits under the trees that knows the intensity of the breeze. Life is hard. And then I am quick to add that there is hope in the flatulence of the bee. The young are teachers of the old, so mother hen knows the juiciest word. If you doubt, ask Anna the spider. The crafty one who lives on the diagonal junctions, ask him who sees father, the tortoise or the hare. I yearn for the toes to drown my ears. I yearn for the dew to soak my heat. I will lie on my back and wait. The moon and stars will soon be here. And then they told me I was going to meet future leaders. Future leaders have been told I'm a future leader. And then they expect us not to think, because welcome to this place, Africa, where everybody knows the truth, yet a child is not allowed to tell it. Welcome to this place where future leaders are expected to follow dogma, but no, I came to tell you. It simply means as future leaders, the future is a child. We are supposed to lead the child the way to go, so when he grows up and we are older, he knows to teach us with some respect. And so, dear future leader, I came to write a letter to you, not with ink. I came to imprint this on your mind and on your heart. When they ask you what is your name, who are you, tell them, I am a seed of potent dreams and promises planted in a green desert, a lonely dark cloud over an anxious dry plain, a harvest of burdened expectancy. Tell them I'm a living drop of water to the creaky limbs of a stranded warrior, that fat sweat on the skinny brow, hope of this widowed forest. I have learned beyond clapping my hands to beat my chest that Africa will work again. They say when a man beats his chest is because he has no drum, but my chest is as good as a drum as any animal skin could ever be. And I beat my heart. I feel my chest. I feel my heart. I feel its reverb, and I learn to celebrate our humans. I'm proud to be African. As we celebrate Africa, as we celebrate youthfulness, why do I wear black? Darkness is the only backdrop against which light is seen. Darkness is the only backdrop against which the gold we are will be seen. And so mind you carry divinity, you carry authority, and Africa will not fail. Anybody who says that will want. I'm the writer king who sips communion wine from the calabash. I came to pour libation, not with water, not with drink. I came to pour libation, not to our ancestors. We've evoked them too many times, they hardly have time to be dead. I came to pour libation to you, and you, and you, and you, and you, the hope of Africa, and you who keep the world going round. My people, it is early morning yet. I could have 17 stanzas for an introduction. Remember, the depth of the tongue is the height of the mind. Do not die the death of dreams. Share it with the world. Wake up and lend feet to your dreams. For this life is simply that dream. We woke up from nothingness in eternity to sleep into reality. I will be back. This matter has simply started from the very beginning. Good morning, Africa.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, everybody.
Hi.
Well, the smile is not smiling, as we say in Gen Z. The smile is not smiling. Hello, everybody.
Hi.
Well, I need some energy in the building. For those of us outside, can you please step in and then take your seats? Welcome to Next Gen 2025. I'm personally excited about this. I don't know about you. If you're excited, let me hear you say yay. No, that year is too low.
There's no energy in this at all.
Exactly. That year is too low. If you're excited, let me hear you one more time. I like the energy. energy. So that was Nana Asase ushering us into the future, and we are super elated, excited about it. This is the heartbeat of our culture. That was a demonstration of the arts that he did. My name is Mr. Pratt, and I'm so happy to be doing this once again with Nakale.
Yes, Kali Metal Tutu is my name. And 10 years ago, throwback to TEDx Accra at the National Theatre, we did this together. It's so nostalgic, and we're so glad to be doing this one more time. Now, this is the Next Gen Opportunities Forum. It's a gathering of great minds, innovators, opportunities, and networking. Mr. Pratt, do you know that over 60% of the continent's population are represented by youth? And unfortunately, though a lot of deliberate efforts are being put in place to advance and propel the youth, it looks like we're still at the same stage, even though we're so talented and have a lot of potential. But this is why we're here today, to continue having bold conversations and take strategic steps that would propel the youth from this level to the next.
Well, I believe that most of us here have had or been part of conferences. Now, this is a game changer, and I'll tell you why. There are certain conversations that beyond the boardrooms cannot be had in those conversations. Now, there are certain conversations that people are scared or timid to have those conversations. It's because of the life impacts and what those conversations can do. Some people withdraw, but here on this stage, that's why we call it the Next Gen 2025. So if you're excited about it, please give yourselves a round of applause. Now, Kale was given a very good start, 6 out of 10. When we take 6 out of 10 people population in this country, it's made up of the young people. And I know that there are conversations across board globally. I'm a young person myself. I know what it means to be in this environment. This is Ghana we are talking about. Our market is very volatile. Our market is undulating. It's very unpredictable. You start a business today, tomorrow it collapses. I knew about 15, 20 startups started. None of them about 10 years ago, none of them is existing today. So there are real conversations, there are things happening that we're not talking about. It's not the generic thing we see every day in our books. This is different. And today, it's expected that we'll touch on all these areas that will help you propel to the next level.
Definitely, Mr. Pratt, you've just said it rightly. I would like us to know that this is not just an event, it is a movement. And if you're really keen, if you're really particular about taking the youth and your life to the next stage, then this is the right space for you to be in. You are in the right place at the right time. Give yourselves a sounding round of applause for making it this far.
Well, let's try the round of applause in a different. When I say clap A, you clap twice. Clap A, triple A, triple A, clap A, clap A.
Okay. This event, we're going to have over discussions and presentations, as well as awesome performances. We just witnessed one from Nana Asase.
Well, I'm so happy once again to have you. So brace yourselves, ask the questions when you have to ask them, and be real, because what we want to do, make sure that we move out of this place very fulfilled, well impacted, to also go and change the world and do things that we've always been scared to do. Most importantly, be very, very daring. So embrace yourselves. I mean, open up, make sure you ask the right questions. To connect with every one of you seated here as well.
Likewise, Mr. Pratt, you couldn't have said it any better. All right, at this point, I'd like to acknowledge some sponsors and partners. We'd like to call on Academic City. Let's give them a round. Maybe we can give them a
clap.
Okay, Access Pension Trust,
AAA,
M Notify,
AAA,
GB British Council,
clap A. Some of you are not in tune with the spirit. Clap A. That's right.
Bell Aqua for our water all over the place.
Clap A for Bell Aqua.
OA Pay.
Clap A.
All right. Kabi Chocolate.
Triple A.
And Afro Arab Group of Companies.
Clap A. And the final sponsor is every one of you here. Triple A for yourselves. All right, ladies and gentlemen, kicking off with our keynote address with the topic on positioning Ghana's youth for a sustainable future. I have the singular honor to call on the chairman of the Afro Arab Group, ladies and gentlemen, Clape for Alhaji Salamu Amadou.
Keep the clapes and triples on until he arrives on stage.
Honor and a great privilege to be here at the Next Gen Opportunities Forum 2025, a gathering that not only celebrates the power of young people, but is actively shaping the future of our continent through meaningful dialogue and collaboration. Let me first thank the organizers, especially Talent in Africa, and my good friend, Mr. Emmanuel Adai, for the vision and courage to create this platform. We live in a time where the youth population is not just rising, it is surging with potential in Ghana and across Africa. The energy, ideas, and creativity of young people are unmatched, but the potential alone is not enough. It must be nurtured, equipped, and given the space to grow. That is why this forum is timely and necessary. It is not just a talk show, it is a launchpad for bold ideas, courage, pathways, entrepreneurship, innovation, and real solutions. At Afro Arab Group, our journey began in Nima, a deprived community where everybody knows our story. But I believe this time we will tell people our own story. If you refuse to tell your own story, definitely people will tell the story the way they want it. It started about 18 years ago when has taken a step, inshallah. You are now. And the question is whether opportunities exist. The question is not whether opportunity exists. The question is, are you prepared? Are you focused? Are you disciplined enough to build? This is your time to learn, to network, to ask the hard questions, and most importantly, to act. To our business partners, government and developmental agencies, let us invest not only in infrastructure, but in young minds, and let's move the token youth engagement to real inclusion and from slogan to strategy. I want to leave a a big message to the youth here. We all remember our former president, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. He says, so I come here. And it's true. Before he became president, it's true. When he became president, it's true. And after he left office, it's true. I have $100 here. Who wants it? Come for it. I'm from Nima, a very deprived community. But by the grace of Allah, I don't take glory, I don't take grace, I give it to Almighty Allah. I've been able to build a multi-million-dollar business in that Zongo community. So nobody should lower your spirits or nobody should discourage you. Stay focused. Go and get it. Take action. A lot of people, especially the youth, will also always complain about funding. No. Dream big. Have the idea. If you have an idea already, 70% of the job is done. And we are blessed to be in Africa. It's easy to turn around. So dream big and start small. Thank you very much.
Let's give it up for him one more time. Thank you so much. That was Alhaji Salamu Amadou, board chairman of Afro Arab Group. Indeed, dream big, start small, and you will definitely get there. The 100 cedis, $100. Can I come for us to share? Sharing is caring. You think about it anyway. Good for you. All right. Now, the African Union is very passionate about the youth of Africa and has therefore implemented strategies to ensure that the youth of Africa are not left behind. Today, we're very fortunate to have a representative who is an attaché to the AU Commissioner. He works with the Strategic Communications Unit. He's here to share his thoughts on the theme, and he's in the person of Ken David Kate. Let's receive him upstage with a resounding triple A. Oh, you don't remember the triple A? Triple A. Awesome. Thank you. Let's give it up for him again.
Good morning. Hello, good morning. I cannot hear you. Good morning. I understand this is a youth event. Is that not true? So if it is a youth event, where is the energy? Or you are present here but your soul is somewhere else? Good morning. How are we? Okay, there's a bit of energy in this one. Thanks a lot. Yeah, so my name is Ken David Kati, as we mentioned earlier. I work with the African Union Commission and Strategic Communications to the Commissioner. It's more like a minister position in our government settings. So I'm very happy to be here. It's a big privilege to talk to like-minded people like yourself because I've been in youth activism for close to 2 decades, and I'm gradually facing off because I believe that young people need to take up that mantle and do better. At least we pick it up from other people, so young people also pick it up from us. So it's not been easy. It's a challenging venture to pursue. Those that are already in, you can understand, you know how it is, that it's no joke. But I am not here to demoralize you, but I'm here to encourage you that there is purpose in youth activism. It's very significant, it's better, and there's results in there. But notwithstanding, you will have to face the challenges. Oftentimes, we may think that it's all rosy and it's all easy. So whenever there is one or two bottlenecks, we tend to give up, throw our hand in the air, and want to look for other alternatives. It is never so. You cannot get it that easy, because the system itself is actually designed to frustrate you as a young person. It prevents you from even becoming whatever you want to be. I'm sure many of us have changed career thoughts in so many times. You are growing up, you think you want to do this. When you get to a particular level, you change your mind. When you get to another level, you change. Even the courses you want to do in schools, sometimes it becomes a bit of a challenge. That is because young people are always facing a lot of issues. So it takes a lot of resistance. It takes the zeal, it takes very strong conviction to make sure that you come out very well as you want to be. As part of me encouraging you, I will want to say that young people must support young people. We should be there for each other. We should be there for one another, because it is not for one person. It is all of us. We should even have the understanding that one for all and all for one, so that together we can be compact, we can be very strong, very resilient in delivering our pursuits. So young people must support young people. Most of the challenges we face is financial. Young people, we all don't have money. Do you have money? Do you have money? Do you have money? We all don't have money, including myself. So it's challenging doing what you want to do. Because I can even take this program, for example. If you think about what has gone in through, if you think about the preparations, if you think about the production, every single thing, it's all about the finances. So if we do not have it, how do we congregate like this to speak to ourselves, to encourage ourselves, and to push harder to achieve all our ambitions? It becomes challenging. So in that case, I will say that we should support each other financially as well. It doesn't have to be much. I'm sure that should you even need 100 and a colleague put in 20, a colleague put in 10 or 5, you will appreciate it, in as much as you may think that he has more and he can contribute a lot. But should we have 5 people contributing 20, 20, 20, we can get 100 easily, and then be able to congregate, organize our programs, and then do well. I would also want to say that we should form strong alliances. We should connect with each other. We should be able to make sure that should there be a challenge or should there be a bit of a problem, you have somebody to call. It doesn't have to be a big person. It has to be a colleague, young person. That okay, when it comes to transportation, maybe I should call a person here. When it comes to maybe internet access, I should call a colleague here. And we build strong alliances that will help us. And it shouldn't also be here in Accra only. You should be able to connect in basically all the regions we have here in our jurisdiction. And it should also not stay here in Ghana only. We should dream big. We should take it up onto the continent. Probably start with our neighboring countries. That okay, when it comes to any situation of a sort, I will be able to get a contact here in Nigeria. I'll be able to get a contact here in Togo. I will say that should there be any situation whereby I am supposed to make a call to any of the countries in the continent, I have a contact there. I will be able to make a call. And it has helped me a lot. Should it even happen that I travel for any youth program elsewhere, all I have to do is that I'll just send a text. My brother, I'm coming to your country probably on next week Wednesday. Are you available? Yes, he's available. We plan and then we meet. So we build strong alliances continental-wide, and we take it internationally as well, so that we become very formidable. We become that strong in our ambition to deliver a very youthful generation. Also, we should be very ambitious. The dream starts locally, but then we should look outside. You are not born here in Ghana to stay in Ghana all your life. So look out for opportunities everywhere, wherever, so far as it aligns to your interests, your goals, and your ambition. Go for it. Don't think that you will want to stay in Ghana all through. Yes, I am not saying that it's not good in Ghana. No, Ghana is a very beautiful place to be. When you have that experiences of being at other places like I have been, you will understand that no matter where you go, you come back home. It's super. I think we don't have that understanding yet, so oftentimes we take it for granted. But it is a pride to be a Ghanaian. Those that have been outside before will attest to this fact that whenever you travel elsewhere and you say that you are a Ghanaian, your respect is a bit different. But when we come home, it's something else. So it's very prideful to be a Ghanaian. In that perspective, look out there. Look for opportunities out there. We have internet at our disposal now, and then now I learned that the minister has even helped us with a bit of reduction in prices and all that. That is the case, right? So we make use of the internet access. We make sure that we look out for opportunities wherever. If it aligns to your interest, go for it. And I believe in the competencies, the skills, the knowledge of Ghanaians. I will say that I'm very much Ghanaian biased wherever I go. So far as there is a Ghanaian in he would deliver. It has not been once, it's not been twice. Whenever there is a situation where I am supposed to make a recommendation, should there be a Ghanaian in there, I will obviously do that. And it's been great because our level of competencies are extremely super. I know many of you it tells you that even the least among us I just started with not because it's been more like motivational speakers. They didn't start with anything once they started with Tuesdays and all that. Let's not give up on youth activities. I will entreat you that before you leave here, You take a contact, you take a contact, you take a contact. Try to build a network. Get to know people, wherever they may be. That is how come you'll be able to put a call through to whoever, depending on the situation at a point in time. So I will want to end here, and I thank you for your understanding, and I thank you for having time for me. Thank you very much. It's great being here. Have a good one.
Can we do it better for King David? All right, thanks for enlightening us on the job that AU Commission is doing and for encouraging us to collaborate more with other countries on the continent, to dream bigger and to also be patriotic about our country, Ghana, wherever we go. Really enlightening. Thank you so much once again, King David. The Academic City, for some years now, has been Ghana's premier and leading educational institution in STEAM and entrepreneurship, offering hands-on and practical education in the fields of business, economics, entrepreneurship, what have you. And today they're here to also share their thoughts on the theme. I would like to call up on stage the Director for Marketing and Communications, Nelly Ajiman Jimfi. Let's receive her upstage with a round of applause, with a triple and a clappe. All right.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Oh, energy so low. Good morning, guys. Awesome. So, good morning, distinguished guests, fellow sponsors, partners, and most importantly, the dynamic young people in the room today. It's an honor for me to be here representing Academic City University at the Next Gen Opportunities Forum 2025. This is a platform that echoes our core mission, which is to empower the next generation of African leaders, innovators, and change makers. The theme for this year, Youth Empowerment for a Sustainable Future. One bold step, unlocking youth potential for jobs, innovation, and legal migration, could not be more timely, more urgent, or more necessary. At Academic City, we believe that one bold step can change everything. But we also know that meaningful empowerment isn't just about boldness. We saw the young man come up on stage to collect the $100 bill. It's also about building capacity, creating access, and cultivating vision. We live in a continent where over 60% of the population is under the age of 25. We are young people. The demographic reality is not a burden. It's our greatest asset. But potential alone isn't enough. I think we all know a lot of people who don't realize potential. Youth must be equipped with the right tools, globally relevant skills, entrepreneurial mindsets, and ethical leadership values. That is why at Academic City, we've reimagined higher education, fusing STEM, entrepreneurship, leadership development, and social consciousness into every one of our programs, whether in engineering, business, communication arts, or computational sciences. We prepare students not just for jobs that exist today. Our tagline is educating future-ready leaders. We have no idea what the future holds, but we can prepare you for it now. But the conversation doesn't just end with employment. It must include innovation, giving young people the confidence and capacity to create jobs and not just seek them. It must include exposure to global opportunities, equipping young people with mindsets and competencies to thrive in diverse environments and contribute meaningfully to the world without losing their originality, their roots. It must also include sustainability, empowering young people to think long-term, act ethically, and build communities that thrive. Because of this, we start with every young person here. We are not just investing in events, we are investing in ideas, in networks, and futures. We are proud to support platforms that align with our belief that education is the most transformative force we can offer. So let me leave you with this. Unlocking youth potential doesn't require magic. It requires intentional investment, collaboration, and visionary leadership. So instead of waiting for permission to act, as our theme says, let us take the bold step and be the solution that others are waiting for. On behalf of Academic City University, we thank you for the opportunity to walk this journey with you. And together, let's unlock potential, inspire innovation, and build sustainable futures, one bold step at a time. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Nelly. A round of applause. Clapping for Nelly. Well, one move at a time. And I'm excited about the next gen conversations on this particular forum. Are you not excited? And should I pull out another $100 bill? All right. We'll do that again, but I love that illustration, and as well as every other thing going on. We continue with our sponsor spotlight. And up next, we have Mr. Theodore Elikem Atiga from OAP. Clapping for Mr. Elikem.
Hi. Good morning, everyone. I'm Theodore. I present to you OAP. OAP is a remittance company that operates from the UK and the United States to Africa. We are in Ghana, Nigeria, Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya, and so spreading across the continent. My purpose here is to inspire the youth. As a youth, myself, we took an opportunity. Our founder is a Ghanaian and a female as well. So in the person of Tracy Abiola, the name sounds Nigerian, but that is her husband's name. Tracy is a Ghanaian. She took an opportunity and put young minds together who were innovative, who were not afraid to go into the market, to ship products, to build stuff. And then we were able to, about 3 years ago, launch this product. The opportunity we saw in the market is paying off today, and we are here to inspire the youth on that. We have a stand outside, and we want to encourage you to come to us, tell us what you can do. We may have the right opportunity for you. We are still looking for software engineers to add to the team who are very innovative. I'm a software engineer myself, and I lead the tech team. And so if you have software engineer here, any technology stack that you are comfortable with, come and talk to us, and that could be your next big opportunity. Any other field that you find yourself, you can come and talk to us. We have operations teams, we have finance team, compliance, and anything. So please come to our stand and talk to us. I'd like to leave you with the message that it is always important to take opportunities. We took a bold step, and so also try and take chances, right? I've seen very bright minds here, just like myself, and so that is it. Thank you, everyone.
Well, thank you very much, Theodore. And I particularly liked the way he shared the global mindset of OAP. And that's what we are talking about. And that's what we're encouraging every one of you. You may start small wherever you may be, but it's important to have a global mindset. Don't think only locally. Think globally. What are the global needs? How do I address them? And many of these will come up, but it's important for you to take something home. It is very, very important. Many years ago, I was part of sessions like this, and even though I'm a master of ceremonies, I've also diversified into other areas simply because I sat down and I listened to conversations like this, and I decided to do something different. It starts with you. It starts with now. It's never too young. I mean, you're never too young to start from wherever you are. So clap it for yourself. Triple A. Well, our final person with sponsor highlights. He's a recruitment analyst from ALX Ghana, Mr. Andrews Nate.
Good morning. Oh, good morning. All right. So I'm Andrews Nati, the rep from ALS Ghana. How many of you know about ALX? Oh, okay. That's good. Okay. So a brief about ALX. We are an organization that started operating about 2 decades ago with the help of the MasterCard Foundation with the aim of bringing global opportunities to the youth of Africa. It's statistically confirmed that the average age of an African is around 19 years, whereas those outside of the African are around 45, 50 years, which means very soon, in terms of workforce, Africa will be the next destination for most of these organizations. Now, we started this 2 decades ago with this single aim of getting about 2 million Africans into dignified jobs by 2030. And something that look afar right now has about 5 years to go. But the amazing work is we've been able to get closer to this moonshot idea which started 2 decades ago. Now this event is very important to us because the narrative of the work environment is changing. Gone were the days where all you need is what did you read in the university, chemical engineering, and then you have a job. Now we are getting to the era where skills defines your next job. So when you go for an interview, they are not really interested. You see most of the JDs that looks like then just a degree in maybe a specified area or just have a degree. Now when you look at it carefully, you see that the skills take much part of the JD rather than what your resume, your certificate focuses on. And this is the opportunity that was mentioned by the keynote speaker when he said, the future is not tomorrow. Those of us in this room, we are the future. And depending on what you make of it today, will reflect tomorrow. So at ALX, we realize that most people are doing online training and the rest. Now while this creates a viable environment for the current jobs we have, most of us lack the soft skills and the character to keep us going. So at ALX, we don't only just equip you with the skills you need as certificates, we help you build your character and then help you navigate your space amidst of all the skills you are acquiring. So we are happy to be part of this opportunity, to try to bring to you guys the reality we are having in Africa, especially Ghana as at now. So we hope that those of us here will take an opportunity, a keen interest, and then learn and then try to adapt to the changing environment we are currently finding ourselves in. So once again, if you don't know about ALX, you can just look us up on the internet and then you'll be able to find your footings at least in one way or the other in our ecosystem. Thank you.
Well, can I have you back, please? A round of applause for him. Alex, can I have you back? So I noticed on your website that access fee is $5 per month. Is that a fee you charge? All right, so just to highlight on it, it's just $5. Content creation, digital storytelling. I saw all of these on the platforms, and my co-host was like, oh, that's really cool. That's $5. $5 is how much? 50 cedis a month. For the boys here, instead of doing sports bet 50 cedis a month, you can invest it actually in learning a skill. And for some of them, at 7 months, you invest just $5 a month. If you want to be a virtual assistant, work from the comfort of your home. Let me issue a disclaimer, I'm not doing any advertisement for any particular, but anything that I can highlight on to help you build your skill. It is possible to have access to all of these courses instead of just staying at home doing nothing or still running around with your CVs looking for a job. Make an investment and make sure you do it well. Clap A, triple A. Have we learned something so far from all the speakers who are here? Have we? If we had to close now, will you take something home? You are sure you take something home? Well, the day is very packed. Brace yourself for more. And on this note, we want to stretch a little bit. We want you to be engaged outside. So we have some vendors there. They will highlight more on the things that they have. And of course, we have a beautiful backdrop. For those of us who love pictures, I'll be there. I love pictures. I'll come and take some pictures. So please make sure we're doing this in 10 minutes so we can all move outside gracefully. And when you come back, make sure that you've taken the contacts of 2 or 3 people so that we can connect outside. Make sure you reach out to all the vendor slots, and then as well as make good use of the backdrop. And we'll see you in 10 minutes. 10 minutes, we'll see all of you. So we're asking everyone here to gently move out, and then we'll come back in 10 minutes to continue with the rest of the sessions. Thank you. let me issue this. There's no $100. There's no $100. But I just need one bold young man to just join me up here, and then one lady as well.
Gender
would be nice.
balance.
Yeah, one lady.
A lady.
Who's owning up for the man? All right, I like that.
Oh, we have two bold men.
We have two bold men.
Please,
okay,
then I need two bold women to equate.
Let me assist you. Great.
All right. So one pink lady and two.
One lady. One lady.
We have one more lady.
Okay,
great. Let's give it up for them. Give it up for them.
You know that dance. One leg to the left side, one leg.
Please don't go. This one is worth more than $100.
When a gentleman, when he heard the song, he said, ah. All right, so, I mean, just give it a try. We're going to see who's going to do it best, right? We're going to play the beats for you. One leg to the left side. You feel them. You're going to help me sing the song for them. You feel the vibe. All right. The band, can you give me some time? All right. All right. Go. You feel the vibe.
I feel the vibe. Okay, they are feeling the vibe.
You feel the vibe.
They feel the vibe, Charlie.
Come on, hey, you feel the vibe.
I feel the vibe.
Come on, sing. You feel the vibe.
I feel the vibe.
All right, listen, sing. Come on.
Hey. Oh, the ladies are winning. The ladies are winning.
Hold on.
Mr. Pratt, I think the ladies have taken the day.
I want us to swap. Let's see something. I want us to swap. The ladies go back. Gentlemen, come forward. I didn't say anything. I just said the ladies come forward. Gentlemen, the ladies go back. Gentlemen, come forward. All right. We're ready for it, right? All right. Let's go with the sound. You feel that vibe. Come on, say. You feel that vibe. They tried. A round of applause for that. Let's show some love. Our ladies, take your time. They tried. I thought it was going to be that obvious when I bring a gentleman in front, but they put me to shame. Let's give it up for the gentlemen and the ladies as well.
Well done, our ladies and gentlemen. Now back to business. This is the Next Gen Opportunities Forum 2025, and we're streaming live on Facebook and YouTube. So please use the hashtag the Next Gen 2025 and then share. The Niger man will say share with everyone and let everyone know what's happening right here at the British Council. We're starting off our second session with the first panel discussion, and it's going to be moderated by George Appiah. It's going to be moderated by Cynthia Maulale Kudo, and it says, what truly prepares Africa's youth for the future, degrees versus skills. Let's welcome her with a resounding round of applause.
Otherwise, no lunch for anybody. Emmeline, welcome. Emmanuel, welcome. Robert, good to see you. Ekia, we meet. Also, So panelists, you're welcome. And these are some people you see. We already started some conversations. They do have a lot of questions, however, but I've promised them that I'll do my best to answer some of the questions on their minds by asking you. Okay. So we know that there's been this conversation forever. Emily and myself, we've debated this, thought about it, and here we are all together. And I don't know how Emmanuel did it, but he just figured that this has been the Tony part of the conversation. So I'm just going to be picking your thoughts, Robert. Now, we absolutely know that Africa is developing very rapidly, and our markets, our job market is just evolving as we go along. How do we actually look at the academic pursuits that we have on our minds against having hardcore skills that can actually give you some leverage in the market? What are your thoughts?
Thank you very much. Hello? 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 Yeah. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and thank you so much for coming to listen, and I hope that we'll be able to contribute meaningfully in the way that we go. But first of all, I am intrigued by the figures that I see. I saw a research by ISA that says that 10% of graduates are only able to get jobs after graduation, and the rest of them may spend about a decade before they get a job. This is quite scary.
It is.
But one thing that I am very much convinced about is that it doesn't mean that academic is gone and dead. I think academia has its role to play in our lives, and if we are able to approach it in a way that would help us get the best of it, then we will be able to make the best of it. Because for somebody like me, most of us went to the university, went to academia, but the way in which one time a speaker changed my mind on how to see education. The key thing is, how do we train people to see education when they are young? If I know that I'm going to do a course in university or a certain place and I'm prepared for it, when I'm young, do I know my skills? Do I know my competencies? Am I choosing the education in university because I know it's going to add to my value, or because I just have to get a degree? That is the question. If we are able to train people when they are young to understand themselves and able to pick up courses that will help them to get the best of it. Because of course, the universities also give skills. There are engineers who go to school. There are doctors, they get skills. All those are skills. But the key thing is how we see education and how we approach it. I think, of course, skills currently has its role to play because of the economy which we find ourselves and the difficulty that it comes with in getting a job. So my thinking is more of, let's see both as very important. Let's approach both as something that will help us. So for instance, when I was in university, I did both skills and university. Building my competencies to prepare myself so that when I get into the job market, I am employable. I have a value that I'm presenting to an employer, rather than thinking that my education alone will give me that skill. So it's important for me. I don't think it is an either or. I think it's important. The only thing is our approach and how we see it. Because of course, there are many people who also see hard skills as people who did not do well in school. They get the training of TVET, If we don't change our minds, and of course, currently a lot of people are showing us that is not true. People get engineering in school and start making shoes like Horseman shoes. And that tells us that it is about how we see it. So I would encourage young people that as we go to school, as we go to university, or even if we go to TVET, it is how do you see yourself? How you allow, like we were told in school, how are you allowing school to pass through you than just passing through the school? What resources in the school are you using to make sure that you are preparing yourself enough so that you are bringing value to the market? I train people and I tell them the reason why we call the job space a market is because it's a market.
It is.
We come and sell value. If you go to Mokola to buy something, you look at what to give you value, right?
Exactly.
You pay more for something that gives you more value. If you don't train yourself as a young person to be valuable on the market, anybody will pay any price for you.
Yeah.
The good thing is we see both hard skill and academia as an opportunity. Academia adds structure to us. I always remember how I have a timetable. I have to go to class at this time. I have to read this document. It gives us structure. It's because we see it as something I have to pass through, so there's no need. But if we see the opportunities that academia gives us, it helps us shape our minds and approach it in a way that enables us. Finally, I think self-awareness is key, especially when we are young. Our parents, our teachers giving us the opportunity to know ourselves, our strengths, our weaknesses, our emotions, what takes us, what makes us strong. When I was young, I used to gather people in my neighborhood and stand in front of them and start gesturizing. Like I see I'm teaching them. I didn't know what I was doing. But the idea of seeing somebody standing in front of people encouraged me. And I told my parents I want to be a teacher. My father was like, no, you won't be a teacher. How can you be a teacher? But it wasn't the idea of being a teacher, but it was the idea of being a speaker in the future, helping people as a leader. And that was what they didn't see as a skill, as a young person, to help me hone those skills so that when you grow up, you're able to choose. When I'm going to university, I know these academic courses, but I can choose this course in university that can help me and build on what I have so that I become valuable to the job market when I get into the space.
Thank you very much, Robert. So you are speaking to us about being able to blend the two to achieve the end goal. Now, Emma, as an HR practitioner with lots of years under your belt, how have you had to deal with the substantial issues around recruiting people when they show up with their certificates against their real, true ability to deliver on the job, the capacity to actually do the job? How have you seen that? Emma, Mike.
Forgive me, I thought I was mic'd. So my brother has said a lot of things which are actually true. And his question and my question are kind of similar. But then narrowing it down to now, we who do the recruitment. What I have noticed is that, the way people learn are not the same. Some people are naturally, this young man here is if you take him to Saito, he will come out a genius. That doesn't make him different from anybody who wouldn't, but his makeup, his personality, he's gifted. So we meet a few outliers, so he's an outlier. Not everybody's an outlier. So the school system has to understand that there are different structures and makeups of human beings that come to learn. So I'm going to connect everything to the learning gap. So every company has designed its job descriptions to fit an HR strategy. There's a certain kind of traits we are looking out for, a certain kind of capability, potential we're looking out for. All of this is built into what we call skill. Where would these children get the skill from? Or where would these students get the skill from? School. My question is academia aware of the expectation of the job market he mentioned? Because people send their kids to school all the time, but there's supposed to be that structure to intentionally put them on a platform that when they are done, this company is hiring this set of people, they are there. This company is hiring this set of people. And to be honest, we have case studies. For instance, certain universities that have restructured their models, or what we call their curriculum, to fit industry. That is where we're having a problem with Cynthia. And we are both in an industry where it's so stressful. So people say there are no jobs. It's not true. We can't find the right people for the jobs.
That's so true.
They've graduated from the very same discipline. Put them in an interview. Give them 3 months probation. They are clueless. When I went to the university to study human resource management, I was somebody who had worked before I came to the university. So my understanding of what I was learning was different from those who just finished WASI, coming to explore something new. Lecturers assume that because you're in university, you are an adult. You're in university, when I teach you, and some of the lecturers, they don't even pay attention to what they are teaching. That's the truth. And you anticipate, that he's an adult, at 18. Go and learn without mentorship, without coaching. It all begins from our curriculum. As I speak to you, Ghana needs to change its curriculum. It does not suit industry at all. thank God for hubs. Thank God for educational coaches and whatever. So people like him and those who are lucky to be here, maybe after listening to us, they may now join one. What happens to those in the villages that don't have access to it? So this, I think the learning gap needs to be fixed. Academia needs to connect with industry.
Thank you very much, Emma. And that brings us into that very deep side of the conversation. Emma is asking that we really look at this. So if you had that magic wand to redesign how we look at education and how we actually look at career, as a career coach yourself, what would you be doing? Would you ask us to relook at the system itself, or would you rather have us focus on just getting people the right skills so they can deliver on the job?
Right, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I think Robert and Emma has done a great job. I think for me, it's not either or. It's a whole thing. It's a holistic thing, and we need to start from the curriculum. That's where the problem is, right? We need to make sure that our curriculum is industry ready. Our curriculum is skill rich. Our curriculum is designed in such a way that young people come out of school and they have the right skills to compete. They have skills such as critical thinking, problem solving, and all that. And because these are the skills that can make you go anywhere you want to go to. Because you have young people who come out of school, like what Emma is saying, because they also have an HR background. And as little as even communicating is a big deal. You give a student or a young person a task, and it takes forever for the person to execute it, just because the system did not develop their critical thinking skills, their problem-solving skills. So I think for me, it's more on the curriculum, like Emma said. We need to make sure that academia and industry are sitting together, and they are finding ways to make sure that I am doing the production, and Emma and her team are receiving, or they are consuming. And so if I'm consuming, I need to make sure that the people who are coming to the job market know what I want, and then the people who are preparing them actually know how to prepare them. And so it also goes down to who is even educating the learners. Are we getting people who have no knowledge in industry? Because if you check our universities, some of our lecturers have not even stepped foot in the job market. They have no idea what is going on, just because they have a PhD, and so they can teach, so they are teaching, right? And so it's a whole system change, I would say. It's something that we need to actually sit down and say, hey, let's have an advisory board. And in that advisory board, we have representatives from academia and even governments, right? Because they are the ones who probably will fund, they are the ones who come up with policies, right? And all that. So it's something that a friend of mine actually said, that to be able to change the educational system, the people who are supposed to do that are not even in talking terms, right? So we don't even have them in the same space. And it was funny, but then it's true. Because if we need the people in academia, industry, we even have policymakers or governments, and they don't even talk to each other, how can they come together and work or revamp the educational system? So I think when we are having conversations like this, it would be very useful that we have all these three stakeholders here, because all I can see is young people, and I love that we are having even policymakers here. I love that we have a lot of industry people who can actually make decisions, so that when we leave, it's not business as usual. We came and we just came to here and that's it. But who is going back to say, okay, let's actually set up an advisory board, and in that advisory board, these are the things that we are doing, because we want to make sure that our programs or our degrees are churning out people who are innovators, people who can actually bring value to organizations, or even start their own business and all that. And so these are my takes, and because it's not either or, it's a holistic thing. Yeah, thank you.
Excellent, Sekia. So you're asking that the respective stakeholders actually sit with us, so that it's not we saying, but they can also hear, and that can impact the policies that they actually craft for us. Now, Emmanuel, you've had a great deal of experience, as an entrepreneur and, also in industry. Now, we see a lot of African youth actually pushing themselves into startups and trying to be innovative innovative, but often we see that it's actually a bit off the traditional scope. For you, how are you looking at the future of work? Do you think that young people would actually be able to achieve success just by going towards that route, or would you suggest some other thing?
Good. Thank you very much. Now, I think the challenge first is, what are we doing as a nation in terms of our educational system? What is the educational system addressing? What problem in the society is our educational system addressing? Now, having a debate between skills development and academic degree qualification shouldn't even come up because of sustainability. The two cannot operate independently of each other. Now, having been in the skilled environment, I've come to realize that the skill gives you the technical knowledge, that is the operational line of a business. Degree aspect gives you a lot of management skills to be able to operate and sustain a business. Without the management aspect, you might have the skill, but you might not be able to sustain the technical bit. We have seen that a lot among even startup support businesses. Most of the startup support businesses today, you look out for them, you might not find them. They have developed a skill in Ghana. Wow. Okay, because we might be lacking.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Indeed, because we have a test to be very well qualified.
Beginning, I think the first thing, if we are starting Fatima Parliament, she came to me and said, "Gentlemen, you speak very well." And I said, "Ask for work to do. Ask for work to do. Don't ask us for opportunities alone. Exactly. What can I do for you to learn, so that when I'm going somewhere, I can take you along to say, this is my assistant, and people will recognize me because I have attached myself to you." You know, so creating opportunities for ourselves and also creating opportunities for people will help us enable people balance the education they're having in school and the skills they are earning through the process.
Thank you so much, Robert. I'm racing against time, so I know we can go on, and I know you're enjoying it, but Emmanuel would, shave part of my hair if I keep on like this. Now, Emma, you and I know that businesses really struggle, especially with young graduates when they come in, because you just can't seem to fit them in to function. Now, would you say this is as a result of a failed academic system, or would you say that industry is just unwilling to invest in the right people?
Okay, can you hear me? All right. Yeah. I think it all connects back to what we've even said already. So, entrepreneurs so I do SME consulting as well, and because of my background in HR, I'm able to understand the needs of the business and the kind of HR human resource they need. So I tell my clients that just because you're hiring a marketing personnel doesn't mean everybody who's studying marketing can fit your company. Yeah. But then that is the problem. I think Ekia said something that was funny, that was truly funny and true. How you ask an employee to do something, and even with the AI platforms, they don't know that you can actually get the answer for what you want on AI, Copilot and Gemini. They don't know, and they stand and they're still wondering what to do. How do I do this? I think that is the same gap issue. So smart companies are now doing something. They're not waiting for government or academia. We have at the back of Legon, there's an engineering school funded by Toyota. Toyota has seen that what the school is, you speak about engineering, but Toyota has seen that what they are bringing, it can't fit, and they cannot afford to recruit from outside the country. So they decided to develop their own within. So they've got to partner with the schools. So I prefer to be more proactive. The problem we know is there, right? So because of time, they're partnering with schools to develop the kind of talent they want, so that when they want a pool, they know they have a pool. The University of Ghana is now a go-to school for engineers because Toyota will employ me right after. So I think that to answer this question in a proactive manner, the problem is still a learning gap between the academia and industry. Clients or companies or industry should ensure that they partner with academia to create the kind of academic skills that they're looking for in their talent.
excellent share. So, Ekia, just coming to you and bringing it from where Emma just landed. Now, what kind of partnerships and policies do you think that these three bodies need to pursue? So, academia, industry, and government, to be able to just give us that holistic, workforce that we're looking out for.
Right. So I'll just feed on Emma, and it's more on the work-based learning because, like I said earlier, academia is producing something for the markets, right? So we need to make sure that what they are producing is what we need. And so, of course, while they are in school, they are 4 years, they are 3 years, they need to make sure that they are getting the hands-on training. Where can they get them? Through internships, through these project-based opportunities and all that. So if, for example, governments can actually have some policies that are mandatory for universities or academic institutions to try and make sure that before a student graduates, they should have done at least 2 or 3 internships or gotten some hands-on training, right? And also they can also incentivize, let's say, industry if you actually host students in your organization. So it's a win-win, right? So you are coming to learn, and I get some incentives, or let's say tax reliefs and all that, and that would actually make industry open to taking on students, right? So these are some of the things that I would say that that we can actually incorporate to make sure that we are bridging that gap. Another thing I think I said earlier was forming the advisory board. It's very important, and I don't see how, and I don't know why we haven't done that, right? Let's just have an advisory board where we know that all the stakeholders are represented there. We are looking at the curriculum right now. What is industry saying? What do we want to see in your curriculum? What should it look like? Then academia will go back and say, okay, now let's try and revamp it. Let's try and make it this way. Then government will also come in with the policies and all that. So I think it should be more on the skills-based learning. So it's practical. It's something that I know that when a learner graduates, there are some basic things that they should have. They should be critical thinkers. It's something that should be a given, right? You should be able to get something and apply some creativity. You should be able to apply some critical thinking to be able to solve a problem. Something as communication, the basic thing. Not to say that you're going to come up with an accent or anything, but you can communicate effectively for someone to listen, can hear you, and even understand. These are like basic things, right? So that a young person is not coming out of school and they are not thinking only about what job or what company is going to hire me, right? But they've been equipped in such a way that they are very conscious of their environment, that when they see an opportunity, they can take that opportunity and come up with a business. So not to also, let me just put in something here. So I'm a young person, I'm sure you can see that, right? I'm very young, right? By the way, I'm 35, I'm not as young as you think I am, I'm 35. And I am a career coach, right? And one of the things that we've done this year is come up with an innovation, which is tax to hire, like I'm wearing it, right? And what basically tax to hire does is that it's a skill building and career readiness platform that helps young people build skills for work, right? And then on that dashboard, they have an employers who will be recruiting, right? These are the things or innovations that as young people we should be coming up with, right? Not just consuming, like we just consuming. Let us also create, come up with innovations and all that. And I think one of the speakers said that if you come up with value, right, you realize that people will be interested and want to engage and work with you. So it's not always I finished school, what job is available, but can you also come up with concepts, come up with innovation so that we can make the world a better place.
Thank you very much, Ekia. So I'm just going to go quickly to you, Emmanuel, because we need to put a stop. So you've been in entrepreneurship, and I think you've even shared partly the answer to this question, which is that how are we going to be able to get our skilled fellows to come at par where they actually have the necessary qualifications and also have the deep dig skills to perform their task?
I think personal development is critical here. Every skilled entrepreneur should realize that it is not only going back to the classroom, it's where you learn knowledge. Look at environments within your business and then identify critical areas, take up short courses and programs build your skill, because you need those skills to be able to sustain the business you're doing. Because business is not just a one-go area. Business operates on two pillars, like I earlier said, the technical and management. So have a quality-based education in your skilled area. Don't be just satisfied with the skilled knowledge you have and stay in there. Realize that you are competing with the world, and then evolutions are happening, things are changing. So you can't remain the same way you are today forever. And you can see an example of lack of management skills development when you want to associate to some of our mechanic shops. The way they were 20 years ago, go to that environment, it is still the same, because they really do not probably see the value in wanting to develop themselves to realize that they need to add value to their skill development. And so personal development is critical, and let's take it serious.
Thank you so much. I'm going to give you just 15 seconds each to give me your final words. If you go above 15 seconds, we'll charge them, okay? 15 seconds. Robert, please start.
The power is in our hands as individuals. We may not be aware of it, but once we are given the information, let's take it. Now is the time with AI and computer and all of that. If you don't take advantage of the internet and take advantage of the people around you, you will lose in the next few years.
Thank you very much, Emma.
I think that the organizers of Next Gen should invite other stakeholders to visit the Ministry of Education as soon as possible. This topic has been going on for too long. Talk shops, I'm not really a talk shop person, so I'm looking forward to having that meeting, helping the government and other policymakers to ensure that what we have said here will come to light. Thank you.
Thank you, Ikea.
I would like to say that it's not too much of what you know, but what you do with what you know.
Emmanuel?
Sustainability is what we want to see in business. And so let's bridge the gap between skill development and academic skill development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as I heard this week, if you don't change, change will change you. So stop Netflixing and use those moments to equip yourself so you can be the best version that the world is looking for. On that note, we say thank you so much for listening to us, and thank you to my panelists for contributing to this dialogue. Are we taking a picture?
Round of applause for Cynthia and her panelists. Indeed, sustainability is all we need to bridge the gap between academia and skills. At this point, we'll invite the next panel, and it's going to be moderated by Kayla C. Geraldo. Let's welcome her as she introduces the panelists for the topic Purpose and Profit, Building Brands that Drive Impact. A round of applause, please. A round of applause again.
Okay, everyone doing today? Oh, you're not smiling. Okay, I heard there is a nice gift for anyone that smiles the biggest. So, okay, the biggest smile. How are you all doing today? A round of applause for yourselves. You look amazing. Okay, so I'll just be quick with it because I heard like a lot of fun stuff has already happened. I'm sure we are ready to consume more, aren't we? Okay, let's get into it. So I'd like to call, let me do this first, properly. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kayla Charity Geraldo. I'm your moderator for this session, and we will be talking about purpose and profit. So I'd like to introduce my first panel speaker, who is Shelley Tony Kum. A round of applause for her, please. Eric is going to be joining us online. Mr. Eric Kuma is going to join us online. We also have Adiza Ibrahim. We have Catherine Eka. And these are our amazing panelists. Okay, I think I need to tell the sponsors to give an extra gift for the loudest clap. Maybe that will work out. Thank you. You're amazing. So it's a powerhouse. Men, don't be jealous. You have a representation online. Hello, Eric. Eric, can you hear us? Okay, I'm sure that's being sorted. But then I've already gone ahead to let one know that conversation is going to be about purpose and profit. And I'll just throw this quickly before I start asking the question. There is a particular brand in Ghana that has dedicated a percentage to a cause if you patronize them. A little hint is water. Who knows the brand? Thank you. So if you are lost about what we're about to talk in this moment, that's just around that. So I'll go straight to the point and say that we are a generation that is so forceful. We are really building things for ourselves. We are building businesses, right? And most of the time, we are lost in finding purpose in the midst of creating that amazing product or brand. So we have our amazing panelists to help us deduce and really go straight into the point. So without much, putting all of that there, I'll just go straight to Shirley. Shirley has a lot of experience in dealing with brands and their image. So I would like to pose the first question to you, which is a lot of businesses here. I believe we have startups. Various businesses are here. We have the small, medium, and then the large businesses, right? So, and I believe every one of us is struggling to gain visibility, create impact, and grow at the same time. So with your knowledge and expert, how can brands in this room, people watching us on Facebook, across the world, what are some of the tools they can implement, especially if they have a PR in the organization?
Thank you so much. I'm happy to be here with you. My name is Shirley, as she said. I work for Vivo Energy Ghana. Most of you know it's Shell. That's a Shell licensee, the fuel station Shell. So when I'm talking, I make some examples. I'm talking about that. So as PR practitioners, one thing that we should know as organizations, and I'm happy most of you are CEOs or founders of startups and all that, is that we have organizational goals. In as much as we've defined our goals, our mission, our vision, we're also serving a need. We have our customers, we have our audience that we are serving. So as an organization, you need to align your values to that of your customers, the audience that you are serving. She made mention of a brand in Ghana, Awake Mineral Water. They've done a lot of communication on that. I work for a company, Vivo Energy. So what happens is that every year, basically drivers are our focus groups, right? They are our main people, they are our customers. So every year there's this project that we do. It's called, we started with Stop, Think and Drive. Then we moved to Fit to Drive. It's road safety education that we've partnered with the National Road Safety Authority that we do for commercial drivers, because they are the huge segment. Beyond the road safety education, we also look at their health. We do health screening exercise for them every year. We've done this for, it's getting to 10 years now. Yes, exactly. That is the purpose that we're talking about, going beyond profits and making an impact with a brand. How many of us have seen most brands in Ghana either tagging on several causes on social media, be it trends and everything, we are jumping onto it without asking ourselves, have we done something consistently in that regard to be attached to that cause? You see World Environment Day coming, everyone doing tree planting. Why? Because everyone is doing it. Is that your focus? Have you been doing this consistently for you to attach to it? So you realize that you do it, but you are hanging in there because they can't associate that with you. And that brings to mind, again, to my brand,
World Environment Day, what we did was that we went to our stations. Anybody who bought fuel, we gave an eco-friendly bottle telling you that reduce plastic waste. And I know I've seen McCarthy around. I don't know if he's here. From Macintosh. We had to visit his facility to look at how best we can have a receptacle at our filling stations so that people who buy any plastic bottle or any product that is plastic, they can drop it. That you are going beyond profits, ensuring that you are environmentally sustainable in that regard. Having safety as one of our core values, that is so. I believe that companies, individuals should just go beyond profits. People want to connect with things that resonate them. They want to see that you care for them. You are a caring brand, and what are you doing in that regard? That's it.
Okay, so if we can highlight
the
just,
PRO.
Yeah.
Okay, so as a PR professional, you have a big role. It's not about just building the image. I see that you are actually the bridge between brand aspiration, customer expectation, and societal impact. What are you going to do? Do you sit down and just tag along? You should have a PR plan. You should have a strategy. You don't wait till there's a crisis, then you come on board. Develop authentic messages that can resonate with people. You don't just, there are some adverts you see in town and they are foreign. I begin to ask myself, why? Because I can't see any connection. Tagging on the cultural relevance of that, and I think MTN does that a lot. When you go to also my social media page, check Shell, you see some of the pictures. It's multinational, but we try as much as possible in local context to use, factor in the cultural context in whatever campaigns that we do. So as PR practitioner, you are building the brand image, but you need to connect them to the relevance of the brand and to your values.
Okay, thank you so much. I was going to further on ask about mistakes that the PR actually create, but I realized you delved into that before you came back. But if you could still do one or two touches on that, on some of the mistakes the businesses make with their PR.
One is being reactive instead of being proactive. Proactively, what are you doing? How are you building the brand to connect with the customers, with your audience? You need to, internally, definitely, you collaborate with the internal stakeholders to build a purposeful campaign, a campaign that is geared towards your cause. And sorry to use your platform, but we are having a program called the She'll Fix, She Will Fix. It is an enhanced or a campaign that is geared towards equipping female drivers with basic skills about car maintenance. Most of us, you tell somebody, open a car bonnet, it's like, hey, where is it? How do I even open it? We are going beyond just that, equipping our people. So you should have a plan in place. Don't just hop and jump onto trends and so whatever is going on. You get it? Then also, you should also make sure that you know your audience. Have research. Do research for your campaigns. Don't just get up, I think, I assume. This project we are about to implement, She'll Fix. We're actually doing a research now to test the female. Really, it's a perception we think females don't know, but we want to test it. So make sure that you have a plan. You have a structured plan to follow. Don't just tag along, but you have a plan to follow. Do the research. That is what we are doing. Maybe we may see some of you on the street. We are going to do a Vox Pop also talking about people sharing their views on how in the morning they just pick their keys and just tag along. Okay, so that is some of the things that we need to. I think that we as PR practitioners, we tend to ignore. Be proactive and just make sure that whatever strategy you are putting in place is well thought through. It's not just, it's a nice to have in quotes, but it's purposeful and has to and will achieve the desired impact that you've stated for it. And also measure your campaigns as PR practitioners. See whether you've achieved the objectives that you set for that campaign. Yeah.
Thank you so much. That was really packed, if you were really tuned into that. Do we have Eric? Eric is joining us online. Eric, are you tuned in? Okay, no worries. There's still more packed here. So I'll just go straight to Adiza. And with Adiza, we would focus on corporate social responsibility. I believe a lot of us are very familiar with that. But based on her experience, she's going to throw more light on how important that is to businesses that are here, small scale, large businesses, and what are some of the strategies that the businesses here can take without people or their audience feeling like it's a staged up or a tokenistic approach.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. You mentioned corporate social responsibility. I think everyone that knows, I work for Electroland Ghana Limited, major distributors for Samsung, TCL Media, brand owners of Nasco, Homeland, and Toysland. So when you walk into any of our business areas or locations, the first thing you see is where we have boldly engrossed our values, core values, our mission and vision. And at the center of it all is society. It's society, boldly written. And my boss will tell you that the beginning and the end of our business is society. So we deal in consumer electronics, i.e. refrigerators, washing machines, televisions, gas cookers, technology. And our lives are centered around these things. And now we are even in the digital age. And everybody definitely needs a television to watch. We listen to the radio. We are scrolling on our mobile devices. We are using computers. We use microphones to speak, like I'm doing. There's teleprompter up there. There are projectors everywhere. There's lighting system. And the end users are you. The end users are you. You are business startups, small to medium scale, I don't know. But the end users are you. You are our customers. So for us, corporate social responsibility centers around you, the people buying the product. And just like my senior said, Shirley, she said, don't let people see your company as a profit-making entity, just profit-making entity. So I mentioned that our most important people is our end users, and those are our customers. What do we do for the customers? I mean, we will not leave our customers and go out there and do social works. It begins with the people who enable us. It begins with the people who give us profit. It begins with the people who have kept us in business since 2005 and counting. It begins with the people who have made us market leaders in consumer electronics. So we, like she said, you need a flagship social responsibility initiative. So what we did is that a year and a half ago, we've been doing a lot of charity work. She mentioned that you don't just jump on it, but from where I sit, sometimes you also need to jump on trends. For instance, the water disaster that happened in Akosombo area. If you saw, Electroland just pulled in at CTFM 2 years or 3 years ago, and we donated a whole 40-footer electricals, because we also distribute electricals, and it has to do with flooding. And so because we distribute electricals, and CTFM was leading a course to rebuild shelter for the affected victims, we had to go in there. It was in sync with one of the brands that we distribute, which is ABB, and it is electricals. So they were going to start new structures for them. Electricals is a main part of it, so we jumped on it and we did. There's another one too. Phyla did Kukaton, and Efua Esiedua also did Singaton. Efua Esiedua, her structure and everything was supposed to be like a home, because she was expected to spend more than a day in that structure. And in every structure, there's TV, there's fridge, there's air conditioner, all the electricals that you need. So at Electroland, my role sometimes pushes me to jump on trends, but not just any trends, because some of the trends, if they are not tying in with what people know you for, you are consumer electronics. So if it is
not directly related, then you make the end users or society or public see you as you want to be or you want to take advantage of it. So I don't know what some of you deal in. You look at what you are dealing in. If it is clothing and there is a less privileged child or a community or a group of people who need support in the areas of covering them up, then if you have the capacity, you can jump on because you're a fashion designer. You make clothes. So much as you want to make profit, it is almost on you to also jump on these things. So it's clothing issue, a needy person, a needy group of people, a needy society, and you are a fashion designer. So you tie in, then it makes it look genuine. So let me take you back. So we jumped on Kukaton, we jumped on Phyla, we jumped on CTFM, and we do a lot of things. We don't just jump on it. We look at the ones that are in accordance with what we do. Our vision is that every Ghanaian home will have all kitchen appliances, will have all the major home appliances. So anything that affects society. We have the flagship ones, but we have a lot of them that we also jump on. So for the customers, for them to know that we love them, we cherish their custom, they're not just taking advantage of them, because sometimes even when you roll out promotion and you go on grounds and you make your research, you realize that some of them say, oh, maybe I'm here promo. Say promo, but even to us, the discount you are given is not something, it's not a big deal. So what did we do? We launched what we call the Achedia Kesia promo. So that is our flagship corporate social responsibility. Achedia Kesia promo simply means anything you walk into a showroom or dealer stores to buy. I'm not running an advert, but I need to make it as practical as it is, so that you understand. So we launched Achedia Kesia promo in English, the big rewards. So today, from last 2 years, any customer that walks into anywhere that is branded Samsung, TCL, Media, and NASCO, which is an own brand, they know that they are not just buying a product. We are not taking from them. We have promos running, but what they are buying is giving them the opportunity to even be rewarded with much more bigger than what they have bought. So you walk into any branded Samsung, TCL, Media, or NASCO, and you buy just a kettle, provided you are above 18 years, you will be eligible to enter into a draw that can reward you with a 75 inches television, and it is real. So I don't think the public will look at us and say, look at them, they are doing kululu, they want to take advantage of their customers. No, because it is real. Even yesterday, I did a draw in Dansoman, and we rewarded about 60. And for some of the testimonies, customers bought blender, and they were walking away with 55 inches television. They bought iron, and they are going home with 13 kg, 5 kg, 8 kg washing machine. So all these falls in line with corporate social responsibility. From where I sit and the kind of business we do, consumer electronics, some of them we cannot help it but to jump on trends. But we don't just jump on the trends. We jump on the ones that will not look like we want to just clout chase. I don't see why you should chase clout with social responsibility. No. So we jump on the ones that are relevant to our business. So if you are home and you are watching and there's a news bulletin and it says Electroland went to Akosombo to donate refrigerators or chest freezers to the victims, then you say, okay, so they are consumer electronics company. This donation is in line.
Adiza has said a lot, and my next question to her would have been the mistakes that comes with handling the corporate social responsibility. But then I realized you tied it in. So, yes. So, just to end that, what can you just maybe cite one or two long-term plans that businesses here can strategize for like the long term?
For me, I think you need something that is real. I may not be able to tell you what to do because you know your what is your business school? So you know your business, you know the strength and weaknesses of your business. You know what your business represents. You may not want to do something that your end user will look at you in a way, or you may not want to do something that is beyond your capacity or out of your capacity. So you need to knit it together. What do I represent? What do you represent? I don't know what. Randomly walk into the hospitals and I just go and donate. So they will be there on admission and I just come in with bag full of toys. I just donate to them. So robotics, you look at the vulnerable because we are in the digital age. So probably by the time you get there, then you also do something to support them.
Thank you.
And the mistake we do is that when they bring the proposals, a lot of people don't do due diligence.
Right.
A lot of people do not do diligence. When people sit outside and they realize that you are a charitable company, what they do is that anybody can just walk in with a proposal. If you are not a person that conducts due diligence, you end up taking the corporate social responsibility to the wrong people when the right people who really need the support are not getting the support. So due diligence is very important. You take their letters, you go, you research on them, you see what they do. It forms in line with your business operation, then you do it. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So I like the fact that we are cutting across a lot of spectrums here. Corporate social responsibility, we are cutting straight back into finance. And I believe a lot of us here, we are really excited about building brands. We are excited about getting the visibility out there. But one of the challenges that most businesses now face is how to get the attention of the high-end, the affluent audience. So Madam Catherine is just going to throw light on how to really get the attention of the affluent and in order to build and grow our businesses.
Thank you so much. So I'm Catherine and I head private banking and wealth management at First Bank Ghana. So we are a bank headquartered in Nigeria with subsidiaries in Africa, Senegal, Guinea, DRC, in the UK as well. So I think one of the main things that comes to mind for a lot of brands when they're thinking of who do we want to do business with, who do we want our clients to be, there's always top of mind that you want to be able to attract premium buyers. You want to be able to attract high net worth individuals to be in your customer base. And it's really critical to understand that these group of people are different from your everyday people. They're a bit more discerning, but they also have a bigger wallet to spend. So when you're creating products or services for such clients, what should be at the top of your mind? And again, we're talking about impact and making a positive impact in your society, corporate social responsibility. And these are things that align with the high net worth individuals. They're moving beyond just making a donation or sending a bag of rice to an orphanage, or they want to be able to be making impact in their daily spending. So if you're a brand that's advertising to everybody else and now you want to advertise or market to your high net worth individuals and you want to incorporate having an impact, understand how do these people spend? Are they thinking always about the dollar figure or the CD figure? Or they're thinking beyond making a purchase and actually wanting to have an impact? If the answer is yes, how do you curate a product that will attract them? They're thinking legacy. So if they align with your brand, are they spending in a way that would make them feel that, okay, every CD that I spend, 20 pesos goes here. This is something that I'm aligned with. Let me buy more. They're also thinking about, when we talk of legacy, your high net worth individual is looking at their whole family and their children. So you want to be a brand that attracts them now, but also holds on to them and their future generations. Are you a brand that only one person in the family buys and engages with, and that's the end? You probably want a bit more. You want to be that brand that when the father buys it, the wife has a space in it, the children, their maybe their driver, their business partners. Is this something that would appeal to them? So how do you translate your brand to attract this person who is discerning, who has access globally, but they should think the money. So how do you make yourself stand out so they come to you?
Thank you. So in the era of AI and digitalization, what is the sync now? What sync do we have between the traditional marketing and other communication strategies that is like supposed to help these businesses grow? Like in finance, how do you connect these two?
I think for a lot of people with the AI coming in, from reports to memos, everybody is tapping into AI, and it's become the trend. But there's still a space for traditional marketing. There's still a space for your billboard ads, your radio spots. There's still a spot for in-person activation, going into the markets and having that one-on-one engagement with the people. So we need to understand that with AI coming in, there's a merge that also has to happen. Again, we are in a developing economy where not everybody's at the same level, but you want to be able to attract clients across the sphere. You may have high net worth individuals that don't use a cell phone, that are not computer literate, but are bankrollers, right? So how do you still engage these clients if you're only focusing on AI and technology and the high tech? You want to make sure that you're servicing also with the traditional methods. And again, it comes to when you go back to the drawing board, who do you want your clients to be? Once you're understanding that question a bit deeper, you're organizing yourself to meet them at their level, right? And so what do your customers want? What do they relate to? Are they online or are they not online? Do they want you to visit them in person? Can your products be touched and felt? Or instead of just always sending a 3D animation, some people want to touch and feel and smell and taste. how are you putting yourself out there, maybe little samples and things like that. So I think there's a synergy in between. You'll notice the banks are everywhere. They're on billboards, you hear our jingles on the radio, you go to the markets, you see teams in branded t-shirts with canopies and distributing items and engaging with the clients. So I think there's a synergy that we have to remember. It's still relevant in our Ghanaian context. So make sure that you are visible and, I don't want to use, maybe feelable to all levels of your clients.
Okay, a round of applause for my panelists, please. Okay, so we are ending the session. This is your last chance to grab a lot bit more before we end. So your final words, it can cut across marketing, can cut across business development, more technology, can cut across anywhere. So your last words, I'll start with Adiza, just under 30 seconds, if you would, your last words. Oh, she said it all. Who believes her? Any question for her? Okay, no question. Okay, so Shirley.
Okay, so.
Okay.
Okay, so for me, as a PR practitioner, having worked with brands, I would again advise that as a PR practitioner, you should have a plan, you should have a strategy for your organization. Go beyond visibility, go beyond your slogan, and make an impact in the communities where you operate. Make an impact on the business by working closely with the various departments, and see how best beyond the profits you can still make an indelible mark in your customers, in your communities. So that is the little that I will say. Thank you.
Sure. I think for me, what I would leave you with is don't forget this niche segment of high net worth wealthy individuals. Understand that for a lot of different businesses, that's where you can mark up your prices, because this client is paying for value. They're not so concerned about nitpicking, but they're paying for value. And find out how you're able to deliver that value for them in a way that makes them trust your brand and become repeat customers. So focus on them, don't forget about them, and then make sure that you're giving them value for their buck. So thank you. That's what I would share.
Thank you so much. A loud round of applause for my panelists. They've been amazing. Thank you so much for making time for us. We hope you took a lot from this session. Thank you so much. Please stay. There is more up next. Okay.
This will be a conversation that will be of keen interest to most of you, that because you want to start your businesses, you're thinking about funding. Now, funding is a critical part of your business, and so where is the next level? How can I take my business to the next level? Because the health line of every business is funding, and it's very, very important. That's the heartbeat, because without finances, your business will be stuck. You cannot do a lot of things. So it's important for us to listen attentively and take some key notes out of these conversations, because trust me, it will do you a lot of good. And so Emmanuel Muni will be moderating this session, and then we're talking, can African startups thrive without global venture capital? Clap for Emmanuel as he steps up.
Is it on? Yeah, I didn't hear my name, so I didn't know you had introduced me. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. The energy is a bit low. I'm coming to speak about something you are all interested in, which is money. So I expect a bit more energy in the room. How many of you here are startups? Like you run a startup by yourself? Okay. How many of you here are investors? I'm not going to ask you for money. Please own up. Are there investors here? Okay. So our next conversation is around talking about funding, access to finance for African startups. And if you look at the statistics, there are so many startups that are raising money now, but there's always a topic of where the source is. And if you disaggregate the data, you realize that most of the data or the funding is coming from external sources. Very little is coming from local sources. So our conversation now would be around why this is the case. Is it a sustainable model and how we can improve that? And to help me with this, I'm not the expert here. I'm just moderating the session. I have 4 amazing experts that will dive into this topic. And I would like to bring my first panelist, Lauren Chinuoko. Lauren is, Lauren is an amazing entrepreneur that is into so many things. She's founded a company, and she's one of the people that will dive into the topic of if African startups can raise funding from other sources. Just give me a moment. Next, I would like to bring on board Benjamin. So Benjamin is an ecosystem, a very familiar name. If you're in the agri space, you know him, but he's the executive director of the Cosmos Innovation Center. And he's one person I really admire for the impact that he's made in our ecosystem. And he would be part of the conversation today. So thank you so much, Benjamin, for joining us as well. Next, I would like to bring on board Lucy Afari. Lucy is another person that would be a strong voice to this conversation, looking at startups and where funding can come and how we can, have a good balance between local sources but also external sources. And then my final would be Dina Hammond Afo, who would be the final person on this. I'm told she's not around, so it will just be 3 of us having this conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this very important conversation. I think everybody was looking forward to the conversation because it borders around money and how people can raise funding. And I'm told you are experts and you know where we can get the money, so they have very big expectations. I'm right? So before you leave, maybe we need to cut some checks. But I'd like to understand from you, and I'd like to start with you. From your own perspective, how do you feel the current situation is with respect to sources of funding? Putting side by side local funding, but also international funding as well. What do you think the balance is, and what do you think we can do about that?
Thank you so much for this opportunity. There is funding, and I believe that sometimes the funders say they can't find people to give money to, and those who are looking for funding to say they can't find those who are giving the money. So where is the money? There is the need for those who are looking for the money to look at the right places. We have the venture capitalists, we have the angel investors, we have other funding agencies, we have development partners who also have funding, we have banks who have funding, and lately the development partners are passing to the banks to fund businesses, small businesses. Right. The government also has some means of funding, like from the Ghana Enterprises Agency, they also support businesses. We have the Ghana Venture Capital Fund, they're also there. So you have to look at the right place to get the answer that you need. And also your preparedness to get the funding is also very critical. So I'll put it at that. I don't know whether that helps you, but you have to look at the right place. And the most importantly, when there is funding also, how prepared are you to get it? Is your business formalized? Do you have documentation for your business? What kind of governance process do you have? If they give you this funding, how are you going to be accountable for it? People get funding and they are lost. Their lives just change at once. They don't use the money for the right impact.
And also, one thing is that what impact will your need satisfy for the person who is funding you? So if you are to, yours is to create jobs, you have to look for who is funding job creation, who is funding agribusiness. And if you are looking, if you are doing a business that does not interest the person who has the money, he will not fund you. So that is what you have to look at. Look at the right place for the impact you are making. Look at who is sponsoring that impact and prepare yourself. You must also have a plan. What are you going to use the money for? How much do you need? How are you going to utilize it? These are all questions you need to answer in preparation to get the funding. You might walk around with ideas, but you must get ready to grab it when it comes. And I mentioned 3 things. Get your business formalized, get documentation right, keep records of what you are doing currently. How do we know your business will make profit? How, even if it's a loan, can you pay back? You know, who are involved in the business? So I hope I've not confused you, but these points are to provoke your thoughts, to look further in, to put yourself together, get your documentation right, put your business structure in the right place, get your finance numbers. What have you achieved? What do you hope to achieve when you receive it? What impact is your business making? And look for who sponsors that impact. Thank you.
Right. And you make a very important point about influencing both the demand and supply, because we're always thinking about the supply, how much money is out there, but to look inwardly to say, am I even ready for the funding? And those are the things that you've outlined. I'd like to come to you, Benjamin, because in the ecosystem, I think you are one of the very innovative leaders in the space that you are. And I know you run a very successful agri-tech program in your organization. And I'm just curious to learn from you what kind of innovative funding models do you see coming up in our space that startups should position themselves to access.
Thanks, Ronald. So Lucy, basically, in my opinion, has said everything that we need to say here. Can you hear me? She said everything that we basically need to say here, and I will put them in 2 words. A, you need to be fundable. If we say you need to be fundable, those the things that she's mentioned about you, the individual. At KIC, we say that we invest in the jockey and not the horse. And I'm going to repeat that. We invest in the jockey and not the horse. All the many places that she mentioned you could get funding, they are looking for groups of individuals who have an idea and can run the idea. They have integrity, they have the fire in the belly, they know that there's a dog-eat-dog world out there, and they are willing to do everything to make sure their business works. And if the business is not working, the idea is not working, they have the spirit to be able to pivot and the wisdom to pivot very well and land somewhere properly, so that the investment that we made in them doesn't go to waste. That is being fundable. Now, you need to be findable.
You have to be found. Okay.
So today, all of you here, you made the right step. Being here today to listen, to engage, to network, and you need to project what you're doing. Now today, social media is a big part of the whole game. So you need to showcase what you're doing. You need to ask questions. You need to engage people, and be prepared when you're also trying to get yourself found. Because, bluntly speaking, people who have the money, they don't have time for nonsense. I'm sorry, but that is the truth. They don't have time for nonsense. So you hear a 40-second elevator page, a 1-minute elevator page. It sounds very mundane. It sounds very ridiculous, but those things are very, 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 very important. So the question is, who are you? What are you trying to do? What problem are you solving? Why does it make sense? These are basic things, but if you go back to the likes of Airbnb, Facebook, all these guys, these are the things that they leverage to build their businesses. So if you're able to do all of these things, then the kind of funding could even be people from
houses, the community coming together, the crowdfunding. All those are opportunities that you can even create for yourself. So being at the right place at the right time is also very important. Now, we talk about venture capital, we talk about programs like Cosmos Innovation Center, which have also partners that are also people in the ecosystem doing similar as Cosmos Innovation Center. Try to go to those places because grants can also help you start an idea. The likes of the GIZs, the likes of the USAID, MasterCard Foundation programs with Agri Impact, with many other programs that they run, Happy, etc. They're all there to help you. They create platforms for you. So those are one of some of the innovative platforms that you can get. And now, once you get that, Lucy said something which is very important. We can give you all the areas that you can go and find the money today. But for me, there's one thing that I want to tell you: integrity.
Right.
After being with KIC for almost 10 years, one key thing, you the individual, you matter so much in the business. Your attitude, the way you play the game is so very important. So we can give you all the angles, as in go and talk to a crowdfunder, create a GoFundMe. We can say that talk to an uncle or so, the angel ecosystem, try and then penetrate into that, get into programs and all of that. Question is, what about you? Because there is the communication, or there is the thought that we have so much money looking for the ideas, but they can't find the ideas. The ideas are created by human beings, and they are you. So who are you? Are you findable? Are you ready? Once you're ready, believe you me, people will find you, and all those innovative can do. Now question, how much are we saving today? Yourself. How much have you saved? My first business, I won't tell you where I found the money, but it was money from my pocket. I took a risk myself to invest in myself. So small savings gets you started. Somebody sees the idea and says, I want to support you. Whilst you're in this space, and maybe to land here and then get to other panels to talk, read and learn about finance. Sometimes we get so much deep into the ideas that we are not learning about the money. Learn about the money, you get to know where these monies are. Angel investors, venture capital, even like Lucy mentioned, the likes of the MasterCard, development funding, they are all now coming through a certain system because based on experience, you don't want to be giving free money again. So free money is going, so you have to bet on yourself first and also learn how to collaborate. If you need to really work with some people, a group of people, do that because that also can help you be findable. You can be someone that people can bet on you and find.
Right. Wow, man, you've dropped so many points. I don't know where to start from. But be fundable, be findable. This is the first time I'm hearing it said in this way, and I think it's really profound. Because when we even run programs, sometimes to get the right businesses to support, it's even a challenge. You know they're out there, but where are they? You know, so if you don't make yourself findable, it means that you lose out opportunity that you deserve and that you should take advantage of. Lucy, I'd like to, Lauren, I'd like to come to you. And I wanted to understand from you, in terms of scalability, I mean, every business is looking at ways to scale. Do you think that it's a good way to scale your business only from external sources of funding? Because we know that that's where the chunk of the funding is coming. Do you think that it's a sustainable way to scale your business with only external funding?
Okay, thank you. And kudos to the organizers for putting this together. I don't think there's a straitjacket answer to the question. What I do believe is that the future isn't being built for Africa. The future is being built from Africa. And the sooner we are able to zoom into that reality, the sooner we are able to utilize all of the opportunities it comes with. African startups are by nature innovation hubs. They are solutions oriented. And so the big question on my mind is that why would solutions oriented setups be handicapped or have limited sources of funding. I don't think that's the case. And of course, we can have this conversation without talking about scalability and accelerated growth. And GVCs obviously offer that because you have a larger platform to, operate. But then at the end of the day, when you come to Africa, okay, Africa has a population of over 1.4 billion, but African startups receive less than 1% of the funding we get from external sources, okay? And so at the end of the day, I believe we need to zoom into the African region and the African continent. For starters, okay, if you're able to position yourself well and you have a global edge, there's absolutely no way you're not able to attract external funding. But whilst waiting on that, what standards have you put in place to have the global edge in order to attract global funding? The African diaspora has a large market and investor base. Have we explored that? It's like a gold mine, sitting, and then, we are always looking out there. But trust me, if you are doing your homework well and you are well positioned and your innovations are tailored enough, and you are solving the problems of the communities, okay, you naturally are able to attract external investors and funding. Thank you.
Wow, thanks so much. So solve local problems. Sometimes you see a startup, building a product for people in the US or UK when they have never lived in the US or UK. So what are you doing? But when you walk even out here, there are so many things that you can see that need solutions. So we need to think about our immediate environment. I'd like to come to you, Benjamin, and on the topic of partnerships. It's one of the things that we talk a lot about in our ecosystem, the lack of it. There's so much potential and opportunities for partnership, but we don't see that happening. And I would like to know from you, in terms of partnership, what opportunities do you see or with African cooperation and diaspora funding sources that we can work into our funding models here in Ghana?
I'd like to tell a story, and it's a personal story, lesson learned. And that is going to be the foundation of why I believe partnership is great, and why I believe the first part of my submission of a person's integrity is always very important. And that is one key thing that can make partnership work. As a young man, I decided to go to, well, I didn't. I was forced to go to school. And coming to school, I always felt I wanted to become an entrepreneur, do something with my hands. I love that. So I came to school, and in my hostel, I decided to stay in a room and turn my hostel balcony into a factory where I was processing yogurt and selling. So I chop money on campus. So I was selling to students. I was selling to lecturers. The business was growing, so I had to bring somebody in to come and help me. So I decided to switch from my regular morning school to evening school so that I can work throughout the night. And then the gentleman will bottle, and then when I come in the afternoon, I just to go and sell quickly, then go for lectures. Brilliant product. And I'll tell you, one of my pride is somebody introduced me to the former President Kufuor's house, and every Friday, so like a Friday around this time, I'll probably be sending consignment to the former President Kufuor's house. And then a group of friends came to me and said, Charlie, the thing they be, you could put money for inside. Now, our culture, the African culture, the Ghanaian culture, it says something, and I'll say it in Twi and translate to Ewo me, any Ewo yang, and say. To it belongs to me and it belongs to us, not the same. So we've always built Kweku and Sons, but we've not built Kweku and Kwame. And I didn't even have the dignity to tell my friends that I don't want to do business with them and I want to own everything. Today, tomorrow. They eventually took their money away. eventually I got into other things. I tried to push the business. I got into corporate, and I lost that business. Later on in life, I came to learn that a fraction of 100 is better than 100 of 0. And then I'm thinking, what if I've made Simons, the Chichakus, and the guys who were trying to put money into the business invest in that business? And even if at that time I just held even 30% of that business, I could have moved on to other things and still be enjoying the profit of the 30% in that business. The way we have been trained, groomed, actually inhibits partnerships. But in our programming at Cosmos Innovation Center, what we've done is that we bring you together for you to learn about each other and then train you to understand partnership is good. Look, you must not like the person. If you can work with the person, that is good. If you believe in the ideas, that is good. You can find a way to really work with the people and then make sure that you grow. It is very essential because, yes, you talk about funders, people wanting to fund companies and all of that. If you look at it, they also look at what is the strength of the people that you're working with. Are you really co-founders, or you're only employing, it's just you? All these conversations come into play when decision is made in the funding of your business. And so I would encourage you, learn how to trust a little bit and use documents to bind partnerships. This is your role, this is my role, this is your share, this is my share. Let us sign it, let us work it, and let us learn that we are human beings and we're still going to be rubbing against each other at a certain point.
Right.
We still have one goal, is to make profit. Who doesn't like money? So with the knowledge that I have now and the experience that I have now, I'm open to partnership. Today I've shared mine with you. Make a decision.
Wow, that's deep. And I didn't know you ran a business in school. That's very revealing. But thanks for sharing that very deep story. And I think one thing I read a couple of months ago was that partnerships that have failed in Ghana usually lack any form of contracts. So it's just like, we are boys, so let's do it. It's just in the feeling. And then when you hit a rock, you don't have anything to fall back on. So partnerships really require contracts and agreements, even if it's your closest friend or your closest sibling or family member. And that would even save the relationship, because usually you have something to.
Let me ask something quickly. So I'm into agriculture. I love farming. And I remember my father called me one day and said, "Yeah, Memo assassin on the AFO. Give me a land to farm." And I've gone to agri college, and I've done quite a lot of training because I wanted to farm. As soon as he said that, at that time I learned something small about contract. I have 4 other siblings. You're 5, right? And I know this man is giving me land. I don't want my big brother and my sister to. So I just went. They say there's something called consideration. So I went, I bought some wines, and I brought it to him. I said, "Thank you for the land." He opened it and then shared it amongst my siblings, and everybody says, that land there, it is for Yao. That is it. So you need to learn these things, the contracts, but make sure you put something down and sign. And please respect what you signed. I know you all in the space, we are here, we love entertainment, so there's actually a case in court with Black Sheriff and the first manager. Go and look at that. It's a classical case of talent over character, integrity. It is very key. I think that should be even a case study for young people to pay attention to.
Right. Thanks so much. So I ran out of time, and I would like to come to you, Lauren. Final take. And in your initial remark, you had given some very good advice on, looking at your immediate environment to solve problems. And I want to know, in your final take as we close, what other advice can you give startups that are looking to scale their businesses?
Okay, I would say that macroeconomic systems are not stable. And I mean, there's definitely going to be some repercussions, or you're going to feel it when you have some shocks in the foreign markets. And so dependency is a single point of failure risk. And we wouldn't want to go, that route. And as a sustainability practitioner, there's always the need for you to even look at the solutions you're putting out there. Are they impactful, And I'm sure that you're all familiar with the SDGs and ESGs. You need to incorporate some of these things, because I had already mentioned that you need to have the global edge. And in doing so, naturally, these days, you are sitting in your bedroom and you're already global. And so the most important thing, and I think Doug has even mentioned that, your integrity. Because remember, when you're going out there, you're not really going for donations. You are going out there to showcase what you have. And so it is your capabilities and the integrity that you are selling. So it isn't donations. You are showing them, I am competent and I'm capable of handling this. So give me your money, or invest in this, and I'm, gonna multiply. And so by all means, stay ready, because there's absolutely, as for the macroeconomic systems, we have no control, but you have control over how ready, your startups are. So invest in that, invest in the integrity, invest in the systems, and ensure that your standards, align with global standards, so you are not found wanting at any point in time. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Lauren. I think there are lots of people in Ghana who are very immune to the economic challenges. When we are complaining and say, Charlie, economy hard, or like they don't even know what we are talking about. So it's about rising above the local economic realities and not complaining about things, and just building and growing what you have in your hands. Lucy, I would like to come to you. Final words.
All right. So for SMEs or startups, Benjamin said something, being findable. Okay. Prepare yourselves for the opportunities that come out there. I think that starting small is not bad. Look at your capabilities. There are times that we bite more than we can chew, and it chokes us. So you realize you are losing all. And don't be afraid to make mistakes. You see, in this life, you'll never learn if you don't try it. So try being afraid anyway. And never think that whatever you are doing does not have an... I have started a business before and failed. Okay, right after school, a couple of us came together. We are engineers who have just graduated, job issues. We just decided, okay, we are going to be consultants. We are going to be we are going to render our services to people who are building their houses. I am electrical buyers. One is civil. The other one is also electrical, and an accountant who came together and registered a business. The first contract we got, went to open a current account, and they took the charges to the money got finished. We ourselves, our money also got finished. We went to look for jobs. But that trial gave us the opportunity to learn. Okay, trying to sell a service to people. How did we pitch it to people even? For them to understand that you are building your house, you need an engineer to do your design for you, electrical design for you, to estimate your load and all that. Go to market with solutions that people need. Okay, if it sounds nice to you, it doesn't mean that it will sound nice to everybody. Your prototypes, go to market with them, test it with people, and I must tell you one thing also. The people who will give you the feedback are right around you. So your ideas should be even received by the people around you first, before you start thinking about going to give it to people out there and seeking for funding. And I always say that take what you can manage. If they give you $1 million now, can you handle that money? Can you handle 1 million Ghana cedis right now in your business? Any startup you have now, can you handle that money? So build capacity. Know how to manage your books. Know how to work with people. And prepare yourself as and when your business grows for the right funding. And don't forget, keep records. The most broken or blunt pencil is still better than your mind. And any piece of paper is still better than your mind, keeping things in your mind. So write it down. And when they ask you, how much have you spent so far? How much do you hope to get? You have something to prove for it. So prepare yourself to be funded. there are opportunities out there. Join incubator, hubs. They are also very good sources of getting funded. You need to learn how to run the business, put yourself right before the money comes. Not the money, then now you don't know what to do. So prepare yourself for the opportunities that will come and never fail to try. Give it a try, always. It will work out.
Sure. Thanks so much. When you said take records, I was looking out for those who are writing notes, because that's the beginning of all the things that they are sharing. Don't take it for granted. They are very important informations that maybe they spend many years to learn. So they are just giving it to us free of charge. So let's take it seriously. But yeah, it was a really useful and inspiring conversation to be solution oriented. Benjamin, you mentioned integrity so many times I lost count, and I guess it's a value of yours. Very, very important. Effective contracting to help keep your business and your partnerships be findable, be fundable, or investor ready. Build capacity. You are the business, so if you don't have capacity, you don't even understand what you are doing, your business cannot grow. Keep records as well, so that an investor can look into your system to see what is going on, and then prepare yourself. One last thing that I would add is to take advantage of opportunities that come up. One of the things I realized that when I speak to businesses, they say, yeah, there's this opportunity with either MasterCard or the government, either GEA, and they usually think that it's already predetermined that these are people that would go into it, so why should I even apply? But I know so many people who have gotten opportunities that they didn't know anyone in those organizations. They didn't know anyone in government. They didn't know anyone in Cosmos Innovation Center, and it was just based on merit. So take the chance. I think that's the only value you have as an entrepreneur, that you are daring, you take opportunities, and you make things happen. Thank you so much for your audience, and this would be the end of this discussion. Thank you.
Well, thank you very a round of applause once again. Slow but sure, we're getting there, and then I believe that these nuggets are deep. I've been taking notes myself. Be daring, be very, very daring. And to be honest with you, this is what we're looking forward to. For me, it's about next 10 years, next 5 years, and I believe that the next batch of global entrepreneurs, I'm coming from Ghana, are coming from the people seated right here in this room. Clap for yourselves if you believe in that. It's not far-fetched, it's very possible. You need to believe, and I know that we are giving you the right medium, the right people to connect to. Make sure you connect, and all your questions you have, they have the solutions. They've done it before, they've seen it before. They've stepped into zones that people were not able to step into those zones. So brace yourselves once again, and I believe that we are learning more. The next 3 presentations will be done by individuals. We'll touch on Beyond You, brand legacy. What you see is what you become. And then the MVP mindset is just to prepare you as a global thinker, because we want to edge you and also push your businesses on a global scale. So we want to see what goes on as a global thinker. Our first speaker is Bernard Kelvin Cleve. Bernard will be touching on Beyond You, brand legacy. Can we give it up for Bernard?
Hi. How are you doing? Are you excited to be here? Are you? Just have excitement. All right, my name is Bernard Kelvin Clive, BKC for short. So, the digital age has birthed many solopreneurs, or what you call influencers, or now I say content creators. But listen, the future is not about startups, it's about stay-ups, businesses, brands that can stand the test of time. Today, I want to talk to you about brand legacy. I have written close to, as my friend said, close to 100 books over the past 15, 20 years in various subjects and themes. But let me show you this. You see, I have two girls in the book. When the girl was born, I showed the girl, I picked the girl's shoes, and I placed the girl's shoes on my books. And the thing is, your daddy has done so much so far. Are you going to fit into his shoes or your shoes? Many of us are like that. Our parents started something. Some of them wish we would step in their shoes. And we also have our own shoes to fill in. The question is, what do you do? Now, in living legacies, it goes beyond what you start, but what people can extend. So there are two ways in living legacy. The brand can be extended, or the shoe can be filled. I told my daughter, you have the option to do whatever you have to do, but don't replicate me. Now, this is the point. Do you know that about 70% of local businesses have no succession plan written? And research by PwC says that, again, 70% of family-owned business fail to transition to the second generation. Same in Nigeria, when the founders are off, the business die. In South Africa, only 4% of businesses are able to transition to the third generation. The question is why? What is the issue with us in Africa? What are our pain points? What are we not doing right? I'll share a number of stories with you. So, look at the word brand legacy. I say be remarkable, authentic, and you never die. Brand. In the word legacy, you could see there's leg in it. So there's the leg work to be done. There's work for you and I to do. Businesses don't just thrive because they want to thrive, or because mommy started something or they started something that we need to thrive. No, you must work on it so that it can yield, can sustain. But in Africa and in Ghana particularly, what the research says is that these are the four main factors why a number of us feel. But I hope and believe after here, whatever you are starting in the next 10, 15 years should be more sustainable. Let's look at a company like M-Notify. 15 years still running. Will in the next 15 years, will they able to sustain it, or will they remain as a startup company? As you here begin to think about your business now. Are you going to be the celebrated content creator or celebrated startup? By the next 10 years, what can you do? The four main challenges that we face is one. We know my grandmama, great-great-grandmother, herbalist, doing great, curing most of incurable disease over the years. But the point is this: when she passed on to my great-great-grandmother, do you know what they were doing? Telling them, it was oral tradition, oral communication, transferring knowledge from one generation to the next generation. This is good. It has good parts. But moving on to now my grandmother, over the years, they can't transfer this knowledge to the next person because it has always been oral. So most of the things are lost over the years. And that's one of the major challenges of African businesses. Everything we want to say, there's a good part, but listen, if it's not recorded, it cannot be replicated. So one challenge is that a number of our businesses thrive on oral communication. Even the superior tell them what to do, but it's not in written. Second, there's a company when I was growing up in the 90s, 2010, we were doing very well in the publishing industry called ICAM Limited. The business was successful competing. One of the competitors was like Back President Cool. But listen, the business was centered around the founder, Mr. Marfo. So when among the challenges they faced, when the man passed, the business declined. Success gone. Over 20 years of sacrifice. Third issue, Growing up again, 90s, 80s, there was a company. If you've heard Apino soap, I mean, if you are very young, you might not have heard it before. Apia Minka. He's one of the great entrepreneurs back then, doing great things. But here again, when he passed, business declined among many of the challenges. No clear succession plan. Nothing. His fame, name. Fourth story. Again, before independence, there was one great entrepreneur doing wonderful things. Back still in the 60s, 70s, first to even do, oil, haulage to most of the West African countries. The name is Kojo Poku, or what you call Poku Transport, if you still remember the name, Poku Transport. Now, the man did so great things, so great things. But after a while, among many challenges, and when he passed, business declined. One of the challenges they faced up to now, as we speak, is family conflicts and legal issues. This is the 4 major challenges of a number of businesses. You are here, think your business is doing well, but if there's no clear succession plan, when you die, family fight over properties. That is what happened to this company, and up to now, they are fighting over properties, land, no business succession plan. So look at the dangers we are facing as Africans, as Ghanaians. These 4 challenges: oral communication. We just say nothing written. 1, business centered around all the founders. Me, myself, and I. Without me, nothing goes. 3rd, trust issue. I can't trust them. Competitor. 4th, family legal issues. These challenges are killing us now. So as you are listening, watching, building brands now, the question is, what will happen to all the things you are struggling to achieve if you are no longer here? What is the point? True success is in what? Succession. So I came up with a framework called the BKC Brand Legacy Framework. The GRASS Legacy Framework helped us to able to resolve some of these challenges that we faced, and we don't need to repeat these mistakes in the next decades, the next years. What if all of us were handed over businesses like I gave my daughter, shoes on my books? It gives you a platform, a leverage to move higher and further. But most of us are starting afresh. Why? Would you want your children, grandchildren to start again? What platform are we preparing with our business? Legacy. So there are 5 key things. 1, in the GRASS Legacy G, is to groom people. Groom. You groom early. You groom early. Many a times we think it's too early to bring somebody on board. But the worst can happen, especially in this part of our world. So groom early. Next is record. There's a place for oral communication. You've done all these years. But listen, here we are. Even the next person can still, say wrong things or do wrong messages. So, record the processes. Document your business strategies. This is a way we can run with the vision. If it's not in written, we can't do anything with it. So, current businesses, startups, do you have documents, your process, taxes, whatever you're doing? If it's not recorded, you can't replicate it. If it's not documented, you can't duplicate it. So let's record our process, both our successes and our failures. A, what is that ambition and vision that you want them to run? It might not be the same, but if they pass on the values. Recently, Dangote, over the years, he's been grooming his family, his children. Now they are in a place to take managerial positions, executive leadership, because he thought of what? Grooming, recording their documents to help them, passing on the vision, not only the company. Next is S. Without systems, you can't scale any business, you can't scale any brand. And most of our local businesses have no systems. Does your brand have a system? System, save yourself time, energy, and even money. what systems, and if you have correct system, you can fall back to the hour, you can record and document them strategically. Look at KFC and these major food chain brands. Same taste everywhere. But why can't we do the same? Because we don't do the second phase. We don't record. We don't groom. We don't pass on a vision. We just run business. When we die, that's gone. Systems. The last thing. If you do all this so well, you are sure to able to hand over the succession properly, legally, rightfully, so that those who take over, when you are grooming them at the level they can run the business, your brand can transcend generations. If you don't do these things, you will fall back to the four main challenges again and again and again. But if you do this, anyone can pick a position. If they are well groomed, they understand the strategy, they can extend your business, your brand to the next level. And if you are ready, you can do this. And the question I have again for you is this. If all that you are struggling all these years in sweat, in debt, chasing after things, building this brand, and the worst happened to you, or you are no longer, what will happen to all this sweat? What is the point of chasing this? If you can't hand it over to the next person, the next generation, to make it better, then what's the point? As I end with this, back in senior high, you all know, those crazy guys and everybody wants to do. You go and write on the wall, I was here some. Who didn't do that? I was here some. Listen, the world will not remember those who write, I was here some, but those who write in the hearts of men, what they leave behind, their vision, their brand, their businesses. What do you want to leave in the hearts of men? Generations yet unborn, to pass on the legacy. And lastly, this is the point. You may make $1 million in life or may not. A song may not be sung in praise of you. Monument may not be erected in your name. But today, promise me this. To live life fully. To give your best of what you have. To wholeheartedly serve humanity. And above all, to live, to love, and leave a legacy in your own way. God bless you.
Bernard Kelvin Clive. Thank you very much, Bernard. Bernard Kelvin Clive. That was very good. I think that we all needed that. You agree with me? We all needed that, right? It's good to understand where your business will be. It's good to understand who you want to leave it with. And so right from the start, because I was just sharing with my colleague that I've not even thought about my succession plan with the business that I do. But it's good to understand these things because there are companies, permit me to name them, Coca-Cola, Pfizer, Novartis. All these companies have existed for 150 years. And you ask yourself, how have they done it? It's a thinking that goes behind it. For our next speaker, I would invite Christian Elonge to speak on what you see is what you become. A round of applause for Christian. That also promises to be power-packed. Please. All right, so as Christian comes, I just do an introduction. Many years ago on the Noble Streets in Accra, I envisioned myself as a global MC. Now, it was a vision. It was something I dreamt of becoming. And I must tell you that many years down the line, I've anchored over 1,500 events over 20, 25 countries globally. For me, that's just the start. I haven't even started though. I am not even started. It is about what you see. It is about where you come from. It's about how you believe in your own dreams. Nobody will believe in your dream better than yourself. And so it's better for you to project yourself and envision. When you close your eyes, when you shut those eyes, what do you see? How do you see yourself? And you go for it. Once you believe, you'll be able to. But then Christian will do a better job on this. Please show some love for Christian as he talks about what you see is what you become.
Thank you. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Hallelujah. Okay, so basically I'm going to take you on a journey which goal is to show you how important what we see, what we behold matters. I'm going to share how stories shapes our identities. I'm going to share why stories shapes our destiny. And I want you to follow me along the journey. My name is Christian Elonge. I'm the CEO of Munakalati, which is an edtech that specializes in distributing educational resources for children. And I'm going to share with you why the topic on which I'm working is fascinating and interesting. But before we start the journey, let me ask you some few questions. If you are here and you can give me the name of at least 5 books that you read when you were a kid. Anyone here can do that? 5 children books. Okay, very few. If you are here and you can give me the name of at least 5 animation or cartoons that you watched when you were a kid. Tom and Jerry, yes? Powerpuff Girl, who else? Yes? Yes, Tony Bravo, yes? Tintin, Scooby-Doo. Now, pay attention. You will notice one thing, that all the names that they gave are foreign content. You agree with me, right? And if indeed that's the case, and we know that as a man thinketh, so he is, it means that if most of what you have consumed when you were a kid are foreign content, it means it has shaped who you became today. It has shaped your attitude, your behavior, your choices, your preferences, and everything that you are, because you are a product of stories, those that you have heard and those that you have not heard. You are here today because you hear the story. Some of you are here, you may have seen the story on social media that there was an event happening here and that's why you are here, right? But everything we do is based on story. Are we getting place? And I'm going to share more about that, because growing up in Cameroon, I grew up in an environment where I was passionate about reading. I was a bookworm, as many used to call them, right? I love reading. But most of the stories that I read, as you probably, were foreign-based. You know, from Franklin to Farmer Dog to Scooby-Doo and many other else. You know, and the first time I realized how serious I was imbalanced was when I was doing my first master's degree in 2015. The master's degree was in African Studies, and it was the first time I realized that I knew so much about France. I knew so much about Belgium, but I knew so little about my own country, my own land. Then I asked myself, do I have to be doing a degree in African study to learn about my history, to learn about who I am? Then if that's the case, it's serious. Why was I not exposed to original stories from Cameroon at an early age? Then I realized something, that it was a problem of access. Sometimes the stories are there. How do we know it? You go and talk to your grandparents, they have a lot of stories to tell, right? But they are not accessible. They are not transmitted the way they are supposed to, right? And after some study, which was the focus of my master's degree, by the way, I noticed that actually only 2% of global children animation features African. So when it has to do with cartoons, just 2% globally are from Africa. I noticed that only 15% of children educational content are having black of African characters as the main characters in it. I noticed that 76% of young Africans aspire to immigrate. What this means is that if we ask 10 Ghanaians that we would like to go out of Ghana, at least averagely 8 will say yes, they want to go. It's very dangerous. And that's one of the reasons why we have a massive brain drain. And I also noticed through my research that 87% of publishers do not have an online presence. So it means that if you want to buy a book from a publisher in Ghana or in many African countries, if you don't go to the bookshop, right, you cannot find it in the public marketplace. When you go to Accra Mall, when you go to public spaces, do you see children books there from Africa? Usually not that much. You can easily see books from India, books from foreign countries, and books from local publishers. So there was a problem of access. And also 90% of African animators do not own a distribution platform. Most of them are on YouTube, and we have been able through Munakalati to solve this problem, and I'm going to share with you how. Now, before you understand why that matters, why your identity is so important, you know, it's important. In the science of psychology, it has been studied and demonstrated that there are 5 key pillars of representation, and identity is the primary and the first backbone of all of that. It's about the question of who are you? Can you turn to your neighbor and ask him, who are you? What image do you have of yourself? Do you truly know who you are? Do you realize that what you know about yourself sometimes have been told to you, including your name, including the day you were born? Some of you think you were born on that day, but what if there was an error? Everything you know has been told to you by someone else. So the stories you learn and how true they are matters a lot, because it shapes who you become, how you think, and many other things. There are many other questions that are also essential. Your potential, what can you do? Your source, where are you from? Are you coming from a monkey that has evolved to become a human, or you are coming from God? Those questions shapes how you think, it shapes how you act. Where are you going? And why are you on earth? You know, all of those questions are essential in shaping our identity, but I will focus more on the first one, the who you are. Then in that light, we notice when we come to Africa that there is what we call a stolen identity syndrome, where you will notice that most of the problems that we have, whether they are economic or social or environmental, they are connected to identity. Everything rise and fall on the basis of identity, right? And you will notice we have different kind of problem that we can see. Number one, a poverty mindset, you know, where many are not even able of seeing the potential that is around them. Many of those who are willing to immigrate and go to Europe, it's not usually because there are no opportunities here, because there are people who are in Ghana who are still making money, right? But because we have been shaped to think that there are no opportunities here, we can only aspire to go out. You will see many that being in Ghana, they will be late to work. But when they get out, they are very punctual. Why? The stories that they have heard about the Ghanaian culture shape or influence them. The inferiority complex, where we sometimes think that anything that is white is better than anything that is black. Even when you go on the market, I saw someone out there who is selling rice, Ghanaian rice. But you will see people who will still choose to go and buy perfume jasmine rice than to buy Ghanaian rice. Why? Inferiority complex. We think that anything that is branded as foreign, you will see American grocery. When you go to the supermarket, you look like someone who has arrived. But is it truly the case? Identity. You have shame or embarrassment of blackness. You will see many people who are bleaching their body, whether they are male or female, right? Because they think that the whiter you are, the more attractive you are. But is it the truth? And sometimes we also notice that, you know, illegal migration, as you can see on the screen, the world's 4th deadliest migration routes strike again, and most of them are coming from Africa. Why? Because of the stories that they have been told and that they have believed. So to solve most of these issues, Muna Kalati was established. I realized that the best way of changing any narrative is from the beginning. You can easily influence a child, but you can difficultly influence the character of an adult. Try and you will see. Muna Kalati stands for child and Kalati stands for learning. And our mission is other. We amplify African stories. We distribute them to schools, TV and platform, and we also advocate with government and decision makers to ensure that African stories are being communicated at the right time to the children. And we developed a platform known as the Muna Kalati app. The Muna Kalati app is an app that you must have because it enables you as a parent to provide stories to your children in the form of ebooks, in the form of audiobooks, in the form of animation. And more than that, on the Muna Kalati app, your children can also learn African languages. For now, we have 4, Chui, Yoruba, Hausa, and Swahili for free for now. And we also launched another product which is quite booming. It is known as the Muna TV. The Muna TV is the first streaming platform for animation. So on the Muna TV, you can watch animation from many African studios for free. So if you go on your phone now, you just type that address tv.mona-world.org, you will be able to have access to a huge catalog of African stories for free. Different animations where the characters are African, where the heroes are African, where the history is African. And this will positively shape the mindset of your child and also provide entertainment for you. So far, our impact goes beyond providing content online. We also have real impact. Here on the first picture, you see our ambassadors. You know, in Ivory Coast, we have community program where we enable children to have access to books, to have access to stories. And also on the second one, we have a donation that we did in Cameroon to children who went through the Anglophone crisis, you know, because we know how important stories can relieve, how important stories can change the mindset, you know. And we also have some other initiatives that we have made with publishers, with animators, you know, and our work has been recognized globally through various prizes. Ashoka, the MIT African Changemakers, Global Literacy Champions, and many other initiatives who have attested to the fact that providing culturally relevant stories to children is something very important and acknowledgeable. And currently, I'm looking forward to invite each and every one of you. You have a role to play. Tell your neighbor you have a role to play. Now, I'm going to tell you specifically what to do. If you are a parent here, I will encourage you, when you want to buy books, prioritize books that are from Africa. Prioritize stories that reflect the realities of your children. If you are an educator here, make sure that you integrate African stories in your curriculum. If you are a creative, contact Mona Kalati. We can amplify the visibility of your work. If you are an investor, support us so that we can do more. And there are many other initiatives out there to support in this line. But we have the power and the ability of changing the narrative. Now, I will close with this very interesting story of how the stories we learn, the stories we hear, shapes who we become. Many of you here may be familiar with Gideon, the first guy on the right, right? Who has ever heard about Gideon, the story of Gideon? How God appeared to him, the angel of the Lord, and God told him that you are a mighty man of valor. He was very happy, right? But many people ignore the context. This is what Gideon replied. He says, Gideon said unto him, after God told him that he is a mighty man of valor, he doubted. He said, oh my Lord, if the Lord be with us, why then is all this befallen us? And where be all the miracles which our fathers told us? Gideon was not able of understanding how the stories of the Israelites crossing the Red Sea, right, was matching with the weakness that they were having in front of their enemy, right? It was not matching because those stories were not matching his realities. But we have another guy, David, who has heard the same stories and who was doing mighty things. He fought Goliath. The difference between the two was that beyond just hearing stories, their parents were able of modeling those stories. So if you are here and you are a parent, more than just providing access to good stories to your children, make sure that you lead by example. The father of Gideon was a priest who was worshiping foreign gods. The father of David was someone who was fearing God. So David had godly examples, and it shapes how his relationship to God was. So more than providing access to stories, provide them real and tangible examples in their daily work with you. And that's basically what I want to invite you to choose African stories, to choose what you consume, because you are a product of the stories that you have heard. You become what you see. Thank you for your time and opportunity. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. You become what you see. A round of applause. Thank you. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. Christian, a round of applause for him. What you see is what you become. Well, a typical case in point is if you have a sponge and you soak it in clean water, it comes out clean, right? With the same sponge, if you soak it in dirty water, what happens to the sponge? It comes out dirty. Basically, your mind is a sponge. And whatever you affiliate your mind with is what you become. So if you want to soak yourself in greatness, definitely you are becoming a greater person. So if you're soaking yourself in a lot of destructive elements, your guess is as good as mine. The question is, what are you soaking yourself in? Your mind is powerful, and whatever you fix your mind on, I believe that it is very possible for you to become. Can you give yourselves a big round of applause one more time? The MVP mindset. We all know what the MVP is, right? We all know who the MVP is. In football, we have MVPs. In rugby, we have MVPs. In basketball, we have MVPs. In all sports, it's very important to reorient your mindset. How you think will drive your actions. And when your actions are driven in a very good and productive way, it will yield good results as well. And so Dr. Chiesa is coming to do something on the MVP mindset. After her, we'll take a quick panel conversation and we'll have lunch. Lunch is ready, and then we'll come back to wrap up as best as possible. So the MVP mindset is up next, and then we'll bring in Dr. Chiesa Jane Epe to do a presentation on the MVP mindset. Please show her some love.
I'd like to start by a question. And as I do ask, I ask that you would take a moment to ponder those questions before you answer. I'd like for the next few moments that we look inward, self-assess, and reflect. And the hope is that after the next few moments, something on the inside will shift in the right direction. Firstly, why should anybody know your name? Why? Hold that. Secondly, if you were to leave God's green earth today, why should anybody remember your name? Why should we know that you walked? The reason I ask these questions is that in this life, there are those that are remembered for one thing or another. They may become infamous for a thing that they achieved or did in their lifetime, but there are those that may be forgotten. There are those that make it to the history books, and centuries after their name and their stories are still being told, but there are those that are forgotten. But there is one thing common among those that tend to be remembered, whose names and stories are continually told over time. And that is, in one word, value. These are all people who in their lifetime had something that the people want, something that the people desire, something that the people need. And as such, they have been considered valuable people. Now, I want to talk about value over the next few moments. And I want to share a few characteristics that I think make for a valuable person. First, let's look at the V in value and talk about vision. Some of the most valuable people in our communities, in our networks, in our places of work are those that have a clear sense of vision, right? They're able to look far forward. They're able to see, to anticipate, to reimagine the future, right? A clear sense of vision. And oftentimes that vision is so inspiring that others catch a hold of that vision and follow along. A is for authenticity. Some of the most valuable people have a clear sense of who and what they are, the value that they hold and have to give to the world. They don't spend their times and lives trying to win the approval of men, to blend in, to fit into a world or community or a group of people. They are clear and sure of who they are. L is for leadership. As for some of the most valuable people, they have a capacity or a tendency to lead others, and people naturally tend to follow. And their leadership shows up not just in their word, but in their deed. Not just in their word, but in their action. They tend to take responsibility for the outcomes of their own lives, and oftentimes that of others. And as a consequence, people tend to follow. So they have vision, they have a degree of authenticity, they have a tendency to lead. U is for understanding. Now, some of the most valuable people tend to have a keen ability to understand people, other people. How do they do that? They listen intently. They love deeply. They care for the well-being and the flourishing of others. They have a genuine care for humanity. So not only do they have vision, not only are they clear of who and what they are, not only are they showing their capacity to lead, not only are they understanding, but everything that they set their hands to do shines through with a standard of excellence. Some of the most valuable people are excellent in that everything that they set their hands to do, they do with everything that they have within them. They show up consistently with integrity, with the best version of themselves, even when it's inconvenient to do so. Now, this is not an exhaustive list of characteristics, but on account of what I have described as some of the things that make up the most valuable people, my question to you, and that is for the next generation, would you consider yourself to be valuable? Would you consider yourself to be the most valuable person in your place in the space that you occupy? The reason I ask is that we've come to a time generationally where value has become misconstrued with visibility, with virality, right? Depending on how many followers you've achieved, right? That's now a metric for success. How many people liked that post is now a metric for success, rather than the value added to society, rather than the value added to the people in it. As such, my question again to the next generation is, what value do you bring to the table? The world has enough problems to be solved. What are you doing to contribute to the betterment of the world as we know it? I want to continue to challenge this visibility value concept. Visibility doesn't always equal value added. Anybody in this room can go viral and be visible for all the wrong reasons. A scandal, an affair, corruption, theft. We can keep going on. Anybody in this room can go viral and become extremely visible for all the wrong reasons. Most recently, there was a story of a CEO and co-worker who was also a female that were recently filmed getting cute and cozy on the balcony at a musical concert. Overnight, this video went viral. Now, the conversation wasn't about the impact and the innovation that they've brought to the world as a consequence of their occupational commitments. It became about their intimacy, also their integrity. It wasn't about their value added, but actually the problem they have created on account of an infidelity that should never have occurred. The consequence was the impact on their families, their marriages. They went viral overnight for all the wrong reasons, which is to say, we all have the capacity to be visible, to go viral, but the question is why? Is it for the value added? So my call to the next generation is to rethink our why. Why do you want to be seen? Why do you want to be viral? Why should we know your name? Should you leave God's green earth today, why should we remember your name? Because your legacy will not be established on account of how many people followed your page, how many people liked your stories, but on account of how many people were impacted for the very fact that you showed up, that you added value, that you contributed to the betterment of society. Thinking about those values, where do you see yourself in the foreseeable? What kind of world, what kind of economy do you want to see here in Ghana? Have we ever contemplated the kind of world that we want and what we can do to make that imagination a reality? Do we know who we are? Who are you? What is the value that you have? What can you give to society? Do you care for people? Do you care for this economy and anybody that is impacted by it? What's your attitude to work? Do you just kind of do the bare minimum and hope to get paid? Value added. My hope or my call to the next generation is to rethink the way that we view our place in the world. My call is for us to consider ourselves, strive to be the most valuable people that the world has ever known, the most valuable people that the world will never forget that you walked this earth. Why? Because you showed up. Why? Because you provided solutions. Why? Because you brought ideas, generated ideas that changed lives. I'm simply here to challenge the culture that we have kind of absorbed and embraced, this virality culture that doesn't prioritize substance. Let's be people of substance. The world has enough problems for us to solve. So let's look inwards, as I asked at the beginning, and think about who we are, how we view ourselves in relation to this world, how we view others that are sharing the space with us. Let's imagine the kind of world that we want to see and strive to do something about it. Because we can either choose to be the most valuable people or the most visible puppet. Now, a puppet can dance, right? It can jump, it can sit, we can play with a puppet like this, but there is somebody pulling the strings at the top, right? Whether it's the culture, whether it's the algorithm, whether it's peer pressure, there is always something pushing us in different directions, telling us how we ought to be and who we ought to be. If we don't have a clear sense of self, a clear vision, a clarity of mind, we will always be subject to this puppet master, whoever on earth and whatever on earth that might be. Finally, I ask for the next generation to strive to be the difference in a culture that pushes us towards becoming viral, visible. Without that substance, without that value, I ask for you to choose this day to be the difference. And with that said, I'd like to say thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chiza. Let's do it one more time for her. Indeed, she's given us so much invaluable insight into being the most valuable person wherever you find yourself or in whichever space you occupy yourself. So I want you to turn to your neighbor and ask, how are you being an MVP? And make sure you get a response. So in 2 seconds, just ask your neighbor. And this is all part of the networking experience. Okay, so did you get a response? I've not seen some people's mouth open yet. And someone is sitting there solo, smiling and laughing. Okay, so if you got a response, now you also ask your neighbor back the same question. And make sure you get a response equally. Do we all have our responses now? We do. Okay, so in effect, we are all making impact wherever we find ourselves. We are being MVPs and not necessarily being viral or visible, because being visible without substance is not equal to being MVPs. So if you didn't get anything at all, then this could be your take home, that you should have substance so that you can be an MVP in whichever space you find yourself. All right, would love to move to our next panel discussion, and after we move into lunch, we move for lunch. So we all know about AI. Who doesn't know about AI? Give me a wave if you don't know about AI. Artificial intelligence. Someone doesn't know about AI. That's interesting. Okay, so a big question is AI and automation killing jobs or creating jobs? Both ways. Okay, we'll go on and on and on if we have to delve into this discussion, but we are not the ones to do so. We have some experts and resource persons who have so much insight into this field about AI and automation building or killing jobs. So I'd like to invite up on stage speakers including Emmanuel Agbeko-Gamo, Simon, Ronald, and Dr. Hebsi Angela Tego, and they're going to be moderated. Is George ready? George is definitely going to come. Don't worry, AI is not going to replace him. George is certainly going to come up stage, okay? So without further ado, I'd like to acknowledge
our sponsors and partners again. Academic City University. Give them, a round of applause. A triple A, you remember that? Okay. Access Pensions Trust. Access Pension Trust. Notify. Oh, you're not clapping for them. Let's be kind to them. Yeah, because they've been kind to us. British Council, our venue partner. Bell Aqua, water is life, yes. They are refreshing us with water today. OA Pay, one more time. Kabi Chocolate. How many of us have had a bite of their chocolate yet? Oh, none of you. Wow. Kabi, you have to do something. Their rep is just there. Make sure everyone has a bite before they leave. And then Afro-Arab group of companies. Let's give it up for them again. Thank you. So I'd like to invite our panel once again. They're going to talk about whether AI and automation is building or killing industries. And George Appiah is going to moderate this panel. Let's welcome him upstage with a resounding round of applause. Thank you.
Hello everyone, and good afternoon. My name is Amelia Pist. I am the Employer Engagement Manager at Generation Ghana, and I'm very excited to be here with you today. For today, if gig economy is helping or hurting luxurious panel of people, and I'll just pass on over to them to briefly introduce themselves before we delve.
Right. I'm Ransford Mensah. My name is Ransford Mensah. I am an IT professional. I'm a real estate developer. I also farm. So that's just a bit about me.
Thank you, Ransford.
Thank you, Ransford. Thank you, Ransford. Thank you, Ransford. Thank you, Ransford.
Hi, my name is Daniel Komnausu, head of Galamsey. So I sit in the context of helping individuals and organizations to identify and fine-tune what they want to do and achieve, and also scale them to make money. So that's what I do.
Hi, my name is Akosiana Alexis Openewopokwajima. Very long, yeah. I'm a brand consultant and also a PR practitioner. I'm a trained broadcast journalist, and I also help mentor young people, and mainly vested in capacity building for corporate organizations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Nana, let me actually stick with you. So my first is to you on how this gig economy, hustle culture thing, is it a mindset that is leveraging people for quick growth or for short-term gains? In your experience, are young people sacrificing skill development for short-term income?
I would say yes for both and no for both. Yes, because you find many people, personally because I'm into capacity building and in the corporate space, you find a lot of them being influenced into wanting to start up a side hustle with intents that it would grow into something good, and then eventually they leave the skilled business. And also for skilled businesses, because I'm also into career development, we're able to identify that people in there can actually maximize and begin to grow. That can transition them into that side gig, and then they can expand as they want to. However, what we are not speaking about is sustainability. We keep talking about the side hustle. We tell people, oh, try something new. If you did, you'll make extra money. Yes, you'll make extra money, but how sustainable is it? People start businesses without thinking about the end in the beginning. And for me, I tell you one thing. Without the end, you can't start actually. And so if we are going to train and keep telling people, okay, get a side hustle, it can make impact, you're going to make extra income and all that. Let's talk about how it will end in the beginning. If it does not work, what next? If it works, what can we scale up to? And for many people, they start these side hustles, and then you realize that just a little hit on the neck or on the foot, and then they are out of the space. They didn't actually plan in the beginning before even starting at all. So yes, it's both ways. It cuts both ways. It's just how you want to see your vision and your dream and how you impact it later.
Thank you so much. That was beautifully said. Actually, I think we're going to jump over to Daniel. In line with that same question, should we then be encouraging young people to focus on building one strong pathway into employment, or more on versatility and multitasking as the new norm?
I would say that, first off, this is not an either or, it's more of a sequence. And when it comes to young, it's first of all getting to go deep into what you are doing, build mastery in what you are doing. That emanates into two questions. What are you known for? What are you becoming? And also, it also brings in the question of top of mind awareness. What do people know you for? So in the context of early stage, it's more important to go deep, because people will have to scale across. When you scale across, you spread yourself much more thin. When you spread yourself much more thin, people do not know what you are known for or what you are good at. Because based on what you are good at, that informs the value an organization, the value a client, the value what the collaborators will put onto you. So that will give you that core intent to create that. But in the mid to long term, then you can now pivot to add complementary services or skill sets or competence or capabilities to what you do. So you are known for this, but now you have the ability to do that based on your exposure, based on your network, based on what you've also experienced to now move on into. If not, you just be in motion but in circles.
That was amazing. When you're starting out, go deep is essentially my biggest takeaway on that. Ransford, you have a multi-industry and multifaceted experience and career. So from your experience, how sustainable are these side gigs in the long term, especially without the benefits or protections that traditional jobs offer?
All right. All right. Essentially, sustainability hinges on what sustains the ability. So, personally, I do business not for money, but to learn. Learning and knowledge acquisition is the motivation behind whatever endeavor I go into. So the business will thrive as far as I can learn. Many of us are only in for the money. And so when the economy shifts, your motivation comes down. But when you are chasing knowledge, knowledge evolves. Knowledge doesn't lose its value. It only appreciates. But money devalues. So as young people, if we want to embark on side gigs, one thing is that it is a side of the real gig. What is the real gig? The real gig is I'm a student. I am working. So what should the side add to it? Are you focusing so much on money to lose focus on the main gig? That's the question you need to answer. So if it is side, make sure it is fueled by knowledge, so that over time it becomes so valuable and sustainable, because knowledge will appreciate, you will build your abilities that will create the sustenance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was wonderfully said. I think I'll just do a quick whiz around on final statements. What are the big takeaways we want our young people to remember? about what the gig economy looks like, the potential pros and cons, and what do we want them to know about before they make the final decision about gig work or traditional employment. So let's start with you now.
What I'll say is, just like my earlier statements, start with the end in mind. We can't, for example, I want to go to school, I want to graduate, I want to become successful. You have seen your end from the beginning by saying you want to be successful. And so if you're looking for a side hustle, you should question yourself the same way. If it fails, what next? And always have a plan B. Remember that the key principle to anything you want to achieve is understanding who you are, what you stand for. So you want to look at your weaknesses, your strength, the opportunities around you, and the people that you need. Aside that, you also want to complement yourself with what tools you require to make you that successful side hustle work or not. And also to apply to the regular work you may be in or the skilled work you may be in. You also want to weigh it in the same category. So what are the strengths in there? What are my weaknesses? And at the end of the day, how can I implement some opportunities around me? Looking at the tools that I require. The tools could be human beings. They could be artifacts. They could be things you hear every day. And how can you make that implement that, impact that thing you want to see happen in the side hustle? Thank you.
Thank you, Nana. Daniel?
Okay. Two things. One, you need to pay a price in order to obtain the price. And then also, in as much as you don't want to work in the dark, in as much as you do not want to work in the dark, try to create visibility, but visibility with value. Don't do substance, don't do hype over substance. It's one thing to be on all social media pages, get people following with cameras and all that. That is not it. The actual is what comes out of you. The conversation someone has with you, what would it be that will trigger and say that this person is good at this. Therefore, I can inform the person to do A, B, C, or recommend the person to do A, B, and C. So it's very important to know, and also we shouldn't do impact washing or greenwashing. Don't say the things that you can't do. And in the context of side gigs, time is very essential. Then also in terms of the turnaround time of working for people, it's also essential. If you take a tailor and say that, come next week for the clothes, you only get to receive your material on the day, that's the day he's starting the work. It breaks the code. You get me? Then also, Ghana is not big. Africa as a market is not big. I'm saying that based on where I sit. Because people now speak among each other. So if you put a flyer saying that I'm good at A, B, C, D, somebody will go and ask, go and check your details on LinkedIn, see your mutual friends, and go and ask, this guy say they do this, is sure? We could not try. Just that one bad review, trash everything. But within you was a one mistake, but that one mistake is ahead of you. So always serve anything that you have as if it's your last opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ask the grant.
Right. So I have believed one thing, that our mind is the software running our body. And your ability to operate and build your mind determines the outcome of your life. The side gig economy cascades from different ages. I started very early from the university. I went big, but the fuel was to build my mind. Many of our young men are handling money, but they have no knowledge of how money works. Sometimes it's not about having the money, it's about knowing the how. And when we pay attention to knowledge acquisition, we realize that you can do business with other people's money. You can sell by leveraging on other people's brand as a complementary good. So as a young person, you don't need to try to kill yourself too much when you can learn by investing so much in your mind, and you can really differentiate in any area you find yourself. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Daniel just wants to add a last bit.
Please build your social capital. It's very important because you need to leverage, you need to scale. As I said, people need to know what you are doing in order to help you amplify what you are doing. Because if it's just family and friends, and also it even comes back to the question whether you are engaging with customers, clients, or users. So that also becomes a different conversation with side gig. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to my panelists for your insights, and thank you so much for your attention. Goodbye.
Thank you very much. Let's do it one more time for our panel. That was a very interesting topic. I mean, I remember some years ago, I used to work in the financial industry, and I had just started emceeing. So that was my side gig. And I used to juggle the two of them. So on weekdays, I do my 9 to 5, and then on weekends, I do my gigs, yes. And sometimes weekdays after work, I used to do that. But over time, I realized that there was so much more potential in the side gig. And so investing more, paying the price, like they said, building on my social capital and all that, it has landed me thus far. And this has now become a main gig. This and more have become a main gig, which I don't regret, because I think that side gigs need to be taken very serious. They are usually the things we are passionate about, and sometimes they come along the way, we don't realize it, but once you put in more effort, more time, more resources, and you build on your social capital, you're definitely going to realize some great results from it in the future. So let's all be serious with our side gigs. Let's not take them for granted at all. Now back to the question of AI and automation. How many of us are scared about how fast AI is growing? Is anyone scared? Can you be genuinely honest? Give me a wave if you are scared about AI. The rate at which it's advancing, you are scared. Because someone could actually take my voice and put it on a product and take my face and, you know, work around it with some AI tools, and voila, they have an ad with me advertising a product I have absolutely no knowledge about, no clue about, and it looks like I'm the one endorsing that product or brand. That is how scary it has become. But I think that as young people, one of the ways to go will not to be scared of AI, but we should rather learn the tools, the techniques of using AI and automation, and use it to our advantage. It's all about collaboration. It's all about, you know, learning as we go. So to delve further into this topic, whether AI and automation is killing businesses and industries rather than growing them, we have a panel of very well-resourced people, and they're going to give us more insight into this issue. I'll call upon their moderator, George Appiah, and he's going to lead this very important and critical discussion. Let's give it up for George Appiah, please. We can encourage him with more hands of applauses. A triple A.
Well, thank you. Hi, everyone. Yes, so I think our next panel session is quite interesting, and it's literally talking about the future. So I'm going to invite my co-panelists. So I'm doing this with Roland Tego of N-Notifier. Yeah, and I have one of my panel members online. I hope he can hear us. Emmanuel Gamo. Okay. Right. And then I have one panel. Is there? Yeah. Right. Let me make sure that I get the name right. Okay. All right. I have Simon Alande. If I got it right. Someone you need to give me on this. Okay, so I think maybe we can get closer because we are missing one panel. I want to be close to you so that I can see the audience better. So we are missing Dr. Angela Tego. Yeah, we would have been blessed with 2 Tegos. Yeah. Right, so we are here to talk about the future. And I think everybody by now is aware of what is coming and what is already here. For some of us, this thing is already influencing our lives in a subtle way that we don't even notice of. But I want to take your brains on some of these. I'm talking about AI, artificial intelligence. Right? So, I want to give you the opportunity for you to let us know from your understanding how this can lead to wide automation. So we are looking at AI and automation here. Are we creating jobs or killing jobs? That is, this is interesting thing. So we are looking at something that can be a double-edged sword. Can it kill jobs? Can it kill jobs? And if whatever going to be the case, how do we mitigate or take advantage of that? So my first question, I don't know either Ima is back online. Ima, okay, then I'll go start with Roland. Roland, don't mind start with you.
That's good.
Okay, so it is believed that AI trends to replace repetitive and low-skilled jobs, which affect vulnerable population. I think Ima is online. Okay, how do we avoid inequality and automation to scale up?
All right, okay, thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be here. So for me, I first and foremost like to start from the misconception about AI, that AI will replace human beings and take over our jobs. I see AI more as a tool that will complement what we are doing and make us work more effectively. Right now, with that being said, as an AI practitioner, I believe very much in making sure that any tool that I develop gets to the masses or gets to the guy in the rural area who doesn't probably speak English or writes in English and does local language. So as engineers, first and foremost, we build tools for inclusion, right? So we build our LLMs at MNOS5, for example. Our LLMs that we build, we make sure that we factor local language in there. We make sure that even when people are using ChatGPT, they're able to use it in a low-level way through voice technologies and the likes. But beyond MNOS5 and what we are doing in the space of AI, we strongly believe that government also plays a key role. Donor agencies play another key role as well. The likes of GIZ, MasterCard Foundation, UNICEF, all of them have a role to play to help us build the right data sets that we need in order to make sure that our LLMs and our tools that we build run locally. Then once we have that infrastructure, it's easy for us to then now build interesting tools that run on no internet or very low smartphones as well. So for me, I believe inclusion starts with us as developers, then in partnership with government and other agencies, we're able to invest in building local data sets to reach the masses.
I like the local data sets. I think the way you have put it, I think it's one way that we can ensure that we avoid the form of inequality. And thank you very much for that. So, Simon, let me come to you. I have a very interesting question for you. So I want to find out with this new industry, the kind of jobs and career paths that are being created currently, and also trying to see that how do we, what are the opportunities, how do we make these opportunities that are coming up available to Africans?
Okay, thank you. Hi to everyone. So AI jobs and AI rules should not scare any young person who is already in a specific industry. So, but before I even go into industry rule jobs, but let me talk about the fundamentals, right?
AI is run under infrastructure. It's run using a system. You need internet, right? You need data center. All these things are job opportunities. If they are not available, you can't use the AI. The data that the data centers employ network engineers. They employ cybersecurity engineers to protect the data in the data center, right? And then someone needs to clean the data set. Someone needs, because the computer will not understand, for example, the health trends in the various hospitals. Someone needs to pick that data, clean the data, and provide the AI system to manipulate and give the dashboard, the visualization, whatever you need. Someone needs to label the data sets that are coming. Someone needs to, so you see that that's just infrastructure-wise. These are job opportunities that even beyond AI, there were things that you would learn in school. Telecom engineering, computer engineering, network engineering. Those jobs are still needed in the AI industry. So you should not be scared about AI coming and losing such jobs. Then you are looking at industry-based jobs in AI. One, AI cannot localize the various industries. We need an industry thought leader. Who's a thought leader? A thought leader is someone who has maybe a PhD or has done research in a specific industry. So in the AI industry, if the person now learns AI tools and be able to use AI tools, for example, in agri sector, you see the person is agri-tech engineer because the person now knows how to use AI. So don't be scared about your industry because there's AI. Rather, build yourself with AI skills so that you can be a thought leader in your industry as X-tech. So if it's agri-tech, whatever tech, then you become a thought leader in that as a researcher. Even if you look at most of the AI centers in the world, even in Ghana, for example, you look at the job descriptions, most of them are researchers. Go to the AI center in Ghana, I don't want to mention brands. Most of them are professors, are people who have become thought leaders in the industry so that they can provide research and feed and build models. Because if you give the AI the rule to build a model, there are certain variables and variations that the AI cannot interpret. You need someone who's a thought leader, the mathematician, the scientist, the whatever. In the medicine, the same way. So I would, if I had a young son who was in high school about to go to tertiary institution, I'll first build his skill set in whatever he wants to do as a thought leader. I would complement that with the AI skills.
Okay. Right. I like the way you broke it down from the value chain of what it is and also giving us perspective of how do we build a career towards it in the area, and that is very quite insightful and valuable to this. So if I get you, we don't need to be scared. It's not out of fear, but there's opportunities coming through that we can also be thought leaders in those various fields. Thank you for that. It's quite helpful on that. I don't know whether Ima is still online.
Sure, I've been online. Really excited to be with all of you. It's good to see you.
Yeah. Thank you, Ima. So, well, I mean, we're having an interesting conversation over here on AI and automation. I know you have done a lot of amazing work around this sector already. So I want to take your mind on this. So, how do you define the role of AI and automation in today's workforce? And also, are they primary tools of productivity and just forces of disruption? Is that all that they are?
I like how you think the this is we on panel Simon and you. For those listening, I think one of the simple ways of looking at things that are futuristic is to look at some of the experiences we had in the past. So a good example, about 10 years ago, when YouTube as a content creation platform was introduced, some of the same apprehensions came up. How would people who create videos make money? How would content creators make money? How would people be able to watch some of the local content when you have such a platform, something called YouTube? And for some of us who are in there, now you hear that there are statistics or there are almost like polls that ask young people in the world, and now one of the top vocations that people are saying, young people who are either in high school or in college is that they want to become a YouTuber. 10 years ago, the word YouTuber did not exist. It wasn't in your Webster, Merriam-Webster dictionary. So I use that past to kind of help us explain where we are, especially with the new technology. And with AI, of course, it's not just one platform. It is fast computation skills that are going to apply to a lot of different things. Some of it looks like the generative aspect, so how we create new content quite quickly, or combine old content and new content. And some of it looks like the ability to analyze large data sets. So I think the first panelist mentioned LLM, large learning models. I think for us as people, there are a few things which are very simple. One of them, you should always be a lifelong learner. If you're a lifelong learner, things don't necessarily scare you. You come up answers, but it's a challenge for you to learn and adopt. And that's across the chain. Whether you're in academia and you're used to traditional ways of doing things, or now you're adopting technological ways of doing things. So even the way people grade and others, those of us who teach, I have to teach at a business school, we also have to adopt in how we grade students, because it's no longer the essay that you've written. It is the logic and the thinking and reasoning behind that. In terms of opportunities, I think there are so many updates on the billions of dollars that AI can unlock, because across commercial units, across research, across climate, things like traffic control, automated manufacturing, the more advanced computers you have, the more you can do efficient models and scale your output. The caution is that we need to be part of it, not just the users of these tools. We need to have teams of people. And there are colleagues of ours who are in healthcare. There are some people on the panel and in the building who are already testing AI models, some of them to customers. And then we also have people who are looking at policy, looking at practitioners' guide and policy for government, so that we open up AI. The early panelists talked about inclusion. How do we make sure that not only language, but also the output? If you're going to use AI for customers, you create an opportunity that everyone has a fair chance to play. I wanted to pause a little bit because I have quite a bit to say, and AI is very broad, but I want to encourage all those who are there. Also reach out to people on your network. I think the previous panel that we talked about LinkedIn and social capital. There are quite a number of Ghanaians who go to the same schools. I went to the SEC for some of you, and then eventually Harvard and others. But if you go on LinkedIn, you'll find so many of us who are working on AI in different ways. Follow their work, find out what they're doing, engage in discussion. That way we can all carry each other along. And we don't have to be, as I'm sharing with you now, from another country, in the same country to do that. And the more we participate, the more AI can also be for us, not just send us. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you. I think there's something I pick on this. What you're saying, that one, it's going to enhance our day-to-day life. Talk about traffic control among other things. So I personally find it weird where you go to a traffic light, one section have a lot of roads, the other section doesn't have it, and then you still have to do red for the people where there's choke. But I think there's something on, and then one other thing is that we need to be part of it. That will bring me to a set of different questions, on a bit hard questions. But I want to start before Simon. I want to find out this, that how do we ensure that AI and automation are not only efficient, also inclusive in their impact, and then creating of employment.
So I will start with Uncle Sam, right? Uncle Sam, government. So I think that the government needs to first set policies to guide AI in Ghana. And then also provide incentives on AI use that create jobs than just cutting costs. Right? So everybody's thinking about it. In terms of the CEOs and the CFOs are all talking about, great, AI is coming, will cut cost and will increase efficiency. But rather, government should reward companies that adapt AI, that rather create more jobs than just cutting costs. Right? So if a company in Ghana is adapting AI in response to getting people to get more jobs, then great. Then fair trade. So if you go to East Africa, right, they have a lot of BPO outsourcing jobs, right? Most of them are who are into AI are more of labeling, are labeling AI, are labeling images, are labeling videos to help the AI understand. Recently, there have been issues about how much they pay them, right? And then the kind of work they do, how does it affect their lives? So there should be policy. So that's the first thing in terms of how we look at jobs, creating jobs that come from AI's ecosystem. Two, I think that people should also look at beyond what they learn in school, what other skills are available to learn online, right? Now there are a lot of scholarships, there are a lot of freebie learning platforms that young people can adapt and learn from home and build their skill. But I will still come back to the fundamentals. I'm very particular about that, because don't forget this: if we just follow AI as an enabler, do you know what we're going to end up doing? We'll end up becoming subscribers. And do you know what subscription is? When you subscribe, you are locked, you are glued. So therefore, you have no choice than to keep paying the monthly subscription. But if you add a human-led team, you train your team to understand how to embed AI in their daily services or production, they can be able to work with AI than to depend on AI, so that there will be more jobs than actually becoming glued to it, and the company at that point cannot, what's the right word, progress or become build without it, right? And then of course, the trainers that are training the young people on AI should localize the content, should look at the different variations of the job sectors. Look, we have youth and women, we have informal sectors in Ghana. How are you training them on AI? Or how are you training them on jobs? The TVET courses that we're training in the various institutions for SS students, what are we training them on? Are we just saying that there's AI? So we say, these are a number of AI platforms available. This is what you can do. No. We should approach it in a sense that, yes, they should know how those systems were built. They should know that there are solutions that can come out of it. But the solutions should be tied based on research. Just 2 days ago, I was listening to BBC, and there's a Harvard team that have built a model using AI to create something on antibiotics, right? But they had to train the AI. What skills do you need to train an AI? You need to understand machine learning. You need to know your maths, right? But if that's not your field, then in your industry, look at what AI tools can I add in my industry to make myself relevant for the future of work, right? I was telling the organizers that if you allow me, I would have a whole.
I can see where you exactly are right. I can see you are right on that, though. But I think it's quite interesting how you took this, started from the government policy of incentive for job creation, talking about inclusivity, and also not just being subscribers, not being consumers, but how to them. Brilliant.
I forgot to talk about security.
Sure.
Please, security. Look, AI is like, if you are using AI, it's like you are working with somebody you don't know. How do you protect what you are feeding the person? So, cyber security, even what policies, what information security policies do we have? If you go to EU, they have the GDPR. That is a policy on how any organization using AI and information technology should follow. There are guidelines, there are standards. ISO 2000 and ISO 27001. These are standards. They must follow. If a company in EU doesn't follow these standards, they can be sued. We have those standards.
So thank you. I think this then make it comprehensive. But I want to go back to what you said earlier on about government policies, and then Roland, I want to come to you on that particular part of it. So we're talking about all the space incentive and all that. But if AI is going to be the future, if it's going to influence job creation as we are putting on, it might change the landscape of job creation. my question to you is that do you think that should government consider policies like universal basic income, upskilling subsidies, like job guarantees in response to any form of displacement that might come across because of AI and automation?
Well, for me, I have a different opinion about job displacement and the whole concept of AI taking over from human beings. But I think what we need more of is empowerment, right? Youth empowerment. So I look forward to a day where we have hubs that are just training guys on how to use AI, and the fact that I don't need to be a computer science student or an IT literate to use AI. That's sort of the kind of day I'm looking forward to. So I believe in a world or in a Ghanaian system where we have AI hubs as far as in the northern region, in decentralized areas, so that we're able to just walk in, a young person can walk in there, learn about AI tools and all of that, and even how to even do basic things like prompt engineering. Because guess what? Initially, you need to know how to query stuff on Google in order to find the relevant information. But in our age now, you need to be able to learn how to talk to ChatGPT to get the best out of ChatGPT, to get the best out of any LLM at all. I mean, I've been playing around with a lot of video generation tools and all of that, and sometimes between myself and my colleagues, we battle out to see who gets the nicest video or the nicest output. And the difference between our output is mainly based on the inputs that we give it, right? So I believe strongly that we need to sort of embed AI education in from basic education level, secondary school, universities. We should be taught about AI. Kids should learn how to use AI tools, should learn how to program on the basic level, because I believe that about 10 years ago when I studied computer science, I was very confident that I was one of the few computer science guys on campus. But today, anyone at all can learn programming, all from being able to just know how to interact with ChatGPT, with any LLM at all. You can build an app, like anyone over here can literally build an app right now. Right. So for me, I think the biggest takeaway for me is what my colleague said online. The 21st century illiterate is someone who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. So for anyone who wants to get in the AI space, just know what you know, be ready to unlearn what you know, and learn new things and how to use new technologies and be good with AI.
Thank you very much, Sean. I think I will ask the last question on to Ima, and just for those of us trying to summarize this conversation, how do we identify the industries that are actually being impacted by this AI and its automation? And should we be, based on what has been said, should we be more hopeful of seeing more jobs, like as you mentioned, no need for government policies like that, there's going to be a shift. Should we be hopeful for more jobs in those industries, and so that we can start looking into those areas?
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much, George. I'll try and leave your audience with a few things. One of them is another brief history lesson. When I was born in the 80s, I only aged myself, there were actually people who went to school to become typists. Right? There were schools that had typists, and you would graduate with a certificate that said that you could type. Obviously, those of us who are living in today's world with cell phones and others, we realize that that profession is no longer needed because technology, both hardware and software, has improved. And for most young people, if you are probably from 8 years old, you can buy a software called Native Speaking and learn how to type. You don't have to have a professional program. Whereas in the early 80s, there were people who were telephone operators. There were people who were typists and copy typists. A colleague with me at Stellenbosch Business School was reminding me that her mom grew up in that era. I use that so that those of us who are living in this era now, you can understand what's coming. Some of the things that we've been doing, maybe you were getting paid for it. It was singular tools, but with now advanced computation power, those things would make people who are now doing regular work look like typists in the 1980s. Or for those of you who ever heard about it, telephone operators. We have cell phones and so many software that we forgot that back in the day, there were people who would actually switch a wire from one call to another before you could make a call. And those are professional adults. I'm not even saying like volunteers or students. So every now and then, we look at those and say, okay, where are we? We're in a time where, because of the advancements in technology and access to devices, both mobile and software, AI is already here. I think a lot of what Alande was mentioning, it made it seem as if it's on its way. Quite a number of our tools from TikTok, WhatsApp, to some of the commercial tools that businesses that we're part of, how we engage with customers, how we deal with fraud and others at mass market. And some of the companies that I work for in Ghana, we're already considering it as embedded. It's already embedded in your Microsoft tool. What I want to leave you guys with, besides the learning, is a couple of things. Let's have value. Let's bring our values and engaging in AI. If you are here and you are listening and working at a company, and you're in a decision-making space, ask them, how are we using the AI? Is it transparent? Is it explainable? Is it inclusive? Will it benefit all? If you're in a decision-making space, before you become a subscriber, as one of the panelists mentioned, ask these questions. Is the data that we're putting, is it transferable to another platform in case we decide that we don't want to use any of the ones, whether it's Claude, ChatGPT or not? We've been part of the ecosystem conversation in policy as well. We need to ask our government, when they decide to bring some of these. I think Google recently launched the Accra Community Center. It's a community center for AI for all of Africa, but it was launched in Accra 2 weeks ago. And I was there. We had our minister go there. And the question to ask them is, after the launch, what's next? How do we engage the students? How do we get people to participate? For those of you who may not have access to using Gemini or using the GEMs, how do we form clusters so that, like the gentleman on the panel who was saying that, we test our ideas, we understand, how do you create better content engineering? So in the same way that we started to form groups of content creators, potentially people who are studying in IoT and others, let's start taking the advent of AI and these platforms seriously, and let's form communities of engagement around that. So that way we can carry each other moving forward. I'll leave you with that, Roger. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's an amazing way of ending this session. Thank you, Ima. Well, there we have it, folks. I think the can just be exciting, and we want to take this conversation forward on and continue the conversation. I think the panelists, I want to thank my co-panelists for an amazing session, and then they'll be around for you to engage during the break. Thank you very much, and have a wonderful day.
Well, thank you very much, guys. Thank you so much. A round of applause for them one more time. So with your permission, we want to quickly go through till the end. We have a few presentations so that we can completely wrap up. So please stay in tune and be with us here as we do this. But then a quick recap briefly on what they said. And these are key takeaways for us, especially within this ecosystem, that AI will create new jobs if you are skilled. So take note of it. If you're not skilled, then you're out of it. But AI will create new jobs if you are skilled. And then Africa's problems are AI's biggest opportunities. So take note. Africa's problems are AI's biggest opportunities. And AI isn't just for techies. So take note of that. And then build, don't just consume. Don't just use the chatbots and then all the other platforms on social media, but then make sure that you put in the effort to build. Now we're saying that we're taking bolder steps to move to the next generation, unlocking youth potential for jobs, innovation, and legal migration. The time is now to do a presentation on the time is now. Please give it up for Mr. Solomon Agbemenya.
There's a young lady from Accra, Ghana, who had only a laptop, no tech experience, or no coding experience. But she had a passion. With her passion, she built one of West Africa's first coding and design academy for girls. That's Jaina Honu. There's another lady far back in Nairobi, Kenya, who spent time enjoying creating jewels with plastic waste. While people saw waste, she saw value. Today, she leads an organization that is driving opportunities and as much as possible leading the face to become a sustainable company for East Africa. There's another gentleman who had a passion as an intern who spent a lot of time writing honest stories, using his blog to state issues with emotional problems. Today he's well celebrated, running a company called Joy Incorporation. And today I stand here with you to let you know that today is the time. I grew up listening to the story that the youth are the future. There's no future anymore because the future has arrived. And today is that future that we've all sought and looked for. And the strongest thing you need to know is that Africa has more than 70% of its population being young, and we hold so much power and a voice that we need to use. If you are not using your voice today, it's only because you haven't realized it. And the time is now. Not tomorrow, not the future, not next year, but now. What I expect from all of us, including myself, is to learn, lead, and thrive. We cannot start doing what we want to do tomorrow, but rather today that opportunity has presented itself. We need to create a sustainable future using people, planet, and profit. And at the center of all these three, we would find the youth. But how can we become a part of this sustainable future? By allowing policy, by allowing organizations give us the opportunities. Without opportunities from the organizations that we work with, without opportunities from policymakers to drive the right policies for us, that do allow us to take those decisions and great steps to do what we have to do, we cannot get further. Finally, we need mentorship. If I had opportunity that many years ago like you have today, I'll be a better version of myself today. Take advantage. Connect. Follow those who have been there. Do not reinvent the wheel if you already have a blueprint. Speak to them, ask the questions. How did you make it? That way, you will cross all of those mistakes they did make and get to that pinnacle of success faster. Now, before I run away, I want to share with you the fact that skills development is very critical in this entire journey. You cannot continue to be a version of yourself without learning to refine yourselves. Being intentional about developing those skills you have. If you're good at cooking, how do you perfect the art of cooking? If you're good at running, how do you become a faster runner than you are today? If you're good at programming, how do you be a step ahead of the pack in terms of all those who know how to program? Build that skill to help you be a better version of yourself. Mentors are very critical in this entire journey for us. And like I said, if they do not find you, find that person that can be your mentor. It's very critical. They will tell you what they did right, they will share with you what their mistakes are, and in the process, learn, lead, and most importantly, lift others. Because the journey is much nicer when you go together. It's much more difficult when you go alone. And in fact, you go with people, you go far rather than short. My final remarks, I just want to share with you some very free things. There are two books on my heart. One, Oh Yes, I Still Stammer, written by myself. And the other, Odd Numbers. I also expect you to spend a lot of time on places like LinkedIn. You meet people who have influence, who can direct you. And as well, on Coursera, where you can learn free things. Now, anybody who says, I do not have knowledge, I do not know, is lost. Because today, knowledge is in abundance. Then finally, 4 things. Discover yourself. When you find out what you are good at, build it. Be intentional about building it. Most importantly, when you have built it, do not hide what you know. Share it for people to know it, so they can celebrate you, and then finally repeat the process so that you discover a lot more for yourself. My name is Solomon Sedina Madbemenya, and I'm happy to share this with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Solomon. Well delivered. Learn, lead. Thank you. Thank you. We continue with our presentations, and it's important. I believe that we are pumped up. We're getting there gradually. How many of us are becoming bolder? How many of us are becoming bolder, more courageous, and more apt for this? Thank you very much for joining us. We're still on. Now, there's another question of resilience. And most people, you hear it in most presentations. Some corporate bodies, leaders will talk about resilience. Why is it an essential value? And as I said earlier, there are companies that have sustained their operations and business over 150 years. Once you get into their key values and what has sustained them, they'll tell you about resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to look at the superpower of the Ghanaian youth. Mr. Joseph Ni Otinkran Ankra will touch on resilience, the superpower of the Ghanaian youth. A round of applause for Joseph.
Hello? Oh, the energy is a bit down. Hello? I have chocolate in my bag. I just need someone to tell me which animal is considered to be the most resilient animal. He says the snake. How many of you agree? How many of you agree? It just happens to be in the family of the cat family. The cheetah. The cheetah is the most resilient animal in the world. When you go on Google, it will tell you of some other animals like the ant, the cockroach. It will give you another one like the camel. But no. And that animal resonates a lot with the Ghanaian youth. The Ghanaian youth is a very resilient person. From seeing a lot of people carrying headpans during the day, and then by night you see them under the lights studying. You see people selling ice bottled water in the streets of KNUST, and then they are able to come out with a doctorate. That is what the African youth has within, and that is called resilience. A lot of us look at it and we always say, oh, okay, what are some of the issues? High cost of living. Whose pocket is full of money here? Who? Oh, I'm sure you don't have a lot of money, because your money is not enough. High cost of living. We're talking about inflation. That's very high. It's given us a lot and lots of problems. And then climate change, Galamsey. The same youth we are saying are resilient are the same youth in the pit. They are the same youth you find in the classrooms. They are the same youth you find in the incubator hubs. That tells you how resilient the African youth is. When you look at a lot of things going around the economy, let me tell you the story. So I failed, and then I became a failure consultant. Who can define that? A failure consultant. Do we have somebody like that? Hello? I am a failure consultant. That's what I've taken upon myself. And so I've been traveling around the country trying to ensure that the same mistakes that got me where I am, people will make them and they learn from them. That's what a failure consultant like me is doing. All I'm doing, I've gone from north to south 3 times in the last 3 years. I've done it 3. First year, up and down, north, middle, south, east and west, trying to inspire the next generation. And that next generation is amongst us. It's okay to fail. It is okay. But it is your ability to bounce back, stand, and then run. You don't just stand, but you move forward. Because those lessons are what is going to propel you to the next level. Now you see a lot of people, the same Kayaye, are now going through coding in Nima. True or false? The same people we bastardize, we say all sorts of things. They have teenage pregnancy, they have this. Are the same people who are learning how to code. Now they are using AI technology to do share farming up north. What does that tell you? We can do anything once we have the ability and the power and the forcefulness to move ahead. In the Ghanaian lens, a lot of us seem to be, oh, I don't know what I'm about. But there are a lot of boys on the tiptoe lane, true or false. What are they doing there? They're hustling. And they're able to make good money. Some people will put their hands on their thighs and say there's no work. But those who are resilient in the Abosokain spare parts zone, you see them there. Katamanto, you see them there. It tells us that there is an innate spirit in all of us. And that spirit is the resilient spirit. And just like the cheetah, anywhere we find ourselves with the right mindset, we can go places. The Ghanaian youth is real. The Ghanaian youth is raw. And that is the power of the Ghanaian youth. In these 3 things, I end my session. A lot of us are saying now the youth, it's no youth voice. Is that true? Is that true? There's no youth voice. Do we have a voice? We have a voice. Where do we start from? We start from ourselves. Encourage each other. It's not all about sharing memes on WhatsApp and laughing. Oh, I like this meme. That's not it. It's about collectively encouraging each other that after failure comes a bright sun. And that sun is supposed to propel us to the next level. Thank you very much. And my name is Joseph Nyotinka.
Well, that's straight to the point. That's direct. And we appreciate it. Thank you so much, sir. And I'll share with you, resilience is when the world expects you to break and you use the pressure to build a stronger version of yourself. I take it again. Resilience is when the world expects you to break and you use the pressure to build a stronger version of yourself. Now, we're living in an era where content creation is a big deal. But then the conversation about content creation, creatives, and the role of media, we'll hear that conversation very soon. And culture in shaping opportunity. Who tells the African story? I'll invite here my brother Adams Karim, and he'll be moderating the session on who tells the African story, the role of media, creatives, and culture in shaping opportunity. Please, a round of applause for Adams.
Oh, are you tired? Or you're hungry? Both. Emmanuel, somebody should call you, man. Find food for the people to eat. So good afternoon. Great. My name is Karim. I work with Wezo TV. I host the morning show on Wezo TV. It's called the Wezo TV Breakfast Cafe. I'm looking different because I cut my hair. Yeah, he says yeah. But anyway, so I'm supposed to moderate this particular panel, and we're talking about who tells Africa's story, the role of media, creatives, and culture in shaping opportunity. And joining me to have this all-important conversation is Nadia Owusu, Makafui Ewuku, Josephine Kalira Tanlongo, and Diana S. Akbenyo. So we can welcome them with a round of applause. Or we can do it better for them. Let's give them a round of applause as they join us. So of course, that is Kalira Josephine. That is Diana. That is Nadia. And that is McCaffrey. Oh, why are you guys leaving the gentleman on? Okay, but it's okay. It's good. It's good. Good. No, it's all right. It's all right. I mean, there are two gentlemen on the flanks, so it works perfect. Great. Oh, a round of applause for them again. They're beautiful people, right? Okay, so basically we're here to explore how storytelling, media representation, and cultural expression influences Africa's global image and the real opportunities that come with it. And I'm very passionate about this. I'm someone who's very concerned about the kind of picture that we paint of Africa, particularly as African people, when we get an opportunity to be out there. And all of you see that here are amazing people doing amazing things. And so whenever you have that opportunity to be out there, what kind of story are you telling about Africa? What picture are you painting about Africa? And how are you, changing the narrative that other people have about Africa? I pretty much remember sometime in 2021, 22, I was in the States, and the Uber driver who picked me up said, "Oh, you're from Africa?" Like, yeah, I'm from Africa. I'm from Ghana. So do you guys live with the monkeys? And yeah. So there's still a lot of people who have that perception about African people and the African continent. And fortunately, we are young and we have an opportunity to change that. So let me start with you, Nadia. So my first question to you would be, when we ask who tells Africa's story, what are we really questioning? Is it a subject of representation? Is it of control? Or is it of authenticity?
Thank you so much, Karim. My name is Nadia, everybody, and I'm happy to be here with you. It sucks to see the room's number, but we'll still talk about Africa's story and who best tells it. I think you're talking about different trajectories when it comes to the storytelling of Africans. You've talked about representation, control, and authenticity, but we can ask ourselves lately what the media portrays about Africa. The matter of representation has a lot to deal with in terms of whose voices are heard. Is it African stories being told by Africans, young Africans, the media, or people who hold the forts in terms of control? Who decides what is being told and how our narratives are being shared? And when you talk about authenticity, then you're asking yourself, has that got to do with what the truth is or what people paint to be the truth? So if we're trying to unpack all those three things, representation, control, and authenticity, then you'd see that these are intertwined narratives. But first, let's talk about representation. Representation has to do with what voices we're hearing. As you can see on the panel, we're very young, vibrant African innovators. We're very brilliant young Africans who are changing narratives, doing our own things in our different ways. And if we want to tell our story, the best person to hear our stories from would be from our own selves. So if we're not telling our stories the way we want it to be heard, the way we want it to be consumed, then someone else is going to do that for us. And for Africans, our stories are told by those who live them, like our lived experiences. If we're sharing them, how do we share them? We have mass media happening, we have social media doing its own thing, but then who holds the pen, who holds the camera, and whose voices are being heard? I think these are questions we'd have to challenge ourselves with. Then the matter of control has to do with who decide what gets told, especially even in Ghana. If you realize, when we think about the election time, the current government had a lot of ads playing because they had money, they had control, they ran a lot of the media channels. And when it changes, you would see the same happening. So the matter of control has to do with the platforms, the funding, and the editorial authority. They sit from different places, especially when we're talking about African stories being told by Africa. If Ghanaians are not telling our Ghanaian stories, Nigerians can't tell it for us. But we see BBC doing BBC Africa, we see VOA, Voice of Africa, but their headquarters is in Washington. What story do you want them to tell for us? Why can't we change these narratives by ourselves? I feel we keep talking about the same things. They are portraying our stories differently. So why don't we start telling our own stories? Nothing is holding us back. What books are we giving our children to read? Right from the education stage, right from nursery, what stories are we telling them? We have to rethink how we tell our stories, and it starts from who holds the media. that shapes what is considered newsworthy, what is finance, and how narratives can be framed. And we have to think about what agendas people are trying to put out there, because everyone thinks Africa is poor, Africa is this, Africa is that. And if we want to tell them differently, we have to start using our own voices to reshape that. The last thing I would also talk about is authenticity. Stories are stories, and how you want people to understand the story is also different. And how people understand the story you're sharing too can be different from what you're trying to tell them. So if it's a story that you want to be authentic, then now we ask ourselves, whose truth is this? A story might be factually correct, yes, but then it can be stripped of nuance. It can be romanticized. It can be reduced to different stereotypes because, oh, that's an African child. Maybe they probably don't go to school. Their parents are not rich. They look haphazard because it's an African child. And it's even in how you go to Google and you're looking for Africa, and the pictures you see there, what are our content creators putting out there about Africa? What are we talking online when we go on social media about Africa? We got the Ministry of Communications sending us a text message about the recent tragedy because everybody was posting anything. People were consuming content, how they got it online. But then we didn't have any form of national broadcast channel telling us the news as they wanted to be told. So we start questioning ourselves, how do we tell our own stories? I would end by saying that the elements that come around the storytelling and what authenticity is all a power of triangle. Without control, authenticity suffers. And without authenticity, presentation becomes a risk, becoming tokenism. Without representation, even more for the most part, authenticity doesn't make your story to be heard the way you want to tell it. So to conclude, I would just say that our narratives in Africa can be seen in the world in different ways. It can be influenced differently through policy, investments, and even how Africans are imagining their own possibilities. Africa is a very vibrant continent with young people leading the fort, young people leading the charge. We have so many innovators, we have so many creatives, we have so many authenticity, and when we brag about our stories, they are mostly held under the fort of our culture, how we see ourselves, how we live our stories. And today, I would charge all of us to go out there and tell our stories how we want it to be heard. Thank you very much.
Nadia, where we Unkasabium. That was just by the way. Let me come to you, Makafui. So I remember the very first time I sent you a DM on Facebook, if you remember, because I saw your work and I was impressed with what you were doing. And I was like, wow, this is impressive. This is someone we should be able to get on TV to tell his story. But we've still not firmed up on that conversation yet. I'm hoping that subsequently we'll be able to do that. But let's talk. You work in the climate space and you do a lot of amazing things within that space. Why are we not really hearing stories like yours and stories of many other Africans who are doing amazing stuff within the climate in terms of innovation, when clearly we don't even contribute that much to global warming and all of these issues of climate, change that we talk about? But we're still doing a lot of amazing stuff. But why are we not hearing those stories from you people? And secondly, what opportunities also exist within that space that you find yourself for the youth sitting here and the many African youth all over the continent?
Thank you very much. My name is Makafui. I'm the founder and CEO of Macintosh Africa. In the last 2 to 3 months, some of you may have seen school decks projects being made from pure water rubber waste, and then a roofing tile also being made from pure water rubber. That's my innovation. What I'm doing is to divert plastic waste from the landfills, from the environment to the classroom. That's basically what I'm trying to do. And by doing so, I'm helping reduce greenhouse gas emissions associated with ineffective waste management. That's one. And then secondly, I'm capturing carbon and storing it away, hopefully for another 500 or 1,000 years. Because those boards are very strong and very durable, and they can just stay like that for a very long time. So that's what I do. Why are you not hearing the stories? So one of the lessons I've learned along my journey has been that the foundation of every impact project is storytelling. So why do two people do music and the person who does the baller music is rather making money? And the music that is richer is not selling. Two people write two books. Even if it's the same quality of books, one person is able to sell, the other person does not sell. Why? It all boils down to storytelling. It doesn't matter what you are doing. That's what I can tell you. It doesn't matter what you are doing. What you are doing does not matter. It doesn't matter whether it's relevant or not. It matters what you are saying about it and how you are crafting that story. And for most creatives, most innovators, even though we are doing the work, I had the privilege of being trained in storytelling. I've sat in a phone photography class in the University of Brighton in the UK. That was taught by a UN photographer. So I use my phone to do all my content for my stories. And I'm able to do that professionally because I got trained. When it comes to how I write, I've written a book that I've published. So I know how to play with text. So yes, there's one thing for young people to come up with innovation, but storytelling is a skill, it's a craft. We need to start teaching young people the importance of storytelling and let them understand that storytelling is what projects whatever you are doing. Without that, it's like you are winking to a beautiful girl in the dark. She wouldn't see you. So that is why, a lot of works are out there, but then people don't know about it. It's just because the people doing the work, and it's not their fault. They don't know about how to use the skill. They don't have the skill. They don't know how to use it. And it's a lot of time. It consumes a lot of time. So you have to be able to craft the story. You have to decide, as Nadia was saying, what angle should you come from? I mean, there are sometimes I'm speaking at an event outside Ghana. I have sat on the same panel we had in Bristol in 2023 in the UK. And when the question gets asked, sometimes I have to remind myself that I'm not in Ghana. You see, when I'm talking to Ghanaians, there's a way I'll put out the issue because I want us to look at it in a certain way because we all have to contribute to the solution. Absolutely. But when you're talking to foreigners, there's a different way you talk about the issue. Because whatever you're going to say, they're going to take it away. They're going to talk to other people about it. They're going to use that to create an impression about you and your country. So you have to be very intentional and very careful what you are saying. I had a group of 20 young boys from Philadelphia at my place on Monday. It was they're in a carpentry academy, and it's a gun violence program to keep them from gun violence. And they had already come. They spent a couple of days in the country. They've gone around. They've seen stuff. They've seen polluted environments and all that. And then they came to my place, and my place was almost like the last place they came. And they were like, "No, we should have come here first." Because when they went around, they had a certain impression. And then they came to my place like, it's as if this is a different country. This is a different Ghana. So when they were leaving, this was what I told them, that when you go back, let them know that some of the best innovations in the circular economy space comes from Ghana. That's the story you should take away. That's what I told them. So it's important, as Nadia said, for us to shape the story, for us to determine how it should be told. And importantly, we need to make sure young people who are doing amazing in whatever area of life and making impact should be empowered to be able to tell their own story. If we can do that, we change everything. So for instance, the BBC comes to do stories on my work. The CNN does stories on my work. The German National Broadcast does it. But the stories that they come to do is based on what I have put out there that they've seen. That aligns with something they wanted to do. That's why they reached out. So we can create those narratives ourselves, influence it the way we want, the kind of impact we want to create, and then people who are going to reach out to us, want to work with us, want to amplify that story, are going to be guided by that alignment that we've already created or that perspective that we've created, and this is very crucial. When it comes to the opportunities in the space, so let me say this. When I started working with plastic waste, I was 34. You know, the global youth age system is 18 to 35. So I was 34. So I had a 1-year window to access a lot of free opportunities. So I missed a lot of opportunities that normally I could access freely. So after 35, it's like I have to pay for everything myself. Yeah, so critically, initially sustainability was like a topic. It was more like an isolated issue that people talk about. But the world has come to a place that everybody has understood that it's the foundation of everything we are doing. Because if we can, it will get to a time that if we keep moving in the direction we are moving, we have to take money from our pockets and buy oxygen and hang it on our backs, put a mask to survive. That's where we are going. Yeah, that's where we are going. And it's not funny. So sustainability is the foundation of everything. The way we live in our homes, in our workplaces, in our schools, in the way we handle the environment. It influences them. So when we leave things in the environment, the water takes it all the way to the beachfront. All the beachfronts are dirty. Tourism is affected. People rather go to other African countries or somewhere else. They wouldn't come here. When we burn plastics, Sodom and Gomorrah, there's an illegal dumping site there. It's close to Kolebu. Kolebu is one of the best teaching hospitals in West Africa. So imagine going to Kolebu to give birth. The air that the child will breathe when the child comes out, that smoke, that poisonous smoke coming from Sodom and Gomorrah. It's not funny. And the fishes are eating the plastic. Research shows that it's ending up in our bloodstream. It's not funny. So critically, there's so much opportunities in the circular economy, green economy, and all the other blue economy and all those spaces. And I will urge everybody cannot do what I'm doing, what Nadia is doing, what she's doing, or what she's doing. But everybody has something there's something you can do better than everybody else here. There's something you are good at, okay? So find it. First, you have to find it. Sometimes we mistake formal education as our gifts or talents. That's not it. When you were born, children come to the world, they have their fists clenched like this. Everybody came to the world with something. Every one of us. What did you come to the world with? Education amplifies that and adds up to that. So find that small thing that you're able to do so well that it can make a big impact for your community. All right? Make sure you can find people who can mentor you, find access to training and capacity building. Apply for as many opportunities as possible. Register the project. Sometimes we young people are doing stuff, we don't want to legally register it because we don't know how big these things can become. Immediately you are going and the thing is becoming big and you don't register. People will talk to you about it, but they will never support it because it's not legally registered. So when you have an idea, register the idea. Minimum partnerships. Don't do sole proprietorship. Don't do it. Minimum partnership. Better limited liability. By just registering the project, you can access grants even without doing nothing. Nothing. You don't have to do anything to even access the grant. You don't have to do anything to access the training and capacity building opportunities. You don't have to do anything to attend the conferences. By just having the thing registered and having the intention that you want to solve this problem, it already starts to open these doors for you. So I encourage everyone here today that there's so much opportunities out there for young people. As Nadia has said, the largest population when it comes to youth is in Africa. We also have the biggest problems here. And where there's problems, there's opportunities. So be encouraged. Thank you.
Where there are problems, there are opportunities, and so be encouraged. Let me come to you, Josephine Kalira, and I'm just learning that she's my Kasim sister from Nabrango. I'm not from Nabrango, but yeah, I have siblings from Nabrango. And so let's look at your question from two perspectives. One, I want us to pick it from the point of how we as journalists, as content creators, as creatives, from Africa generally are, challenging stereotypes that have been created about the African continent. And then two, what are we doing as Africans to achieve, protect, and promote our own heritage and culture?
So, yes, and so when it comes to telling Africa's story, just like my friends have mentioned, I believe that it's deeply rooted in our oral traditions. And it's passed down to us through a lot of word of mouth. So you find that in the olden days, not from the olden days, but as a millennial, I appreciate the parts where would have our elders sit with us and then share with us stories from the past. In today's age, we don't have those things. So when it comes to journalists and content creators as well as filmmakers in championing or pushing our stories, you'd find that journalists are the architects of our narratives. For a very long time, the narrative that has been pushed about Africa, being told by the outside world, has been in a very negative light. You are seeing Africa being thrown in the light of conflict, and then wildlife is being highlighted, and then sometimes poverty, like very stricken poverty. And so I believe strongly that journalists are the architects of our narratives as Africans. Also, in this day and age of technological advancements, I also believe strongly that the power to tell our story is wielded by us. And so if we don't seize it and tell our stories in their very authentic ways, we are going to lose it to other people to tell our stories for us. And just like Nadia emphasized. And so journalists should tell the stories through authentic ways to challenge the stories that have been sold in the past. And then also content creators, I think, are doing a great job. Today you can just input on your TikTok vacation in Ghana, and then you're going to see so many vacation spots, so many tourism spots. And you'd find content creators like Wode Maya. You'd also find from Nigeria, you see Stephen Ibuku, who is also projecting the African story. You'd also find a blog called Circumspect, which I've followed since 2015. Also tells the African story really well. And then you also find food bloggers like Chef Abby. You would also find now Oyo Korte, who speaks and goes to like very, very traditional homes or food making places and tells the food African story from the perspective of our food. And so we need to encourage people in spaces like that. We need a lot more of those stories to be told. I'm sorry, but you have to remind me of the second question.
Yes, I was asking, the second one was that, are we doing enough to, to archive? Are we doing enough to protect? Are we doing enough to promote our culture, our heritage, and all of the things that come with it?
Right. When it comes to archiving and protecting, I believe we're doing something, but we're not doing much. There's a lot that we can do. Like I stated earlier, a lot of our stories are deeply rooted in oral traditions. It's things that we've heard over time, but we need documentation, and we're in the digital age, digital space, and there's something called digitizing like your oral traditions or your oral stories. And so if we can take that approach to preserve our oral folklore, even through movies, that's when it comes to filmmakers, you'd find that the movie The Beast of No Nation is one of the movies that's actually, it's one of the ones that preserves our folklore. And it's a movie that did not remain within Ghana or Africa, but transcended beyond our borders. You'd also find that there's a lot of podcasts. There's a podcast I listen to is very focused on storytelling. It's called The Myth. And so many people from all parts of the world share beautiful stories. And these are stories that are going to be kept safe for the longest time. When it comes to preserving, I think we also have to think about whose story we are telling, and then how we want it to be remembered. So when it comes to how you want it to be remembered, well, we are telling the African story. How do we want it to be remembered? We want the next generation to hear these stories and then take something away from them and then understand their culture and their heritage. So when it comes to that, I believe that saving and protecting our stories in technology or in ways that the next generation is going to understand is very important. And so we have a lot of digital platforms today. We have YouTube, we have the podcast app, like I mentioned. I mean, these are platforms we can utilize and then take advantage of to safeguard. And then from the legal perspective, I would say that we need a lot of policies, or we need some amended policies, as well as intellectual property laws that will protect our stories, just so that they are not exploited by the outside world in a way we don't want to. And it also allows us to have ownership of our customs and our culture. And that is one of the ways we can protect our heritage.
Okay, impressive. Round of applause for Josephine as well. Last but definitely not the least, Diana S. Agbenyo. So Diana, I'm going to put your question also in two folds. One would be, what does a balanced, African narrative look like, and who gets to decide what the balance is in storytelling, from our perspective? And two, what are the risks that we're likely to face when we allow outsiders? And in this case, I'm talking about, it could be the Western media, it could be a very good friend, my very favorite friend, artificial intelligence. What risk really are we likely to face if we allow these third parties to tell the African story? Technical challenges are very normal in Ghana, so bear with us.
Okay, so a bit about me. I work behind the scenes with creators, senior executives, and professionals who are looking to tell their stories, especially through professional platforms. And so, based on my own experience working with such people, you can tell how it's not only a matter of, I did an amazing thing, I want the world to see it, but they want to create a narrative around the kind of work they do and the kind of people they are. Now, if we flip that, or rather expand that to the African context, when we say, what does it mean to have a balanced narrative? We first have to understand what a narrative is in the first place, right? A narrative is basically a series of stories we come to believe. It's an unending set or system of stories that keeps telling and retelling itself. An example is what you think about when you hear someone comes in and let's say they start speaking Kiswahili. All of a sudden, you're remembering things you heard about such a person or such a language or the people who speak that language, right? All the things that come up to you are things you gleaned from stories. And stories do not necessarily have to come curated in once upon a time XYZ happened. Stories live around us. We live around stories. We experience stories. The fact that you came here today is based on the fact that you believed a story about this particular convention, right? You believe that when I come here, I'm going to get something. And so from beginning, middle to the end, there are different things that are coming together for you to go home with that story, either realized or flipped, right? And if we say a narrative is a series or a system of stories all coming together, then it means that over time, the stories we tell ourselves and the stories we encourage other people to tell of ourselves become a narrative that then becomes a badge we carry of ourselves as Africans. What do I mean? There's so many things we believe about Ghana, or there's so many things we believe about us as Africans. We know that our hair grows a certain way. We know that we like our food a certain way. We know we have a culture that embraces people, community, and all these beautiful ideals, right? That's what we know of ourselves. And we know that because there have been stories, encounters, and different interpretations that have formed that narrative about Africa, right? It's one thing to have that narrative of yourself, and it's another thing to have that narrative misconstrued or misunderstood when you step out of the continent. And the fact that there is that misconstruction is a twofold blame game, right? One is our fault, one is theirs. on their fault is that of misinformation and poor education, right? But on our front, it's also our way of saying we have fed these people these collaterals, these stories, these ideas for an extensive period of time. We can't blame them to have these narratives about us. And so when we say, how do we have a balanced narrative about Africa, I like that we've all talked about stories. But now when we move ahead, it's like, stepping outside of here, just going into the clouds to see the earth from, that bedside perspective. That is what the perspective of narrative means. It means that if we look at all the different things people say about us out there, and we find the gaps, that is where the balance begins. The balance begins from us filling those gaps. And the point about balance is that it's not necessarily a middle point. When we talk about balance, we're always trying to find the middle ground. The point about balance, especially in narrative creation, is multidimensional, right? So now what I see happening is, as Africans, we've said they've portrayed us to be extremely poor people. We are not that. So what are we doing? We're flipping to the other extreme. We are people of opulence. We are people of glam. We are people of wealth, right? But that isn't the full picture of the African story. That isn't the full experience of being an African. We have regular days in between those extremes. And so to have a balanced African narrative is to be open and happy and totally okay with sharing the regular in-betweens of our story. The great, the not so great, the difficult, the challenging, the exciting, the opulence, the poor, the nuanced, the extremely dark sides of our experiences. So much that then not only are we giving ourselves opportunities to even embrace these conversations, whether it's in circular economies or whether it's in how do we draft policies, we are now saying this is exactly who we are. And if this is exactly who we are, is it what we want to continue being? Now, to the second part of your question around who owns the tools, the media, or perhaps what do we feel about third parties having access to our stories? The whole import of a story is for it to be shared. The reason we have stories is just so we can share it with other people. When you have an experience, whether good or bad, you remember it so that you can tell somebody else about it, right? And in this case, as we interact with the rest of the world, we want to ask ourselves, are we giving them permission to own our stories? And even, can they ever own our stories? I don't think anyone can own anyone else's story. They can steal the limelight, but they can't own your story. And so for you to now own your story is to now take charge of the different tools that exist, which is very commonplace, right? For us as people who work with some of you know, the creators, the public speakers, the influential people it is our job to make sure that we are using these tools that everybody else has, across the world, to tell our stories the way we want them to be told. But then it's also on you as everyday regular people like all of us. We are ensuring that the stories we tell our friends, people who are not Africans, people in the Western world, people in other parts of Asia or wherever the rest of the world is, telling them balanced, contextualized stories of what it means to be African, what it means to live, work, and want to change Africa, right? The last thing I want to say is that when we talk about forming narratives and telling stories, I would really want us to not think about it so high level that we forget the daily experiences of our own African existence, right? The fact that you struggle with good transportation, leaving your house, or finding good health care, or all those things. There are real stories that need to be told, but when you check online, that's not what you're always seeing. You're always seeing flashy things, which is good. I like it. Like I said, we are now on the far end of the extreme of we want to paint Africa so great, we forget that we are still regular human beings who also encounter regular things. And so now the challenge I want to put to us is, let's balance the narrative and show the behind the scenes and show the mixed context within all these experiences we have, so that the next time you pop on any African media, whether on social media or elsewhere, you don't feel so detached from what you're seeing. And that is the true test of what narrative we are forming. The more you feel detached from the content you see online, the more gaps we both need to fill. Thank you.
All right, thank you. My round of applause for Diana as well. I wish I could ask all of you follow-up questions, because then I have a lot of follow-up questions for you, but of course time is not too much on our side. But what I should have done when we started the session was to have given you an opportunity to introduce yourself to our audience, and so you have that opportunity now. In about 30 to 60 seconds, sell yourself to us. And then of course, for those of us seated here, it's an opportunity for you to know exactly who you want to network with. I say that we must network with intentionality. So you walk into a room, you don't just go talking to everybody. Identify the person who's got something to offer you and someone you've got something to offer, and go straight to them, catch up, pick up on a conversation, open and close deals, and that is it. So you have 30 to 60 seconds, each of you. I can start with you, Josephine, Alira. Oh, $50. All right, Josephine.
So I like to call myself a creative.
Okay.
I'm very interested in the creative space. I tend to do some work in the creative space. I also love to work with creative people. And so although I am a practicing lawyer, I want to, my goal is to eventually find myself in the intellectual property space, as well as like legal tech and stuff like that. Besides my professional job, I also run a non-profit organization called the Cholera Warm Hearts Foundation. We are very focused on child and youth development. We are currently working on a project where we are visiting a school in the Volta region. We are giving them like tote bags for the school supplies to start their school year with. Hopefully take them through their school year, and also maybe some other like sanitary supplies and stuff like that.
When are you doing this?
On the 26th of September.
Oh, next month?
Yes.
Okay. I'll donate 5 boxes of books.
I'm grateful. Thank you. Yes, thank you. And so besides that, I also run a podcast with my friend. It's called The Life and Living a Podcast. Also very youth focused. We want to get in the minds of young people doing great things. And so, yes.
All right, round of applause for Josephine. Let's come to you, Diane. Okay, okay. So Nadia.
Well, Diana is catching her breath. Let me use mine. Hi, everyone. Like I mentioned, my name is Nadia Owusu. I like to say I create sustainable projects, one city at a time. What I do on a daily basis changes depending on my mood. One, I run a sustainable travel company where we're promoting ecotourism and sustainability and environmental conservation through travel experiences. On the other hand, I am very interested in policy influencing and youth engagement at policy levels in different industry, from entrepreneurship, technology, gender mainstreaming, sustainability. So my job roles really differ as and when I feel like it should change. But for the most part, I'm really working with youth innovators across Africa, across the world, to do projects that speak to us, and projects that border around circularity, sustainable travel, technology, anything that is ensuring that I see the world I want it to be as I am living, as I'm going, and for the next generation to benefit a world where everything is better, everything is sustainable. So feel free to reach out to me if you're thinking of doing something amazing, and I'm really happy to help.
Okay. Diane? Yeah.
So I work as a brand strategist. I currently run my own firm. It's called Mosel Marketing. And there I help senior executives and ambitious young Africans tell their stories strategically. My work looks like working behind the scenes, like I shared earlier, helping these professionals tell amazing stories about the work they do, their heart behind the work they do. And it's essentially the change they want to see in their industries. And so if you're thinking of repositioning your personal brand or telling more stories about the amazing things you're doing, or you're just curious about knowing what it means to share more of your work, then you can always reach out to me. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Kafui.
So, startup business modeling, design thinking, commercialization of circular economy, environmental sustainability products and services. I do circular economy, sustainability training for young people on the continent of Africa. I've trained 20,000 young people in Ghana, Liberia, and Nigeria. I've traveled to Kaduna State, the hometown of Boko Haram, to go and do recycling training for young people. I do startup incubation in sustainability and acceleration. I've trained Kaya women to make products from waste, and now some of them are making so much money. One of them just got admission into GIG.
Wow.
Yep. So you can engage me on anything relating to climate, environment, business incubation, acceleration, design thinking, modeling, and then grants. If you're interested in knowing where you can find grants, you can talk to her. And then you can also ask me about it. We'll show you around. Thank you.
Oh, let's give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So these were your amazing panelists. My name is Ibra Adams Karim. In the morning, I host the Wezo TV Breakfast Cafe. When I'm done with that, I'm a multi-socket. Anything that puts money in my pocket, call me and I'll be there. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank
God
you
bless
so much. Thank you so much, panelists.
Don't we get to take a group picture?
Yes, outside.
Oh, outside.
Outside,
Okay.
yes. Thank you so much.
I need evidence that I was here.
Thank you. Take your time. So this is my favorite part of the show as we climax the whole program. Before we end the show, we have 2 more speakers to go in a panel. Then we go with performances. Then we end the show. This is the most important aspect of the show. Let's welcome Eldad as we talk about the business and influence.
Hi, good afternoon. How's everybody doing? So, I have a question. What is the Ghanaian dream? To make money. How about the African dream? What's the African dream? Okay, so 4 years ago, I did something that no rational 27-year-old in his right mind who just got married would do. I quit my job. And this wasn't just any kind of job, right? This job was paying $3,500 in take-home salary. I had comprehensive health insurance package. I have transportation allowances. The latest and greatest gadgets delivered to my doorstep if I wanted them. And the best part is, I didn't have to step a foot out of my house to do any of it. So, question is, why quit? See, when I took the job, the company promised that they were building solutions for African business, right? These were MSMEs, they were building financial solutions. I wanted an opportunity to be a part of something that created real change. Now, 6 months into the job, I realized that the company's real intention is to build what we call a unicorn, a company that is valued at $1 billion. It was primarily a money-making opportunity, and Africa just happens to be the place where you can do that in the best way possible. Now, see, I had a different philosophy. My philosophy was that Ghana and Africa's problem are so deep and so vast that if anybody can solve them properly, one, they can get to impact lives truly, and along the way, they can make a boatload of money. But it's not my business. It's their company. So they get to build their company how they want, and my philosophy doesn't matter. But that slight arrangement of value and vision was what led me to quit. But since then, I've been asking myself a very, very crucial question, which is the question I want to ask you this afternoon. Who is building Africa's future? And more importantly, what do they believe that future should look like? Because see, right now, as we speak, there is a war for Africa's future. And it makes sense, right? We have 60% of the world's most arable land, vast unexplored reserves of natural resources. Our population is expected to go to 6.4 billion people over the next few decades. Our culture, our food are things that globally everybody wants a piece of. So we do have a future that any straight thinking person would want a piece of. Now, this future is not just going to go to anyone. Whoever is going to win this future, they have to be able to do two things. Okay? One, they need to be able to create a clear and coherent vision of what that future should look like. And two, they need the capital to fund it. Right now, Africa is losing both of those wars. We don't have a clear and coherent vision, and we certainly do not have the capital to fund it. Now, that's the bad news. The good news is, I think, vision comes first. See, every empire, every global power, every multinational, anything that has had any consequence in the existence of the world started as an imagination in somebody else's mind. Now, before you think I'm just rambling, right? You are living that right now. Because in 1844, a German chancellor called Otto von Bismarck and his European cohort sat in some room in Europe and decided how they wanted to divide up Africa's resources. Now, many decades after that, another group of Africans also decided that they wanted their continent back. They wanted their resources back. Both of those things are competing visions. And the Africa, the Ghana that you and I are experiencing today is a result of the conflict between those two visions. Everything from our food to our education curriculum to our architecture to our infrastructure to our industries, we are experiencing the after effects of somebody else's vision. So, if the war for Africa's future is going on, I want to make the philosophical argument that that war is a war of imagination. Whoever can dream it and paint the clearest picture can begin to start the process of winning that particular war. And if Africa or Ghana is going to stand a chance to win that war, then we need visionary. So, that question for you again. What is the Ghanaian dream? Do we have one? Now, when I was testing out this idea, one of the review members of the committee told me, that I think we have visionaries, but I think the problem is that they get so frustrated that they all leave. And I was like, maybe you have a point. But see, I think there are 3 levels of vision that we need to talk about. One is the personal vision. It's what do I want for myself as an individual? What do I want to create for myself? What goes to benefit me? 2 is the organizational or institutional vision. What is the vision of the groups of people that are gathered, whether they are companies, NGOs, for-profit, non-profit? But 3rd is the civic vision. What is the vision for our countries, for our regions, for our continent? Because see, I can have a dream as a person, but if the organizations around me do not enable me, I am not going to be able to execute them. And I can have the dream as a CEO, as a business, or as an organization, but if my country doesn't implement systems that allows me to build those dreams, I will quit. But here's the thing. Every time we complain about systems, we have to understand that systems also start in the imagination of whoever is in charge of the institutions that are in place. Systems are still a function of vision. We still have to imagine them. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that there are no visionaries. We have them. We have had them. We live in the legacy of people like Nkrumah and Fela and recently Patrick Iwa and other people who are building things on the continent. But if this is a war, then the case I'm trying to make is that we need a larger army. We need more people who are spending time and energy creating futures that we are all excited to be a part of, that we are all excited to build. We need more visionaries. Here's the second thing about vision. Vision is not just some random dream. We still need to build institutions. We still need to create environments. We still need to create laws and policies and frameworks that allows us to bring these things to life. But even those things still has to be imagined in somebody else's mind. So before we can start to create, we need a direction. And a clear vision for our country, for our continent, is the thing that sets all of us walking in a singular direction so we can actually start to create the change that we want in our countries and in our continent. Vision always comes first. Now, here's the thing. Maybe you've heard me say all these things and you're like, all that, why should I care? Like, is it really a thing? Well, see, in the past, like the battles for the future of different countries and continents were won by guns. But I think in the future, they're going to be won with stories, media, ideas. That's what the battle is. And just like you and I are living in the consequences of somebody else's vision or the lack thereof, the generations to come, your kids, my kids, their kids, are going to be living in the consequences of our imagination or the lack thereof. So, that question again, one more time. What is your Ghanaian dream? Do you have one? Thank you.
So much. So we welcome the next speaker. Then after the speaker, we do a panel, then we end the show. So let's welcome Salem as he speaks on the business of influence. Let's welcome him now. Thank you so much. Let's welcome him.
Hello, everybody. So before I came here, I was thinking, what can actually influence you sitting here now? You've come here since 9 a.m. and you are still here till now. Somewhere I have left, but you are still here. So what is influencing you? And that's the reason why I'm here. Forget everything you know about sustainability. The world has moved beyond sustainability. What's sustainability anyways? It's been something we've said over and time again, that sustainability is just trying to ensure that you have a long-term plan, how sustainable you can be. But the world has moved past that, and we are in a world of circular economy. So what is circular economy? Circular economy simply means taking the resource, recycling it, and being able to reuse it, meaning there's no waste. I'm going to show you a business that is going to influence your life positively. So over time, work, I have realized that UNDP has almost about $8 billion in terms of capital investment for businesses in sustainability and circular economy projects. When you look at the Ghanaian landscape, unemployment is about 70%. And 70% of the population are actually under 30%. So ask yourself, where do, after 30, what next? Now, circular economy has diversified in itself, and it's such that it's across wash, where is water, we have moved to solar, we've also moved to fish farming, we've moved to climate smart agriculture, and also waste to energy. Basically, it has been such that once we are looking at safeguarding the environment, now it's termed profitable. When you look at a project I did in Niger, we actually looked at how we're going to convert their fecal matter, and then what we say rubbish, in literal terms, is MSW. And we looked at how we're going to combine those two waste streams. I mean, if you look at Ghana, we have open education, we have people not having public latrines, and they do it just anyone want to do it. So looking at how it is and how you transform it into a resource was what we looked at. So we looked at the population, we did our research, we realized that we needed to ensure that none aspect of any of it down, So we looked at the fecal matter, we looked at components of it, how to biofuel briquettes, and also to look at biogas. In any case, we're looking at how to make other resources out of the basic one, which is the main resource, and looking at how we're going to reuse it. Once we're done with that, we look at the biofuel concept, which is actually a fuel. We looked at biogas, which traditionally any of us here can do at home. In this age and era, I want to tell you that technology is to have the knowledge and to be. So we're done with that. We realized that once we were able to convert the solid matter into fuel, the liquid matter goes into biogas. And then the MSW side, we segregated it and ensured that we were able to produce compost. We have VSF library, which is an organic protein nutrient for all kinds of animals. We also have the RDF. When you go to Sweden, most of their states are actually powered by energy plants. You use waste heat, and then you are able to produce electricity. And that is what they are doing in their country. In the world, we almost have about 2,700 plants, and it's magnificent. But I want to show you something. As we are here, 30 seconds, any of us can think about a solution. It could be a problem in your community. Just 30 seconds. Think about a problem in your community, and I'm going to show you why. Now, when you look at, after looking at the Ghanaian landscape, I realized that chili pepper was something we actually import into the country. We actually spend about $5 million to import just chili pepper into the country. And the biggest exporters, Vietnam, America, South Korea, and surprisingly, we import from Burkina Faso, which was quite surprising to me. So I looked at it, and it was the top 3 crop we actually produce or consume as Ghanaians. So what my market research, which is basic. To venture into circular economy, you need to have time to venture into research. I did my research, I realized that Ghana is actually supposed to produce about 20 tons per hectare. Actually produce less than that, not even of it. So I looked at the plan. I did my market research, and then I needed to scale. So I did about 2 acres for a start. And now, we're looking at climate smart agriculture. So I was looking at the fact that how was I going to do it? Now the problem was, traditional farmers were actually doing 2 seasons a year. I wanted to do 4 seasons a year. Towards that, I needed a greenhouse technology system. I needed solar to power the system. And that was perfect. We were actually able to execute that from 2023. Now with an estimated $28,000 a year we needed to make in the first year, that was in 2023, we actually, others revenue, our net income was about $4,000 net income. Then I looked at it, how were we able to do it? But we didn't start with the solar and then the greenhouse system initially. We started this year. The 4,000 we needed to make for 2023, we actually made half of that as net income. So that was scalability, that's entrepreneurship. What then can I do? I needed to seek funding. I looked at my co-peers who were outside that. This is the business I want. How best can you support me? I did my detailed financial analysis. I understand that that was key. Now, I stated earlier that we needed to produce as a country 20 metric tons. We're actually producing 9 metric tons, so there's a deficit. I looked at, we started with the greenhouse technology system, and in this year we are supposed to make about $37,000 in terms of revenue. Actually, we are half of the year, and we have actually clocked half of that amount. Now, out of that, our net income is supposed to be about $7,000 at the end of the year. Now, you ask you, what are we trying to do? What are we trying to execute? It is the landscape we are trying to resolve. When traditional farmers are facing difficulties in ensuring that they are doing 2 seasons, we are doing 4. Now, it will interest you from a $50 million investment with 28,000 in terms of revenue in the first year, and looking at in 2 years, which is 2025, we are making $37,000. Let's scale it up to the next 8 years, and look if we have broken even or not. But in actual terms, from the 2 acres when we started, because it was not greenhouse technology, we were doing 4 acres because we were trying to bridge the gap in order to produce 11 tons. Every 1 acre produces per season. If you do 4 seasons, you're able to produce 5.5 tons. So looking at what we wanted to achieve, which is 11 tons per year, and because we're between the solar and then the greenhouse. We did. And then that was how we started with. Just so we can bridge the gap in 2 seasons. So now that we have been able to scale with the whole system, we have actually ensured that we are on track. Now, it interests you to know that in this space, as I stated earlier, you need your research, you need data. You can't do without data. You can't do without partnership. I couldn't solve this alone. I had to involve people. There are people with the expertise. There are people with the money. There are people with the knowledge. The next person sitting by you actually could be the next big thing you ever want to know. Social network is key. Never go anywhere thinking, oh, this and that. No. Anybody here has an influence, no matter who the person is. When we look at that and ensure that we are able to produce that in the next 8 years, we actually scale. And we are looking at the fact that we are going to go wide. Now we are doing 11 tons. We want to go 40 tons next year. So if we are selling a premium chili pepper per kilo, it's for $3,000. And we are producing 11 tons. You can do the math for yourself. If we want to do 50 tons, that's 40,000 kg. And I'm saying 1 kg is what? $3,000. Well, you can calculate that for yourself and see the amount of money that is going to be made. Nothing in this world is waste. Nobody is nobody. Everybody is somebody. You need to understand that in this current economy, in this current life, in this current space, in this current generation where we find ourselves, you have the ability to influence yourself, you have the ability to influence people, you have the ability to change the narrative. To look at this, and that will be the last thing I want to do before I leave. In the world of sustainability and circular economy, profitability and safeguarding the environment are brothers. There is no way you can do any of the sustainability projects without not looking at the SDGs. For you to speak to a potential investor, to you to speak to somebody, you need to look at the various sectors of the SDGs, which actually is looking at to solve. Just you to know that trying to solve more than 2 or 3 SDGs actually make your business viable. It is the next big thing. You will be looking at me and be looking at us and what am I saying? But I will tell you this, whatever you strive to achieve, whatever it is you look at, whatever it is you want to do, the height of it is dependent on the foundation. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's clap for him. Let's clap for him. Can do better. Thank you so much. At this time, we're going to have our final panel discussion, and it's going to be led by Stephanie Aponsa. Stephanie, are you ready? And they are talking about breaking barriers or building new ones, the real state of women in business and work. So if you're a woman here, this is a topic that you need to listen. Let's welcome them as they take the stage. Yes, let's clap for them as they take the stage. Let's clap for them, Stephanie.
Hello. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for your continued patience. I realize some of you are getting worn out, but this is the very last panel discussion. It's going to be very interactive, very useful and relevant for all of us. And so we are discussing this very afternoon whether or what the real state of women in business and work is. Are we pushing women in some of our spaces, or women are just pushing themselves into other spaces because of the various barriers they encounter? And to do this discussion with us are very seasoned panelists with various experts in various fields. I want to first of all call on Sharif Ghali, if he's here. Sharif Ghali, the business leader and an entrepreneurship advocate. Let's clap for him. You're welcome, Sharif. Yes, thank you very much. Yes, can be here. And then the next, Nazifa Mohammed. She's an award-winning entrepreneurship and communications expert. Let's clap for her. Yes. Pearl Emefa Diale. Pearl is an HR and project management expert. She works with Challenges Ghana. And then Florence Toffa. She's a leading tech an entrepreneurship expert here with over 4 years of experience. Okay. So for our session, we're going to explore some current realities facing women in business and in the workplace. We want to know if the challenges of our day are pushing women into certain strides they really wouldn't want to venture, or that we have a lot of women venturing into other spaces because of the opportunities there. What is the reality? What is really happening in our space? And we would want to dig deep as we digest in not so much, not taking so much of your time, but want to be able to hit on the right spot, to be able to get the relevant information out there for us to take back home. Okay, so for Sharif, you are a business advocate, you have a lot of experience, you've worked with a lot of young people, and you've worked with certain groups and all of that. Yes, want to know, when we say we are creating an enabling environment for women to thrive, how is it like? Is this something that we are actually doing, or we're just talking about it, just pushing the agenda with our mouth? We're not seeing the reality on the ground. What is the case?
All right, so thank you very much. The question is very simple.
Yeah.
We do face value a lot in our ecosystem. If you look at the Ghanaian ecosystem, the government, academia, private sector, and everybody that play a key role, most of the times we talk about inclusion, bringing women on board, but we bring the women on board, but we don't give them access. So what is inclusion if women are on board and have no access to funding, no access to technical support, no access to the real support that would put the women up there? And so I would say to your question that yes, we bring women in systems that are created around male personalities. That's why you go to an office and everything is created around a male CEO. But then when a female CEO goes there, we don't change the system to allow both gender to be able to strive. The systems are skewed towards a male CEO. And so it has been more of the time math and lipstick for women. And I think that as a country, we need to move away from just saying. We have a lot of policies to enable women to do business, to enable women even work at workplaces. But here in Ghana, none of them is actually lived. We see policies on papers. And I would say that until we want to show the world that we are creating the real inclusion for women, and that is ensuring policies are working, ensuring women have access to equal pay, women has access to funding, and have access to all the necessary support that they can be able to grow their business. And I'll end by saying that women doesn't really need you to bring the bar down. I, from the Ghana Chamber of Young Entrepreneurs, have seen that when women young entrepreneurs succeed, there is growth in the economy, there is growth in innovation, there is growth in community. Because these people don't just grow alone, they grow with others. And for me, most likely I'll think of Sherry first, but you are different. And that's what I've seen leading young people. And so I think that we need to focus on supporting women, creating the real platform, not just the face value, and bringing them into a customary position where they are not able to work, and then we turn around and say they are not doing. So we need to be up and doing in the regards of creating the systems for women.
Okay, so the case is the fact that there are no systems structured for women. So women are forced to adapt to the already existing systems which favor the other sex much more. Wow, that's a very tough one. Okay, thank you very much, Sherry, for that. Nazifa, when we talk about breaking barriers, what comes to mind? Are we really breaking barriers?
Thank you very much.
Yes.
And good afternoon. Okay. Good afternoon, beautiful audience. So breaking barriers, for me, is all the obstacles that, barriers are all the obstacles that come to play as far as achieving something is concerned. And now, I always say something that, well, I'm married, I have 5 children, and I'm in school, I'm a businesswoman. I run 2 businesses at the same time. But then I always say that before a man takes 1 step forward, the woman has taken 2 steps backwards, because practically the whole family hangs around your shoulder. You get home and it's all about the family. You can't even do much. So you can only do something when you plan your day and say that, look, tomorrow I'm going to do ABC. Now, women also have been found to, I don't know, research, well, I know. Research has come out that most of the intelligent people on earth are women. And it's simply because women are always, they are able to multitask, do so many things. What a man can do within a minute, a woman can do so much, or times 10 of that, within that same minute. So it tells us that when you empower the woman, when you empower, you propel a certain growth, you induce a certain growth in her. So why do we sit down and then all the time when there's issue of funding, Brother Sheriff mentioned funding, you realize that when there's funding, always you see that the women are giving the meager monies, let's say 10,000, 20,000, 50,000. I am yet to come across a woman who has been bold enough to say that, look, GEA or other government organizations, they gave her $2 million, $10 million to start a business.
Do they have that capacity?
I don't think so.
The institutions
Perhaps,
don't have
perhaps,
business fund. Well, they don't
perhaps
have
it
that.
is the same person that's created a business line for women's organizers in politics. That's women's organizers place for school feeding. Perhaps it is that same person that has done as the scam. Why do we think that women organizers should handle school feeding? Why shouldn't the men also handle school feeding? Yeah, I mean, it's a big question. The men, they should also go for school feeding. We can also go and do construction.
Yeah.
My sister does construction and she's doing well. Her successes have not been sung enough. You understand? Women are always able to do a lot, but she cannot even go and seek for funding. Nobody supports my sister. If she has to go for funding, then she has to go for a bank facility where she has to put something in place for whatever she's going for. So I took this lady's number when they told me she's into grants. Nadia, the lady that did the previous panel discussion, I took her number simply because I deal with women. I represent Eve International on so many stages. I act as a board member and a chairperson for the Envoys. And there are so many women struggling out there. And I feel that these women are very intelligent, they are articulate, they are multitaskers. So given the chance, all these women are going to propel a certain type of growth, or a certain kind of growth for the world to see what we can also do for society.
So Nadifa, just to add to what you were saying, what can the next generation do so that we don't have to fight the same battles when we get to it?
You see, it's all about positioning. For me, that's why I will entreat every woman. If you feel you can do it, forget about what society will say. Most times, the biggest canker has to do with what people think about us. You are doing something and your fellow woman will tell you, oh, no, so yet too much. No, don't think about. If you think about that, if you begin to feel that, to think about what society will think of what you are doing, then you will kill your dream right from the conception stage. Your ideas will be killed. So I believe that if you feel you have the know-how, you can do something, just come out and say, let people know. People are not being discovered because they are not willing to come out and tell their stories and tell the world what they can do. Please, let's also come out there. Let's come out there and then let the world see what we can do and propel the necessary growth that we desire.
Oh,
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nazifa. Thank you. Thank you. Hell, yes. So there's something I heard from someone some time back. That there is what we call the business tree. I don't know how true that is, but the whole scenario speaks for itself. So I'm told that the very base, we have a lot of men and women, young people, youth, whatever. But then when we climb to the very apex, it reduces. And you find a lot of men climbing all the way to the apex, and the women are left at the base. What really has the situation been? Do women have equal access? I know you work with Challenges Ghana and you give a lot of support to women, double groups and all of that. What has the case been? A lot of
we are developing projects that are not tailored to our targeted audience, right? If you're going to put me on a project, maybe let me give this example. I'm currently managing a project, and we start at specific times and close at specific times because we have mothers on the project. you know, and there are times where they come in and they say, I have to go, I have to go and pick my daughter, I have to do this and I have to do that. And we understand. One woman told us one day that she's been to so many offices. It's only her office that she's come to, and then she goes to the washroom and there's sanitary towel. She's so excited about that. That's the only thing that makes her excited anytime she's coming for training. That she knows that she feels at home even in our office. But ask yourself, how many of our offices even give women the opportunity to even bring their young children to work? Give them the opportunity to have their babies at work and at the same time. A lot of women are not into formal employment because they are not able to deal with the should I say, the workload that comes with taking care of children and then managing the home as well. Women start giving birth, and then that's it. That's the end of formal employment for them.
So, Carol, just is it the case that if you can't be a director of maybe BUST or a formal institution, then you should start a business? Are we pushing women into entrepreneurship because of the mere fact that they can't climb?
That is good as well, you know, because empowerment comes with agency and resources. So when women are able to get access to resources through their informal employment, they are able to have the opportunity to make decisions. Mind you, the kind of power, or let me say the kind of politics, let me bring it down to Ghana, the kind of politics we practice in our country is highly capital intensive, you know. So you see that there are not a lot of women in that space. It's doing well. I'm not going to lie about it. There's been significant increases from about 29 to 35 to 41 currently over the past 3 electoral years. So you see that there's some progress being made, right? But even within that space, what are we focused on? There's this female politician, anytime she does something good, I do not see what she's done. All I see is her body. How the president was looking at her body when he was swearing her in, or how she wore a certain dress. We are not focused on the content.
Yeah.
There was a time, even earlier this year, there was a whole conversation about the 5 vice president's shoes she wore. Really? Because it doesn't seem to fit our kind of dressing. You know, so when women are even doing well, the conversation shifts from the content or their impact to how they look. So aside you trying to make impact, you are pressured to also make sure you are looking good in the eyes of society. How does my shoe look? How does my dress look? How are you going to be focused in actually delivering your mandate? So maybe to bring me back to business, I feel like we should move to the point where we are not just throwing out programs. We are actually throwing out programs that are tailored to fit women. If you are going to tell them to access funding, you need to make sure that there's flexible terms to access that fund. You can't tell me to go and bring a collateral that is worth 10 times my business capital. When it comes to risk measuring method that's even used to access this funding, the informal sector is not even accounted for, you know, and even putting women on some of these programs. On my current program, I had a woman telling me that when she was about starting her business, her husband said, no, don't do it. You'll be out there, men will see you. And these are real conversations. This is not even made up. And now she has, even this one, she has her own money. She has the resource. So we are saying resources, we didn't give you the opportunity to make decision. You don't even have 100% food because the husband says no. And she was doing so well when she started her business. She just recently accessed huge sums of money for her business. So imagine this woman decided not to start a, and even if you hear the business, again, to go back to Sharif, they start businesses for community. So she had a baby and the baby wasn't eating well. So she decided to create a recipe for her baby. And then the baby started going so well and a lot of mothers came to patronize her. Now she didn't start a business for herself alone. She's attending to so many other new mothers.
That sounds like a business I know.
I'll be surprised. You know, so yes, maybe to just bring the conversation to a close, I'll say let's tailor projects, let's tailor programs to fit the group of people we are actually seeking to target, close the gap, and also make sure that in closing the gaps as well, there are some financial returns so that it goes ahead to also impact every other woman.
Okay. So you are in the HR space. Let's give it up for her. Thank you very much. You are in the HR space. How are human resource personnel like yourself preparing women for the next the next generation of women for leadership roles? Because we've seen a lot of women, we don't know if it's supposed to be a trend, but the women believe to want to hire more men compared to women. Why is that the case? Why are you killing us?
I don't know why that's the case for them. But I think most of it has to start with policy. Most of our corporate policies are not inclusive. And I give it up to Nestle, whoever works there, well done. I read their inclusive policy and it's top notch. You know, maybe Nestle is big, so let's bring Nestle down. In my own company, you're allowed to bring your baby in to work. We provide a space for your baby to sleep and then work at the same time if you don't have the opportunity to get a caretaker. We also have compressed leaves for nursing mothers. We also have paternity leave for fathers as well, to lend a helping hand to their wives when they have their babies. So I think a lot more inclusive policies. You don't need to do much. And that's what I keep saying about inclusion. You don't need to transform your whole building to be inclusive. The little things that goes, your discriminatory and sexual harassment policies, maternity leave policies. Some companies, when you enter, they tell you that within the first 3 years, you're not supposed to have a family. And these are real things that happen out there.
Yeah, that's right.
You know, and the reason why sometimes companies hinder the growth of women is because you keep going in and out to have babies. So they feel like any year you miss at home, when you come back, you need to make sure that you are hitting targets. You know, but no nursing mother would resume work and you expect her to start performing excellently like the way she was performing when she was a single woman. It needs a lot of time. So companies need to understand all those things. So I feel like the first step is to start with inclusive policies and not just saying it with our mouth. Because I hear all the time, we say it all the time, but companies need to be more inclusive. Accept that we are all different. And then harness that difference to see how we can create impact with that difference.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, so Florence, you have over 15 years experience in tech space. How is it there? What's the narrative? Are more women joining the tech space? What is happening?
It's not so different. Thank you for having me here. It's not so different. I would say that in an era of tech, you would expect that we're far advanced in terms of inclusion of women in STEM or in technology, but I mean, let's ask ourselves, even in the era of internet, how many women actively use internet? Basic. I would not like to move to the more advanced, like AI, ChatGPT. I would do living internet. Apart from basic WhatsApp that people use, you use WhatsApp, you use Facebook, you use other IG, other tools. What other digital tools do we have that really empower women? And I think that even let's not even talk about technology, let's even talk about tertiary education. I mean, research has shown that male participation in tertiary education is 2.5 times more than females. So, I mean, the higher you go, the higher the number reduces. If you go to a PhD room, you will see that there are more males that are doing PhD than females. If you go to, let's not even talk about tech, let's talk about general education. You know, so these barriers are real barriers, and coupled with that, we forget that we still have cultural norms that put women in traditional roles. I mean, whatever you do, your role is this. It's like your role is cast in stone, you know. So, I mean, when we talk about tech, it's like the fancy thing. Forget about the myth around STEM, that STEM is for boys, and boys are supposed to be programmers, engineers, all the things that are related to STEM. And so the barriers are rare barriers. Sometimes it's cultural, and we don't want to admit that it's cultural, like we don't want to admit that it still exists. Women are still being put into traditional roles. No matter what you do, it's like that is where you belong. You have your child, you must do this, you must do this, you must do this. If you don't do it, it means that you're not doing your roles well. And you know, and sometimes we have self-doubts. Can we do it? We have to prove ourselves. It's subtle voice that continue to talk to us. Like, can I talk like this man? This man talks very nicely, and I own a business, I run a business. Can I really also do well? What can I do? Like subtle voice that makes us doubt ourselves. I mean, these are all barriers from education. By the time a guy and a girl are in school, in senior high school, I mean, the girl can easily get pregnant, she's out of school, the boy goes ahead, freely moves on, goes to university. You can see this girl struggling to take care of the child and other areas. Even if, like currently, I have a girl who has completed beautiful results, but the mom said, look, I'm taking care of 3 children alone. I can't let her go to university. And so it's through our outreach programs, her younger sister was there, and I asked her younger sister, bring me her results. And they bring me, I called the mom to my office. I said, let's have a meeting about this result. She will go to university. You will support, whatever. I said, but if there is an option, a limited option, that there is a guy and there is a girl, who should I invest in? You see that naturally they will invest in the boy. And this woman has a boy who is growing up, and they said, like, she wants to go and do pharmacy, she wants to go to university, I don't have money to. But if it's the boy, she would obviously get money too.
So what can we do to overcome these barriers? And do you have any special initiatives as part of what you do in your space? That is supporting
Advocacy.
someone?
I mean, like for this, I don't know the woman from anywhere. She's not my relative, my friend, but I invited the woman to my office, and she came with the children, and I talked to the woman that, I beg you, in the name of God, let this child go to university, or else her future will be more worse than even you think of not going to. If she goes to school, you will be free in the end. Now you are struggling. Because of the struggle, you are trying to cut corners and make sure that she doesn't go to school. If something happens and she gets pregnant, she doesn't go to school, you will suffer double than allowing her to stay in school. So the woman was, at least, I thank God that she listened to me. Other people will still go on and say, look, I don't have money, I prefer to, her younger brother is in JHS 3, will finish soon and go to school. I don't have money to let her go to school. And then, you see, and these issues are real issues. We think they are they are also mindsets. They are also that's what I'm saying, that we have cultural norms that still put women into roles, like traditional roles, and these norms inform our decision and how we act, how we treat them, how we treat women. These are norms, not just like they are norms. You are treating them because of what you think about them and where they belong and what you think that they should be doing. And consciously or unconsciously, that is what it is, and that is the fact. So I think that these are, let's not talk about the bigger issue, why are women not in STEM? When I gather 20s to the young girls, we do programs like Girls in ICT with MTN and other partners. When I gather girls in, I say, how many of you want to do computer science? You don't get hands up. How many of you want to do nursing? Yay! How many of you want to do or want to be a teacher? Yay! I'm not saying teacher or nursing, but I'm saying that, look, we need to create a lot of role models that, look, go higher than what, because if they've not seen, computer scientists, programmers, they cannot become programmers.
Of course, just before you conclude, what opportunities are there for a woman like myself, and I'm sure that some other women here will have interest in wanting to go into tech? What opportunities are there in tech?
Look, all you need is a desire. Everything that, most of you, if you have a desire for someone, you go for the person, you chase the person. The same thing, all you need to study or to achieve anything is a strong desire to be able to do that. I didn't study computer science. I've been running my company for 15 years. I studied psychology and sociology in Legon. And then when I finished, I had an interest in IT. So I left my job. I was working comfortably at the university as a senior admin assistant. I left and I went to do 2 years of software entrepreneurship. And I think I'm happy. I just had a desire that is what I want to do. And I took the risk. Every decision that you take, there is a risk and there are consequences and there are rewards. And those are some of the things that you should consider. If you want to learn an IT at age 60,
Of course it's possible. Now you don't even need to pick. Just go on YouTube, go anywhere, go on Coursera, go on Allison. A lot of learning platforms that you can access whatever you want to become. It is possible.
Thank you very much. I'm sure a lot of us may want to come to you at the end of the session to grab some of those opportunities so that we can leverage on them. Sharif, you work with young people, of which I'm sure there are a lot of women. What are some of the barriers? In 30 seconds, Paul.
All right. Thank you very much. Just to speak to what my sister said, I think it's true that women are resilient and they multitask. They do better than we do, and they are always ahead of us. The only thing we are ahead of them is when we are preparing bathing. We finish.
You bath faster than women.
We bath faster. We dress faster.
You dress faster.
Yes, that's the only thing.
Those are the only two things.
So some of the barriers in Ghana with regards to women doing business, first of all, that is on the pinnacle is access to finance. We've seen a lot of innovative businesses by young women, but they don't have access to funding. And even when they have access to funding, you realize that the funding given to them are so meager that they may end up just using that to buy broadband to sustain the business. It's like she said, I sat on committees and board grant committees that have given money to women. And I, myself, I'm saying it today, I feel sad. Because the thing is that the people giving you the money to give to these people tell you that we want to give 1 million to 1 million women. But you know you have 1 million Ghana cedis and you want to give to 1 million people. What will be the impact? And over the years, I've been talking about strategic investment in women business. If you may not agree with me, but I tell you that 70% of our SME population is led by this gallant women. The men, we can only lead the big ones, the corporate ones. If you want, go to the market and come back and tell me who is running Ghana's economy. If those women decide not to come today, most of us will not eat. But we don't see that. We felt that they should just be relegated to where they are. So access to funding is one, and access to proper network and mentorship. We talk about mentorship every day, but there is nobody willing to mentor this young woman. Well, everybody come and say, I am mentoring, I'm doing
we seem to have a lot of institutions doing
That's
coaching,
my point.
mentoring.
Plethora of them, incubation hubs, innovation hub, trade associations, whatever, but there is no practical step in hand-holding women. You see, if you really want to mentor, it's not about bringing you, talk to you, and no. I need to hand-hold you. I need to create the room. I need to take you to this network program. I need to bring you to Leslie that this man can fund you or this man can do this. This is the kind of mentorship I'm talking about. We don't need you to give women money. Connect them to the right resources. These people are very dynamic. They get their own way out. And then the other challenge we see within there is access to market. I am sure there was an exhibition here. And if you go, I have been organizing programs across Ghana. And 80% of the people that come to exhibit innovative product are women.
That's very true.
But they are not supported. So I see them with the same quantity where they are. The next year I'm organizing the same one, they come there. So there was a time I brought some few women together. I said, I've been watching you from far. You've been doing Shebata product, this cosmetic product from Shebata. And this lady does the same thing, this one. And every exhibition I see you guys, why don't you come together and work together? So they agreed. They started working together. That was 3 years ago. Lo and behold, the next year I was able to get them a Chinese company that is able to now off-take whatever they are. And these guys, now these ladies are making it. The last time they told me that they are going to China, I'm like, and you are not going with me.
I think he deserves some rounds of applause for this.
And those are just the ways we talk about. We have to be deliberate in creating the market. Government procurement source from different angles. Ask yourself, the school feeding, just what Madam said, but even cooking the food or the raw materials, how are we deliberate about sourcing from women? There is a policy in Ghana procurement law that says that 20% of state-funded projects should be ceded to women, persons with disability, and youth. I've been advocating for them to activate this policy for 10 years now, and nobody's listening. But you don't know that you as a woman have the power to demand. That is where I have a big issue of that gender. You are not beggars. Like I said earlier on, you don't need them to bring the bar. You need a spring to jump over that bar.
We definitely are not.
So you need from today to understand that you have the power to demand.
The same Ghana that we are leading you and always flashing around, you owe it more than us. If you don't agree, check your numbers here and check the men here. So demand for what
Thank
rightfully
you.
owe.
Thank you very much, Sharif. Thank you. Thank you very much. Nazifa, just a
Yeah.
take home.
Okay. A take home?
Yes.
So
In
I'm
30
happy,
seconds.
I'm happy Sharif vindicated me. At least I didn't tell a lie. Yeah, I've been on this radar for some time, so I like to speak from experience. And another thing, ourselves as women, Sharif mentioned that we should demand what we want. We should ask for it. Make the move and demand what is due us. But are we willing? Are we ready? Are we ready for what is coming? I have a lady I am coaching to start a business. So she tells me she's married, she has children, and she doesn't have anything doing. And they have, our usual women stuff. So she told me she wanted to start something. I started coaching her. Then we did everything, and we got to branding. So I made her bring me her brands, whatever. I coached her to put together her insignia and everything. Then she comes to tell me that she's gotten a school that she wants to teach. I said, no problem, go ahead. She starts the school, and then she comes back to me. Aja, can we continue our usual classes because I want to do this on this? I said, no problem. I fixed a date with you. You are supposed to meet me at a neutral place. I get there and you don't show up. Then, for me, if you book me, I get there, I'll not call you because you need me, I don't need you. So I got there, she didn't show up. I sat there, she didn't come, and she didn't call me. Then the following day, she sent me a text. Aja, I'm sorry I couldn't come, blah, blah, blah. I didn't respond. Then she follows up. So can we do our meeting today? So what makes you think that, when, it's interesting. What makes you think that I'll be available when you need me? It's like, abracadabra, I have to appear, right? So Nazif, I don't have anything to do with my time, right? So I should be there. And these are some of the things. Let's also apply some soft skills in our lives. There are some things formal education will not teach us. Yeah. Let's read, let's learn how to handle people. Yeah. Let's learn to appreciate people's time. When you book somebody, you want to reach out to the person. Make sure you make yourself available. Make sure you go there within the time that you are required. And also make sure that you don't waste people's time. You understand? Make sure what you want from people. Even if you send someone a message, you get someone's contact, and you want to reach out, say hi, greet with the time of day, and continue with your message. You don't just send me hi and then leave it hanging. I should figure out who you are. I have 1,001 people on my phone. I don't need to figure out who you are. You should introduce yourself and hit it straight to the point. Let me understand what you are looking for, what you want my time for. Let's learn how to do things right. And these are some of the things I teach young women. Learn how to do things right, and you'll propel the right growth that you are looking for.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nazifa. Thank you very much. So, Pearl, we'll take the last one from you. In one bold statement, what do you think women should do to propel them to the next step?
I think we should, basically we've all said the same thing. We should have the desire. We should be confident to take the next step. And also we should close our ears and our eyes to our external environment.
Yeah.
Because it tends to, I don't know if it's a Ghanaian thing, but we tend to kind of water down women's concerns, So we should close our ears, our eyes to external environment. Have the desire, most importantly, push, be confident, and then you can't also always sit for people to introduce mentors to you. Reach out. You see someone within your space, you feel like you feel like you admire the person, reach out. Most of them won't respond. Yes, it's understandable. But what is worse than getting a no? rather than losing the opportunity in totality, you know. So reach out to people, take the bold step, and then never be shy to speak up. People will notice you, and I think we'll do great.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think they deserve some rounds of applause. Thank you very much. I think there are a lot of opportunities for women out there. We have heard all of those, but women are necessarily not prepared. So if you're a woman here, let's prepare. Let's put ourselves in readiness to embrace some of these opportunities, and let's take the bold step to be able to thrive to our next level. Thank you very much, Sharif. Thank you, Nazifa. Thank you, Pearl. Thank you, Florence. Thank you, audience. Thank you so much for your patience and your time. It was beautiful engaging with you all. Thank you. We're exhausted.
Mesonia no pa, Meshidi Nyamewaya, Bobina Waya Mam, you be one any set, the Pompire cos me Tafunya Yana me cose, as so come home, me call her more, send it. All I wanted to know is Menumi will hope. It's in Yamewa Biara, I really wanna cope. No man making him na man telling to do. You wanna see his glory, but still you don't worry. But so me here, my brother, you know, go to show me. Or how ukuni na mawa veme buana nyato wase nyamine nimbe yamane Jefisasi shani kane na yunia Ukustoni ubeyuri yasako bihia Dabira No Dabira Sitsi Nyame nothing I get into family and yawope the do was some so kind Bible me was said there and that me so na yeah na me cafe bone me said there me ko you share me now for floor no my pone say yeah na me say one bia me kwako so beni fi say me busu mo menema me na me ye penny e to the bia me feel nasty and I can see a boy to me so read this put na me boy ya baba bana me border opako bisa akobu to me ma mene nam sesika ene ya mi oti amofamu so mi hobida ada mu be huni aneka ni ateoda onya yesu kula kami womu seti ati mo diploma bachelor sanye mu koti ahochama kojo ya sesa mi di frame kofi I go back to the defender. Tender, and I'm here to preach something small. Yeah. My friends who call waiting, or down the one mouse see the treating, giving you my honest to keeping, then I'm a yoker to deserve these. Hello, my friends who call waiting, or down the one mouse see the treating, giving you my honest to keeping, then I'm a yoker to deserve these. Or down the one yes, or down the one the work, down the one yes, or down the one yes. I say me so come and we put so with the word in my own power sort of we don't need about you be about intina then you to boss no don't to kwa o no anenka bomne ti asiesa but be na mayewa ti amena so me fan ko to say na so but if I want to pray let him know the love is so the big us pass as we so ready for you send na mafa o when me be boka about the bill love go end this will be killed me one family I love the hill but the so that God is so the minute that God the am go do so hold on me and up out there oh bit yeah hello my friends so call waiting order me one mouse see the treating giving you my honest to keeping then I'm a yoker to deserve peace hello my friends so call waiting order me one mouse see the treating giving you my honest to keep it then I'm a yoker to deserve peace you want to win it, that's all the time you are. That's in the show. When you walk, come on, do you want to walk? Mama, I'm going to die, I'm in show. Yeah. Hello, my friends, I'm calling waiting. Hold on, me, one mouse, see the treating. If you my honest to keeping, then I'm my own part to deserve peace. Hello, my friends, I'm calling waiting. Hold on, me, one mouse, see the treating. If you my honest to keeping, then I'm my own part to deserve peace. Well, let me say something. This particular music coming, it's about drugs. It's about drugs. I didn't get the time earlier. I wanted to say something little about this music. When I first recorded this music, I sent it to a friend, and the friend was like, "Hey, boys of nowadays are doing drugs, and you're rather doing music against them. Don't you know they will never play a song?" I told him that no, this is what I can do. Wanna get with your junkie, wanna get with your junkie, wanna get with your junkie. Wanna get with your junkie, wanna get with your junkie, I can believe no. Wanna get with your junkie, wanna get with your junkie, wanna get with your junkie. Wanna get with your junkie, wanna get with your junkie, I can believe no. Make it be on you now 18 years, and a command pay about me, the 70 years. They feel very sad to see a son undressed, but please, body on because I was so stressed. I was running up for long, the friend saying this. They say I'm to 2 years, so I ain't for what year. You like when to buy 2 years for 4 years. Pop up, Pantene, 4 years. Measure it and in the one, no, I got. Why is you on this God's gossip? Or there's a wet track. Friends are set up, but now enough is class. But what on the number, in that address. Or Friday, 10 hours, the medallion, talent, the can work, when you put to separate. But for now, I don't know, no system for a sec. Or set your mom and if the was made on set. When I go to donkey, when I go to donkey, when I go to donkey. When I go to donkey, when I go to donkey, I can go yellow. When I go to donkey, when I go to donkey, when I go to donkey, I can go yellow. When I go to donkey, when I go to donkey, when I go to donkey, I can go yellow. When I go to donkey, 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 I can go yellow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. One, two. Check. Let's go. Baby, mama, they tell me what you could do, baby, yeah, they try to do this year. Johnny has a day or tibia. Maybe we hire a family tibia. Mommy who's on me says in the book, yeah, they say, yeah, and then I may feel a chance to say, my dear, my daka, my shit, the castle, the paper, you all have inspiring. Life is short, so I promise I'm happy. Man, shit, the cars and the paper, oh, I'm inspiring. Life is short, so I promise I'm happy. He said, yeah, baby, yeah, man, yeah, baby, yeah, man, yeah, baby, yeah, man, yeah, baby, yeah, baby Bianco, young baby Yama, yeah, baby Bianco, baby Yama, yeah, baby Bianco. I want to say to everyone, we all dust. Yeah, man, the Johnny, we're gonna do that. Yeah. Yo. Let's switch it. Perfect, but you say yes, you may have more. I said, Banso, the candy, Amawa. Yes, in the pageant, you know, the cat was so what dead. Now, the Buana, my dear, Bobia said, Bobia, the Camasel. The perfect, but you say yes, you may have a whole set. I said, Banso, the candy, Amawa. Yes, in the pageant, you know, the cat was so what dead. Now, the Buana, my dear, Bobia said, Bobia, the Camasel. Now, when you're busy, you're going to find you'll be able to come. But you're so you're ready to suck it. Yeah, oh, you're the teacher. Fresh up once, if you're shadow, the shadow. Yeah, oh, you're the teacher. One time, oh, you're the teacher. For the goodness, oh, you're the teacher. You're the teacher. For the goodness, oh, you're the teacher. Oh, you're the teacher. For the goodness, oh, you're the teacher. No man to a second no man ever go out of the sea now. And no man to a second no man ever go out of the sea now. A brave word, a breath for the I live for the Search it. One time for the legendary Yanko. One time. What's that? Matibia, Wasika Jimmy, or the Mama Nani. I better say, I just ran here to the one.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This is the end of the show. Thank you so much. Thank you to all the sponsors. Thank you to British Council for hosting us. Thank you to all our sponsors from Academic City, Access Pension Fund. We have Bell Aqua. We have British Council, OAP, Afro Arab. Thank you so much for sponsoring this event. We are coming back next year in 2026. All volunteers, please come on stage. Let's take a group picture. Thank you so much for everyone for supporting us. And we see you again next year, August 2026, as we come here. From 9 a.m. till now. God bless everyone who has supported us from day one. God bless you volunteers. God bless the team for supporting this dream. Thank you. Let one take a group picture and we end.